Hello and welcome to day one of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Heather Sandison, and I'm so happy to have you here with me today. I created this summit because I just couldn't wait any longer for someone else to do it. Back in 2017, I was trained by Dr. Bredesen on the Bredesen protocol to prevent and reverse dementia. Soon after that training, I had patients coming to me asking to get on the protocol, very enthusiastic about doing everything that Dr. Bredesen had detailed. Well, now, a handful of years later, we know even more, and I want to share that with you because these patients taught me what I didn't know. I had been a bit of a skeptic. I believed well-meaning professors, other neurologists, other people who had told me that there really wasn't much that we could do about dementia and that it was giving false hope to families if we said we could do something about it. When I saw these patients reversing their dementia in just a matter of weeks, I knew that I had to dedicate my life to telling anyone who will listen that this is possible. There are too many people needlessly suffering. Now, I was so inspired by my patients that I really have dedicated my life to this. I applied for a grant and was awarded it to study this approach to dementia in 25 participants. We're currently collecting the data in my office, and I'm looking forward to publishing a peer-reviewed article next year in 2022. Stay tuned for that. And also, there's a lot of great new research that you're going to hear about today on day one. So not only have I done this research trial, but I also started Marama, the first residential care facility of its kind. I was being approached by patients asking, where can I send my loved one? My dad or my uncle or my mom has dementia. And I want them to get the benefit of this lifestyle, of these interventions, but I don't have the capacity to do it at home. It's hard work. And for someone who's struggling with memory issues, it can be next to impossible to implement. I saw that most of my patients were getting better, but there were some that just didn't have the capacity to do everything that we were suggesting. They wanted to. And so I created Marama as a place where they could go and trust that they would get to implement the entire protocol with the help of well-trained caregivers in a non-toxic environment with all the brain stimulating activities all day long that you can imagine and an organic KetoFlex diet. So you'll learn much more about this and other things throughout the summit, but I just wanted to share with you why I personally am so invested in this topic. I've watched too many people suffer unnecessarily. I've heard too many times that they went to a doctor and they were told there was nothing they could do, when I know that that is factually inaccurate. I have watched it with my own eyes and I continue to see it day after day. I hope you are as inspired by my patients as I am. Before we dive into everything there is to do, who do you know who needs this information the most? By sharing the summit with others, you could change or even save someone's life. So please click the share button below the video to help us spread the word. Additionally, please make sure to share this by clicking the button below the video to help get this information to the people who need it the most. In case you feel like you might miss any of these incredible interviews this week, during the summit, don't worry, you can pick up your VIP All Access Pass with a special discount right now. You can have a lifetime access to this entire summit and all of the bonuses. So go ahead and grab a lifetime VIP access right now by clicking the button below. So you can listen, watch, and even read the transcripts at your own leisure. I know how it is, life gets busy, can't do it all in 1 week, but go at your own pace. There's lots to dive into here and lots of simple things that you can start incorporating today. Kicking off today's summit is Daniel Schmachtenberger, a dear friend and mentor of mine. Daniel is a founding member of the Consilience Project, aimed at improving public sense-making and dialogue. The through line of his interests has to do with the ways of improving the health and development of individuals and society, with the virtuous relationship between the two as a goal. He's going to share a new model for how we can understand the root causes of dementia and why it's so important to go after root causes rather than just memory loss. We get to reimagine what healthy living, healthy aging really can look like. This first talk sets the tone for the entire summit, so please make sure to stick around for the full interview. Let's get started. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm happy to be here with you, Heather.
So we met 6, 7, maybe even 8 years ago now, because you introduced me to a patient who you were working with as sort of a coach and a manager, a case manager, so to speak, on his very complex symptoms that no doctor could really figure out. And you met me in an integrative office where I had really just started working as a new doctor. And I think what you found in me was that I was curious and excited and young and malleable, that you saw someone who you could influence and turn on to these big ideas that feel a bit overwhelming, but where we really can have an impact. And I have been so inspired by the way you grapple with these really big problems, things like Alzheimer's disease, and find manageable solutions. And it gives me so much hope about some of these big issues that we're facing as a society these days. One of the big pieces of information that you relayed to me, there's lots. One of the most important things was this concept of complex system science, and how just because something is complicated and complex doesn't mean that we can't get really great outcomes, and that we can apply that to the human body in a very systematic and organized way. And that led to you and I developing this framework or this model of medicine where we apply that science to getting people healthier and optimized. I'd love to dive into it with you. So can you start to describe this framework and this model?
Sure, but I want to start with what I actually appreciated in you that had me want to collaborate. I wouldn't say I was anything like a case manager for this friend. I was just a friend. And it was a time in my life where I was putting a good bit of just my own private study into thinking about health and medicine and disease and aging, because it's obviously relevant to everybody. And most, as my bio that seems to make no sense for a course like this would indicate, most of my interest has been with other complex systems like economies and ecologies and cultures and governments and kind of global things. But how a society self-organizes, how it breaks down, how it's healthy, and how a body does is not that different. Complex system just means lots of interacting parts, where it's a little bit hard to model, and you end up getting things like self-organization and emergence and stuff like that. So I was working with people who were friends who had health issues that didn't seem to be addressable in the current systems, and trying to think through how do we make sense of why the body self-organizes pretty well when we're young, and why the same genome starts to self-organize less well with age and stress and et cetera, and why some people seem to kind of age earlier than others based on various things, and why there's a distribution of people who get better with particular diseases and people who don't, and like what spontaneous remission actually is, and just thinking through those things. And what you were one of quite a few doctors who I was interacting with during that time, but what you had that was pretty unique was the intersection of being very interested in novel ways of thinking, while also being very conservative to make sure that before you were implementing something with a human person, that you could actually see people who had been clinically working with those ideas and getting good results. So you were neither the slow adopter that wouldn't do something until it had been, fully FDA approved, but you also weren't the cowboy who was like running the experiments on people. And I thought it was a really right, intuitive synthesis. And you just cared about your patients so much that you spend all of your free time thinking about their cases and worrying about them, and which is exactly the right psychology for a doctor who really wants to care about people. And I could see you were willing to put in the time to think about each case really in a unique, novel way, not just here's the disease diagnosis and this is how we treat it. And so in terms of someone to be able to practice and think through each person in an N=1 unique case situation, and to be able to find things that were reasonable to apply, but that also might be able to offer results outside of what was currently available. You were a perfect partner and have been since.
Well, thank you. It's been really an honor to get to work with you and a privilege to watch many people improve their health when, they were told maybe otherwise by another doctor that was at a point where, sorry, I can't help you, or your tests look fine, there's nothing wrong. Seeing that story come through my office over and over again, applying the model that we built together to those patients and really developing a confidence over time that we would get results over and over again, very predictably on challenging, complex cases. And that brought me to studying with Dr. Bredesen. You turned me on to him initially, and his model of Alzheimer's and how to approach Alzheimer's is basically a complex system science adaptation to that particular disease process. And I really had the interest, the curiosity around it, and a desire to help these patients because no one else really is doing it, or was at that point. Thank God there are quite a few more doctors who have trained with Dr. Bredesen are starting to understand these ideas. But you and I talked through this early on, and I think it can be applied not only to Alzheimer's, but to many, many other complex chronic diseases. And so I want to dive into that framework and sort of this finite number of things that can disrupt the complex system and the definition of balance and how imbalance is really what ultimately causes disease.
Yeah, one of the things that I found very interesting that I was looking at with any chronic complex disease, people who had MS or even just severe chronic fatigue or things that didn't have a clear causal pathoetiology that we knew how to define and a clear treatment. There were doctors who were doing strange things in different parts of the world that were having success better than the background of spontaneous remission. And one of them would be a Lyme doctor. And not everybody would get better, but more than people who were getting no treatment or just traditional treatment. And one would be a mold doctor, and one would be working with endocrine balance, and one would be working with methylation and various things. And so what I was interested in is, why are they getting results at all? And then also, why are they not getting more complete results? Those were both equally interesting questions. And so my kind of default hypothesis was that maybe MS is not one thing. Maybe Alzheimer's is not one thing. Maybe it is a dysregulation of a self-regulating system, a complex self-regulating system. And that system can dysregulate in different ways. And if it dysregulates in a way where a similar set of tissues and biomarkers are affected, we call it the same disease. So we call it MS if there's a similar set of symptoms and whatever. But even within Alzheimer's, we'll see there are people we diagnose with Alzheimer's who have beta amyloid plaque and some who don't. And there are people who have beta amyloid that we don't diagnose with Alzheimer's, and some have ApoE4 mutations and some don't. So it's not even there is a clear diagnostic. So that kind of diagnostic marker is helpful for insurance purposes, but it's not that helpful to really understand what is going on and how to prevent it or reverse it. And so it made sense to me that if we're dealing with a very complex system, that its self-regulation could break down in multiple different ways that could lead to similar kinds of pathologies, similar kinds of expressions of symptoms or clusters of biomarkers. And so it was an interesting question to see, are the doctors who are working on Lyme getting some results, because sometimes Lyme is one of the major factors. And the ones who are working on mold are getting some results because sometimes that's one of the factors. And that if we were to study all the things that seem to be getting some results, so this is kind of looking at positive deviance on the side of success, case study success. Let's take everything that got some success and take that as a hypothesis that is one thing that might sometimes be involved in that disease. Let's also just look at the research literature that is looking for correlation and causation and see what are all the things that show up as being sometimes statistically involved. So do we see that in autopsies of brains and nervous systems of Alzheimer's patients that we see Borrelia more often than we do in background people so we would see a correlation that is curious to be, is that a partial causation, right? Things like that. And then we start to say, okay, well, all those things that if when you treat them, they get better more than spontaneous remission, and all the things that in the literature seem to be at least statistically correlated more than you would expect for background rates. Let's take all of those as possible contributors to this type of pathology, and we'll create a phase space of all the things that we know that might contribute. And then say, well, what if we did diagnostics across all those things? And we might expect that we see different things for different people, that 10 different people with MS have 10 different sets of things. But that the question would be, if we treated specifically the things that we saw going on, might we be able to help them with a higher success rate than just the one working on Lyme or just the one working on mold or whatever it is? And as it turned out, that ends up being pretty successful. And so the question became, how do we start to identify the phase space of all the things that might be part of the causal factor? We're thinking about multifactorial causation. And so that the complex chronic disease doesn't have one cause. It might have 3 or 4 or 10 causes. They might not have all happened at the same time. Someone might have had a car accident that created a micro TBI 30 years ago that started to create stress in the nervous system and make their system just slightly more sympathetic and less parasympathetic, that started to downregulate their immune function, so that then 10 years later, when they traveled to Guatemala and got food poisoning, they had an ongoing microbial issue in their gut. And then they got a subclinical dental infection, right? Like that there's, and in another case, it was mold in their house and a very stressful divorce and, more genetic predispositions and something else. So we're not just looking at one factor, but possibly quite a few factors. They might be delayed in time, all the way up to like decades delayed in time. And not just that it's multifactorial, but different factors in different people. So also factoring different kind of genetic predispositions that they're coming in with. So how do we kind of put all that together to be able to not treat MS or Alzheimer's or rheumatoid arthritis as if it's one thing, but to be able to actually treat what that person actually has going on and they're presenting with in a more personalized way? And that was kind of like the beginning of starting to then say, how do we model all of the different areas and things that are worth looking at?
And it's such an aha moment for so many people to go from being attached to the diagnosis, like what we name the problem or the symptomscape, to going back and saying, well, maybe the better question to ask is, what's standing in the way of the complex system adapting and optimizing and responding to the environment and being able to complete its functions on a day-to-day basis for many, many decades, right? And then maybe not only what's standing in the way, but then on top of that, what can we do to enhance its ability to continue to adapt and be resilient to changes, whether it's seasons or aging or having children or working and contributing, whatever the stressors that come up in that person's life, that they actually even have resilience and can optimize their experience of the world.
Yeah, so this concept of resilience, if we're going to define health, obviously, health is the absence of disease. Symptomology is a very antiquated definition. I think everybody knows that, because we all know stories of people who had a headache, went into the doctor, and then found out they had a brain tumor that was advanced. They only had a few weeks left to live, and that thing had been growing for months or years, asymptomatically. By the time we actually get symptoms of an autoimmune disease, we might have had autoimmune markers, and before that, inflammatory markers for many, many years, asymptomatically, and also something that wouldn't even show up on normal blood labs. So a system can be in suboptimal regulation that is starting to move into pathophysiology for a while before there's symptoms or the most common disease markers we would look for. So we say, okay, well, how do we define health? Health is about the robustness of the body's ability to maintain homeostasis, or better term, our friend Andrew Hill coined was homeodynamics. And, or at least that's where I heard it. And then our other friend Jun Yoon talked about not homeodynamics, but homeodynamic capacity. It's not, is it staying in range? It's how quickly does it come back to range, and how robustly does it come back when a stressor moves it out? So homeodynamic capacity, or the resilience of the system to be able to stay within healthy ranges as the system is stressed, is really the definer of health, right? Which would be, can someone be exposed to more viral particles of the flu and not get it? Can they be exposed to more ranges in temperature and still be able to regulate their body? Can they be exposed to more environmental toxin and be able to cleanse their body of it? If they have a stronger liver, kidney, et cetera, they'll be able to. And this is why we can see that kids recover way faster than older people recover from the same thing. Their system has more resilience to it. So there's something about aging that even if someone doesn't have a disease, there's less homeodynamic capacity in the system, right? It can handle a less amount of stressor and still be able to come back without symptomology. So aging, we wouldn't say is disease. We would say it's an increased susceptibility to disease of all kinds because the system just has less resilience. We can say that disease is not just about the decrease of the resilience of the system. It's the system actually having been not resilient and moved outside of the homeodynamics that a healthy person is in. Now it's an altered homeodynamics or pathophysiology, which we'll call a disease state. So the disease state means that some stressors were more than the body's capacity to respond to, and now there's an altered function of the physiology. So there's a generalized and a specific way we can deal with that. The generalized way is how do we support the body's resilience capacities that are general, that are across the scope of everything. And so most of the basics of health recommendation, like exercise, increases your, if you're exercising where you're increasing your mitochondrial density, your mitochondrial quality, you're increasing your oxygen transport and your vasodilation, that's going to decrease your likelihood and susceptibility to disease of all kinds, right? The same with sleeping enough, the same with stress reduction, the same with good diet and basic nutrition. So it's how do we support health, which is how do we support the resilience of the system writ large in general? And then how do we identify the specific unique stressors that took this system out of homeodynamics into altered homeodynamics or disease state, and how do we reverse those specifically? So we use diagnostics for the second part, and we use general lifestyle work for the first part.
And imbalance, I love your definition of balance, and then also imbalance, right? That too much, too little, in the wrong place and at the wrong time is part of what leads to a disease process. So very simply, we can think of diabetes, right, as too much sugar for too long. And of course, scurvy is going to be too little vitamin C. And these are kind of big examples that are very obvious, but there's going to be a gradation in between, a spectrum in between where you can have too little B12 or choline or magnesium or something else that is going to show up as a small symptom at first, but can later lead to a bigger disease process. The kind of where our interests intersect here, right? This sort of imbalance, you can apply to financial systems, education systems, government systems. If you have too much, too little in the wrong place or at the wrong time, you're going to create imbalance. And if we can focus on those things that really are essential to maintaining balance in, whether it's communication, which is in the body's, in the example of the body and the complex system that is the human body, this communication system is going to be the nervous system or the endocrine system with the hormones, right? Where are we getting those signals to tell our neurons to make more neurotransmitters or to connect, create a synapse? And those things need to be in balance. If they aren't, that leads to disease.
Yeah, so the topic you bring up right now is something that I would say naturopathic medicine, orthomolecular medicine, functional medicine have started to popularize and pioneer, but it's just so critical. We should underscore it here, is the idea of a subclinical imbalance. And what we mean by this is we know the level of vitamin C deficiency required to cause scurvy. Scurvy meaning the formal disease definition that the person is now acutely dying of vitamin C deficiency. And it's actually pretty hard in the modern environment to get scurvy. You eat an orange a couple times a year and you'll be fine, right? So you've got scurvy down here, but then we can say, what is the optimal vitamin C level for maximum health? And it's pretty reasonable that there's a pretty big difference between I'm acutely dying of vitamin C deficiency, acutely dying, not chronically, right? Not like it has just decreased general health, maybe asymptomatically that will have effects on lifespan, but I'm now acutely dying of it. There's a pretty big range between that disease diagnosis and where optimum is. And that if I'm anywhere within there, I'm suboptimal, but not yet a definable disease. So if I'm only looking at rickets and beriberi and scurvy as signs of deficiency, then I'll come up with the RDA that we have and say that nobody has nutrient deficiencies, and it's just nonsense. They don't have acute dying of nutrient deficiencies, but they might be very, very far from optimal. And that might make a pretty big difference to how likely they are to get a autoimmune disease or cancer or a neurodegenerative disease or a psychiatric disease or just low grade energy or live less long. And there are more areas where that's starting to be recognized, like metabolic syndrome. You don't quite have diabetes yet, but you have a subclinical excess of glucose in the blood, and maybe your baseline levels of insulin have raised because of insulin resistance. And so what we'd say is that, and another classic example is, let's say we're talking about lead poisoning. Well, there's a level that is basically the result of political lobbying, legal lobbying of what do we consider the level of lead poisoning to now get an insurance diagnosis where someone is going to have to pay workman's comp or someone can be sued for negligence, right? Like we get into law, criminal law, whatever lobbies are involved to say, why did we set the parts per million here as opposed to here? And we can see that the parts per million of what was considered toxicity for mercury got raised many times in the US because we kept creating industry that exposed people to more levels. And so long as it didn't cause immediate acute symptoms of poisoning, then we could say, okay, well, it's not toxicity. So the idea is that there's a level of deficiency that takes you into instant disease, but there's a level that doesn't take you into instant disease. It might take you into no signs of symptoms, but to suboptimal resilience, which means increased likelihood for any number of diseases down the road. But it's very hard to ever prove that because that's going to be one of many factors that ends up affecting the nature of the disease you get. So you have very delayed causation, which means very hard to prove causation, right? And so the same with toxicity. There might be a toxicity where you say, okay, here's the level of mercury or lead that is an acute poisoning, meaning you have symptoms, your hair is falling out, you're puking from the poisoning. What is the optimal level of lead or mercury exposure of those kinds in the body? Well, it's none, right? So how much higher is someone's exposure level if they're operating in industry or around certain kind of chemicals than is ideal? Well, it might be very far from what we would call acute poisoning, but it still might be a subclinical toxicity. And then the same is also true with infections. And infections are kind of even more surprising because with infections, there has been this general kind of view in infectious disease that an infection means a pathogen enters the body and you have immediate acute symptomology. But we all know now that you can have an infection that is, say, viral, say HPV, that increases your probability for cancer years or decades down the road that is asymptomatic the entire time. So is that we would call a chronic infection that is statistically affecting the likelihood for certain types of disease. The same with, say, chronic subclinical H. pylori, increasing the likelihood for stomach cancer. And so as time goes on, diseases we didn't think were correlated, we start to find correlations with some of those things. But there's a lot of those that we have not found in medicine as a whole yet, but people at the cutting edge who are paying attention are starting to find these things. So subclinical infections, subclinical deficiencies, and subclinical toxicities are all really key aspects of what take people out of optimal resilience, increase their likelihood for disease of various kinds, are going to be multifactorial because they might have many different subclinical deficiencies and toxicities simultaneously. None of those would normally ever be assessed or treated in a traditional allopathic framework. And yet, if I'm looking at why did this person come down with chronic fatigue syndrome or autoimmune disease or cognitive decline, these are probably where the answers live.
You mentioned how industry influences so much of how we might interpret certain labs and RDAs or the cutoffs and thresholds where we consider it a disease process or significant. There's quite a few ways in which society is structured that makes us sick, keeps us sick, and really prevents us from getting the help we need at times. And this is another place where you inspire me, because it can get very overwhelming and I think can feel paralyzing to many people who are stuck in this trap. However, there are solutions. I've seen it with my own eyes. I see it every day in my clinical practice and at Marama. And we can work together to solve these problems. But I also want to call them out so that people feel, that they're not alone. You and I have worked together with patients who are trying to get life insurance, and because they've been proactive, they've seen a chiropractor, they've seen a therapist, they've gotten medications to prevent disease or to help to optimize their physiological function. Now they're either not getting disability insurance, or they're struggling to get life insurance. And this really, I watch this. I've told patients in my office, let's wait on the testing. Go ahead, you have a new child, get your life insurance, and then come back and we'll do all of this, because your other doctor is telling you you're fine. You have symptoms, so we need to treat them. We need to figure out what's going on. But we've got to kind of go through this whole process that really is not designed to support healthy human beings. And so I want to let people know that they're not alone in that cheap food is not healthy for us, but it's what's simple, easy to grab, and inexpensive. And healthy food, it takes a little bit more effort. It takes a little bit more money. It takes a little bit more of that you have to stick with it. It takes a little bit more motivation, but it's so worth it. And there are a handful of things, including applying this model to complex disease when you're not getting answers, that really, if you put in that extra effort, there are solutions.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the classic libertarian socialist dialogue of, to what degree are we just self-determined and can pull ourselves up by our bootstrap, and to what degree are we influenced by the larger social systems and environment we're in? And it's obviously both, and it's a reciprocal relationship between both. So I think everybody thinks that it's pretty clear that if you're born into an area, into a society where all of your water has malaria or guinea worm in it, you're likely to have different kinds of diseases and health issues as a result of where you're born.
Or lead. I mean, if there's lead in the pipes and you're born there, 1 point of lead in your blood starts to influence your IQ.
Yeah.
So your potential, what schools you get into, what jobs you can get, your earning potential, the rest of your life is influenced by that early lead exposure, which is happening right here in the US today.
So I started with the malaria case because it's obvious. And because it seems more foreign to us, we actually kind of really see it. And the lead case is less obvious. And because, we don't necessarily have as big a reference for it, but that it's the same thing. So let's say we take a more extreme example and look at Flint, Michigan. We're like, okay, we can see that there's a thing there that is affecting the public health of everyone who lives there. So then we start to say, well, all right, well, if as soon as commercial agriculture, better living through chemistry started, where we started using DDT and then malathion, parathion, and now glyphosate, whatever, on almost all of the crops, is this going to have an effect on the human health of the people who live in that system at scale? Yeah, of course it is. And as soon as we start having a food system where the majority of the food that people eat is processed, and the processed food doesn't have anything similar in terms of its macronutrient, micronutrient profile, is that going to start affecting health at scale? Of course. And it's important for people to understand that if I run a corporation in the US, as a director of the corporation, I actually have a legal responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders to maximize the profit of that company. It's something I sign in law, that I'm breaking the law if I don't do it. So if I'm the CEO or director of a major corporation, say Nestle or Hostess or Mars or whatever it is, right? As a food company, I have to work to maximize its profit legally, to be responsible to the shareholders' money who's in it. Now, to maximize the profit, I need to maximize the total number of customers buying the thing multiplied by the total lifetime value of the customer. Lifetime value of the customer is how many things they purchase, how often. There is nothing that maximizes lifetime value of a customer more than addiction. And particularly the younger the addiction can start, the better. So now you start to look at the proliferation of soda and fast food and that type of thing. And you're like, well, this humans have an evolutionary weakness because we grew up we evolved in an environment where famine was a real thing. And so it was very hard to get enough fat or enough salt or enough sugar in the evolutionary environment. Oftentimes it was always easy to get enough cellulose, right? There was like green planty stuff pretty often, but hunting is much harder, and wild meat has lower body fat percentage. And so we evolved a dopamine response to things that have salt, fat, and sugar, because that's where we would survive and be able to survive famine better. Well, now post-industrialization, we created a world where we don't have a deficiency of salt and fat and sugar. We have excess of them. And so then we get but our genetics haven't changed, where we still get a hit. We get a dopaminergic hit. And so if you notice, all fast food is a combination of those three things, just different combinations of salt, fat, sugar, with different types of palatability that are kind of split test optimized for addictive maximization. And we would hope that if there's multi-billion-dollar organizations in the healthy society, that they have the vested interest of the well-being of the people in mind. This is obviously not the case. They have the vested interest of extracting capital from those people, which happens through, in this case, optimizing for addiction. And we can go through and look at that when it has to do with the more that a company can externalize its cost to the commons as environmental pollution, the more profit it makes, rather than spend the money it takes to actually process that waste. But then that equals public health issues for everybody. And so we have a world where nutrient deficiency and toxicity, it's not just the glyphosate that is put on the food, it's the fact that the paint in these buildings has volatile organic compounds that are all from petrol-derived chemicals that we have no evolutionary relationship in our genetics with. And these volatile organic compounds are mostly either carcinogens, endocrine disruptors, or neurotoxins. And that it's ubiquitous in the way we manufacture everything, because it's an externalized cost nobody has to pay for, nobody's accountable for. And so this is like, all right, well, I have a hard time taking responsibility for all those aspects of the world that I'm a part of, right? And so part of the answer has to be systemic change, right? How do we actually change the nature of food manufacturing and agriculture to have the well-being of the people in mind rather than not, in the maintenance of the soil, the microbiome, and the nutrients of the soil, and how the food is processed, and not having addiction maximization associated with the profit structure, and then materials manufacturing of how we make homes, and the nature of industries not having a financial incentive to externalize the cost to the commons. So the whole solution is not simply what an individual can do, right? A lot of it has to be systemic. And if we dealt with that systemically, just like in our societies today, Western societies, malaria is not really a thing, even though it's totally a killer in some places. Can we change the environment in a way that obsoletes whole classes of disease? Of course we can. Now, in modern society, do we have whole new classes of disease, like chronic fatigue and things that are starting to become very ubiquitous, that are totally uncommon in other less developed environments? Yes, that's because of different environmental factors. So of course, right now, most of the people on your call probably aren't working on how they're empowered to do systems change for materials manufacturing. But it's important to know that's a part of the picture of what has to shift. What you're trying to do with them now is, within the context of the world we're in, how do we at least understand those factors so you know they might be affecting you, so you can take responsibility for it? And if you're going to repaint your house, use non-VOC paint. Maybe you run an air filter inside. Maybe you test for mold before you move into an area. Maybe you pay attention to whether the food is organic, and if you have a water filter, and those various things.
So other things that we can do, just thinking about what do we have the power to do right now while we wait for systemic change. And one of the things is to be well informed. And part of that is getting a complete assessment. And the next 5 days of the summit are going to be deep dives into the different assessments we can do. And so when we talk about imbalance and complex chronic disease, in particular Alzheimer's, there's essentially 5 things that can cause disease or imbalance. And they're toxins, nutrients, infections, structure, and stress. And so when I work with a patient, we break it down and we want to get information about each and every one of those pieces. And so I'll be interviewing, 39 other people this week and talking about each of those pieces. But Daniel, you and I work to come up with that model to make this very complex, sort of overwhelming process of categorizing what are the things that are going to inform our treatment and also inform the etiology. How did this happen? Where did the imbalances start?
Yeah, and I would say that is a very good clinical model to work with that is kind of the applied side of some theoretical models that have a different number of categories in them, where it's not, I'm saying this to simply say it's not an arbitrary taxonomy. It is a useful applied taxonomy resulting from some very non-arbitrary taxonomies of how do we understand how a complex system self-organizes, how the self-organization breaks down, and can we create models for looking at those factors that are necessary and hopefully sufficient, something like complete models. And so when you were mentioning stress, I think one of the things that I was fascinated by earliest regarding human health was placebo trials. And there are some placebos where people feel better, but they don't actually get better. The underlying pathophysiology doesn't change, just their own sensorial process does. So endogenous opiates or whatever. But there are some situations where the placebo actually makes people get better at a statistically higher rate from some underlying physiologic things going on, meaning we can see changes in objective biomarkers. And this really fascinated me because I'm like, genetically, the body has an imperative to survive. That's its maximum imperative, right? Survive and reproduce, but survive is fundamental to that. There's nothing in the chemistry of that sugar pill that should have empowered the body to heal better. Why is it, if it's healing better after giving the sugar pill with the belief, that means it was not healing to its maximum capacity before. What is that? Like, why would the body's genetic imperative to survive not be self-optimizing? And there's a whole deep discussion of what's actually happening in placebo that's very interesting, but kind of the main thing that was a first interesting insight there for me was that placebo is not equally effective across all audiences, and placebo is not the only thing that is effective of that kind. So when someone has a placebo and it works, they feel it works proportional to them believing in it, which is why we've seen that larger pills and more colored pills, and if the injection is actually more painful, all those things actually increase the likelihood of the placebo because the people are believing a real thing is happening. If they believe they're going to get better, there's a hopefulness that increases. That hopefulness replaces some of the worry that's there. Worry is the projection of a negative future. Worry moves the person into a more sympathetic nervous system state. As they feel hopeful, they go into a more parasympathetic nervous system state. Well, the parasympathetic system is key for regulating the immune system, the digestive system, the detox systems, all the way down to genetic transcription. And so it's not that the person wasn't healing at maximum before, it's that they were healing at maximum with the fact while being in a sympathetic state, which is dealing with the toxin of those kinds of stressful thought processes that are keeping this body from going into the kinds of neurologic states that are necessary for its own reparative systems to be optimized. But then we got to see that you look at studies like Norman Cousins, where people just started laughing a lot watching comedy and their cancer got better. And they weren't believing they were going to get better, but they were feeling better. So we get to see the belief they were going to get better was actually just one way to get to the feeling better, which was the more parasympathetic state. And then we see spontaneous remission stories where someone had cancer or whatever, they fell in love and got better. And we're like, oh, there's a similar thing happening here, which is the body can heal a lot better when it is less sympathetic, more parasympathetic overall. Well, there's a lot of psychological things that are keeping people in low-grade sympathetic overtone that are affecting the system's regulatory capacities as a whole. And so if we're not looking for that, if we're not paying attention to that, we're just missing whole categories of what's going on. And in the same way, let's say that we're trying to help someone heal and we aren't trying to figure out if their house has mold in it. And maybe we see signs of inflammation in their body, and maybe we see signs of biotoxin, maybe whatever, and we're trying to deal with it, but we aren't looking at the environment they're in. Well, they're just never going to get better. Let's say that we're not looking at, do they live in a household with weird codependent relational dynamics associated with food, where everybody in their household is obese and nobody exercises, and they actually don't have the willpower to change their behavioral pattern inside of that relational environment. So if you don't actually change their relationships are a primary cause of their illness, right? So the physical environment can be, the social environment can be. Their own internal stressors can be psychological stressors, including ones that they aren't even aware of, meaning unresolved trauma from the past that has just created chronic hypervigilance, right? And heaps of different categories of physiologic things like subclinical nutrient deficiency, subclinical excess of toxicity or pathogenicity. So if we really want to be comprehensive in assessing what's going on for someone, we've got to look at all of that, right? We have to look at all the different categories of what might be subclinically imbalanced in their physiology and in their psychology and in their social environment and in their physical environment. And that's kind of like a minimum taxonomy to start to make sense of these things. And in order to do that, the doctor has to spend a real chunk of time with the patient. And this is the tricky part, is that we don't have enough doctors who have the training to do that. And we just don't have enough doctors, period. Or a financial system where most people could pay for a doctor's time to be able to do that and have it make any sense. But like you can't run labs on all that, right? Like I can't run a quick lab on what the social environment that is embedding someone in behavioral patterns or in stress patterns is. Like that takes time and asking a lot of questions. And, you know, I find, and I know you do, that by far the number one most important diagnostic tool in the world is a comprehensive medical history. And that takes a very educated healthcare practitioner spending a lot of time. And, you know, what exposures did you get, and what injuries and what surgeries, and when did your symptoms start, and trying to really piece that whole thing together, and then running the labs and then contrasting the labs to that story and to their current symptomologic presentation and what makes it better and what makes it worse, and seeing, does this story make sense before we start treating?
And another component of that is doing the right things, but in the right order as well. So if we jump straight to treating Lyme disease or treating an infection when we haven't supported the immune system by getting rid of toxins and reducing stressors or balancing stressors, we haven't supported nutrients, then it's going to be really challenging, if not next to impossible, to get actual disease resolution, but to actually get rid of those microbes, to get rid of those bugs, if we don't have the system working with our antimicrobial agents, whether they're pharmaceutical or supplemental or herbs or whatever it is. And so if we're jumping straight to our favorite diagnostic tool or favorite diagnosis as a provider, again, like you mentioned, we're just missing this entire problemscape, right? And that being as comprehensive as possible, we're doing a clinical trial on reversing Alzheimer's currently in my practice. And what we see over and over is that the more comprehensive we can be, the faster, the easier we get real results. So putting all of it together is so essential. And yet, unfortunately, although it's common sense, it is not yet common practice.
Order of operations is important. And, you know, like let's say the system, let's say there's a number of different factors going on. Maybe there's a couple heavy metals that are elevated. Maybe there's a handful of volatile organic compounds and environmental toxins that are elevated. Maybe there's a handful of infections, there's some deficiencies, there's some structural issues. We don't have to treat every single one for the person to get better. Sometimes you just start to deburden the system. And as you deburden the system, the regulatory apparatus can handle the rest of the burden better, right? And so oftentimes you look at the whole thing and you start to say, what are the things that make most sense to address first? And as you address those, you start to see the other things start to get better before you even treat them, right? If I might be looking at 8 of those things that all have to go through the same detox pathways. I start to address some of them and those detox pathways become unburdened. They can deal with other ones better.
Absolutely. And this is a great argument for prevention, right? If we can address these things earlier, then the system has more resilience and we get much more resolution a lot quicker. And so when we stop the focus being so much on the diagnosis and the symptoms and more on the resilience of the system, and that becomes our metric, then the outcomes are just so much better. And it's hard to prove prevention, right? Because you don't have a disease that you're reversing. But my greatest hope is that our contribution to this space is that if we can show we can reverse Alzheimer's, we can convince more people that they can prevent it. I believe strongly that Alzheimer's is optional. And if we can intervene when people are in their 30s and 40s, we can make that a rare disease.
Yeah. The thing I was going to say there about sequence is there are general rules of thumb of sequence, but they're only general principles. They're never absolute. And so one has to be careful to not try to get too formulaic about it. If you're looking at the GI system, you can say as a general trend, things that are upstream of the GI system will affect things that are downstream more because there's kind of a flow to it. So if you have an infection in your mouth, maybe it's more likely that it'll create an infection in your stomach. If your stomach's not working well, you're going to have undigested stuff going into the small intestine. So in general, the idea that you treat the front of the one directional flow channel before treating the end, that's a generally good principle, but it's not always true. Sometimes you have to treat something in the appendix before anything else because it's really timely. Sometimes there is something that is acute enough in another part of the system that deburdening it deburdens the whole system. And similarly, like it generally makes sense to treat the mucosal immune system before trying to treat the blood, because otherwise you just if the mucosal immune system is imbalanced, you have leaky tight junctions, you'll just keep getting stuff dumping into the blood. But sometimes there's something in the blood that is actually down regulating the immunocyte's ability to produce secretory immunoglobulins in the mucosal system. And you actually have to deal with that first. So it's valuable to have, as practitioners, these general rules of thumb, but really you have to take each case uniquely. And then you have to really pay attention to what is working and what's not. And you have to not get married to your favorite hypothesis, where then even if the person isn't getting good results, you just say it needs patience, or you explain the bad symptoms as a healing crisis. Maybe it's a healing crisis. Maybe you're doing the wrong thing. And so there has to be, like, very much like Bruce Lee discussed with Jeet Kune Do, there's a formless form where you don't get attached to there's one particular form. It's like, what is the right move next? And that's what real mastery looks like, is I don't know ahead of time what the right move next is. What I'm going to do is look at all the factors. I'm going to have a model that helps inform all the things I can consider, but then it's the entirety of clinical experience and judgment and discernment that is going to inform that, and then really paying attention. And the thing that I would say is, it's like, damn, that's kind of like difficult and hard to automate and expensive right now for people. And that's true. And there's a lot of things that we think of as incurable that are really only incurable because they're hard. Like, it just takes work and it takes a lot of assessment. But I think the fact that we can see people getting better pretty regularly with a lot of these things means it's not incurable. And the people who are going through that work now are helping to prove with enough statistic that these things are curable, that starts to motivate economies of scale to catch up, right? To start to motivate changes in medical model and medical research writ large, and better diagnostic methods that can bring the cost of diagnostics down, that can train more doctors up and change the nature of medical school. So everybody who is taking the time to work on it now, one, should feel really lucky that they're at a time where there are any doctors that have better solutions, because 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case, or 20 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case. And should also feel like they are, beyond just helping themselves and their family member, helping to contribute to a change of paradigm that will make this easier and more accessible for a lot of people in the future.
It is an exciting time, because I do believe that we are changing the paradigm. And when you talk about the cost and expense of this at a societal level, we cannot afford for as many people to have Alzheimer's as are about to. And not just, it's going to frankly bankrupt Medicare, but also we're squandering this extremely valuable resource by putting our seniors in assisted living facilities where they're parked in front of TVs and fed cake and cookies and visited by loved ones. You know, the statistics is the average is once every 6 months. It's not even every Sunday, it's every 6 months. And of course, with COVID, it's been even worse. However, you know, that is optional. Again, like this, we can do better than that. Society can be better. We can bring these people back into society where they can contribute. If they want, they can continue to work. They can, you know, add value to their families. They can care for young children. They can be engaged, and they can pass on the wisdom and experience that they have accumulated over a lifetime and give that back. And the fact that, you know, forget the dollars, the fact that right now we're squandering that resource, I think that is more expensive than we can afford, right? And investing a little bit, you know, it ends up being, we're doing this in the clinic. So for someone with diagnosed dementia, it's about $25,000 to take them through this process. We can put a number on it now, and that will get you usually some reversal. And if we can do that at scale, this will save Medicare money. This will save people the money they're going to pay to a subpar memory care facility. It will save the heartbreak of this very long and awful disease called Alzheimer's. And so I am so grateful to you for inspiring me to take on these really challenging problems, things like Alzheimer's and brain degeneration, and to find solutions, not only for this, but for medicine in general.
Alzheimer's is so interesting at a societal level. To just continue with where you were going, such a high percentage of people that are experiencing some form of cognitive decline that is significant as a part of their aging right now, and increasing to where most young and middle-aged people can forecast cognitive decline, dementia, and Alzheimer's as the end of their life. And I think it's hard not to fall into nihilism if you actually think about that. When people stop having something to look forward to, they have to go into disconnecting and numbing out. And so then like the only response to nihilism other than suicide ends up being hedonism, right? Because there's nothing to look forward to, then fucking go for it. Enjoy while you can. And then that ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy that drives the addiction cycles and the whatever that end up leading to that happening later. And I really do think it is not a necessary outcome. And so I think it's important that people can actually look forward to their older years being good and meaningful and not lonely ones and not useless ones. I think when you look at the evolutionary history of humans, the old people and the kids being in connection was the center of a tribe that was about intergenerational knowledge and wisdom transfer. And the middle-aged people were really just supporting that process. And right now, our kids are mostly lonely, farmed out to daycares and schools where you have the least number of middle-aged people necessary, 1 to 30 or whatever it is, paid the least amount of money to tend to them without actually really caring in the same way that an invested person would. And then as soon as the person is no longer a money generator, again, we want the least number of middle-aged people necessary to tend to them in the cheapest way possible. And it's just a completely fucking broken civilization, values broken civilization. It's so interesting how just reconnecting the kids and the old people instantly increases the health of both. And so much of childhood psychiatric issues are gone if the kids just actually have someone who cares about them. And so much, I mean, Alzheimer's is not just a meaning issue. There's other things going on, but it's amazing how much of it is affected by meaning and connection. That when someone feels that they have people that need them and something that counts on them, how much more motivation to keep the system capable and upregulated there is. So yeah, I mean, I just, when you told me you wanted to start focusing on this and prototyping a type of clinic that could show a model that could start to get replicated is just such a humongously important thing to do. And the fact that the model is starting to have the success that it is already so early is amazing.
It's important work and very meaningful. And I am looking forward to aging as your friend so that we can continue to do this work. And my biggest goal is that if we can influence one family and one family can avoid the catastrophe that is the development of Alzheimer's, we've been successful. And if we can do that at scale, then we're really making some progress. And I think that the generations after us can avoid this and live more full, more meaningful, more connected lives. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing the benefits of this information getting out, and really excited to dive even deeper with our next summit attendees and interviewees over the next few days. Daniel, thank you so much. I'd love to hear some parting thoughts for our guests, and also learn a little bit more about the Consilience Project and where people can find out about your current work.
It's just a psychological thing I'd like to say. I'm sure this will be said other places throughout the course, but when we're learning how we might be able to influence things we didn't think we could influence, there's an empowerment that comes with that that's beautiful. The unhealthy psychological way to hold that is some kind of blame. Like, if I have Alzheimer's, I did wrong things, or if my family member has Alzheimer's, the doctors didn't treat them properly, or we didn't do the right things for them, but nobody knew these things, right? So it's important to say, like, we're coming to understand stuff we didn't understand. As a result, new capacities are starting to come online, which is awesome. If your family member died of Alzheimer's and you didn't have access to these capacities, and you're like, fuck, why didn't I know about this earlier? Why didn't medicine get there? Like, that's just sad. There's nothing else that really can be said. There's realistic grief to that. But this is where, like, we are actually evolving in our knowledge as a species, as a people, where certain kinds of suffering don't have to keep happening. And we're nowhere close to being able to say anyone with Alzheimer's at any stage, it can be cured. That's not true. We don't know. It's very, very early. But it is promising that more can be done than we thought. And for people to have as much commitment and as much of an empowered perspective as they can to be part of helping to advance, to utilize the best of the knowledge that's there, and support the people who are doing the research to advance that knowledge is super important.
So tell us more about the Consilience Project.
It's a big jump of topics, but
well, I know that you've inspired people, you've educated and inspired people, and a lot of everyone here who's listening, I know you've opened their minds in a way that probably hasn't happened before, or hasn't in a long time. You are a thinker like Leonardo da Vinci and Einstein, like so many, not that many actually, like a handful of really big thinkers before you take these complex ideas and really can create change out of them, things that I imagine will change the world. And I'm sure people are inspired to learn more about your projects and what other places you are applying these ideas to. And the Consilience Project is the current one.
It's funny how, if I'm thinking about it in the context of our current conversation, we can see how in Alzheimer's, there's a decrease in the coherency of cognition. And that if we look at the collective body of humanity, or even just the collective body of, say, a nation like the US today, there is a similar kind of decrease in the coherency of its collective understanding of what the nature of reality is and how to move forward. Like, to say that the US has Alzheimer's is kind of an interesting way of thinking about it, because is COVID a hoax? Is it man-made? Did it have zoonotic origin? Does hydroxychloroquine help? Is the vaccine the right approach? Like we can see that there is fervent disagreement on the most fundamental and consequential base realities: climate change, systemic racism, Second Amendment, anything, right? Do guns make people safer or less safe? Just right down the line, fervent disagreement on everything. So how do those people self-organize to be able to make coordinated choices together? The idea of what a democracy is, that we can make sense of the world, we can identify what we all value and make the coherent best choices in areas we interact each other. Well, we can see that we can't, right? Like as a society, we put all this energy into fighting every 4 years for who gets in. Whoever gets in spends the time undoing whatever was done in the last 4 years. Nobody works on anything that has a longer than 4-year timeline because it won't get them reelected. So there's no long-term planning. Almost all the energy of the system is wasted as heat in just terms of infighting. Meanwhile, somewhere that doesn't have those coordination challenges, that doesn't have term limits and two parties competing against each other, like China, can put together a 100-year plan and build high-speed rail all around the world in the time that we haven't built a single high-speed train even in our own country. And so we're like, oh, at the level of the collective, there is a decoherence and a breakdown that is affecting the environment, social well-being, everything. So how do we create health at the level of the societal body, right? How do we reverse the pathologies there? And you can see a cancer or an autoimmune disease. Autoimmune disease is where some of the cells in the body end up turning against other ones because they get confused. Their immune differentiation to be able to recognize foreign versus not foreign is off, right? And cancer similarly is where there is a base kind of genetic change where some of the cells pursuing their own self-interest are doing it in a way that is no longer aligned with the image of the well-being of a whole. And what's so interesting is as the cancer is proliferating, it's also in the process of committing suicide, because as soon as it kills the host, all of it dies. So it's pursuing short-term interest, which is its own more rapid proliferation at its own long-term expense. Those metaphors are actually pretty apt for what's happening to civilization as a whole. And so how do we similarly do a multifactorial analysis of what it is that's causing that, how we reverse those things to create a healthier society? Those are the topics where most of my attention is. And the Consilience Project is an attempt to see, can we upgrade public sense making, meaning that everybody can make sense of base reality better on their own, rather than just adopt whatever their in-group or the authority they are used to deferring to says is true? And can they come to understand their own values and understand other people's values better to be able to say, what are all the values that matter? Can we create a proposition that meets all these values, as opposed to we'll pursue our values at the expense of yours and stay stuck in cultural arms races? So can we improve our collective, individual and collective sense making and meaning making enough that we can improve our choice making enough that we can actually coordinate effectively to be able to apply the more powerful technologies we have to, rather than ruin the world, actually create a desirable functional world? That's roughly the topics that we're working on. So if somebody wants to go check it out, it's in the very, very early stages, beta stages, but that's the gist.
Thank you for sharing that. You have inspired me more than anyone else to take on these big, hard, challenging problems, and somebody needs to. So I am so grateful to you for being here, and I am sure you have inspired more people to do the hard work that it takes to create not only healthier individuals, but a healthier society, whether that means contributing a little bit more with raising the young ones, or reading a little bit more about the Consilience Project, and potentially even donating. So Daniel, thank you so much for your time. You are very busy, and I am so grateful to you for your friendship and for being here today to share your insights.
Thank you for having me here.
Wow, what a truly powerful interview with my good friend Daniel Schmachtenberger. We've learned why it's so important to treat the root cause of complex disease, whether it's dementia or something else. We've better understood what healthy aging can look like, and that there's a science, an art, and most importantly, there's a framework. There's a structured way to go through discovering and understanding the root cause of dementia in any individual. Next up, I'm so pleased to have Dr. Dale Bredesen. He is a hero of mine. He's a medical doctor who trained at Duke University and the author of best-selling books, The End of Alzheimer's and The End of Alzheimer's, the Program. Dr. Bredesen will share how to protect your brain against memory loss, as well as share the exciting and brand new clinical trial results, where 84% of participants reversed their symptoms of cognitive decline. Before we dive into that, who do you know who needs this information? By sharing the summit with others, you could change or even save someone's life. Please click the share button below this video to help us spread the word. Now let's begin with this exciting next interview with Dr. Dale Bredesen.
So one of the reasons I'm so excited to be recording this now at this time is because you and your group have just published a trial taking 25 participants through basically your whole program. So I'm thrilled that we can finally share with the world what you guys are finding. There's a study that we can point to not just the one patient here or there that is getting better in someone's clinic, but that there's robust science coming out. So would you please just describe the trial, how it was set up, the protocol, and then also what you found?
Yeah, great point. So, way back in 2011, we proposed the very first trial that would address all the different pieces, the things that we had identified in the laboratory over the years that were critical, things like specific pathogens and things like specific toxins and all the things that you deal with your patients as well. And we were not allowed to do the trial back in 2011 because it was, quote, multivariable, and the IRBs wanted this to be single variable. So you just had, drug or placebo. And so, of course, we objected and said, hey, wait a minute, this is not a one variable disease. So we wanted then to collect anecdotes. And as you know, we published anecdotes 2014, 2016, 2018, we published 100 with improvement that was documented. So then we went back in 2018 after that publication and said, okay, can we do the trial now? And they said no. And so I know, still crazy. So finally in 2019, we were allowed to do a proof of concept trial. It's only 25 patients, but the idea was it would allow us then, if we got good results with that, to go to a randomized controlled trial, which is what we're now in the midst of doing. So really very fortunate to link up with Diana Merriam and the Four Winds Foundation that supported this trial, and were just fantastic. And then also three absolutely outstanding functional medicine physicians, Dr. Anne Hathaway, Dr. Kat Toops, and Dr. Deborah Gordon. So really honored to work with them. And as you know, we basically took this from the test tube straight to the people and to say, okay, what are the things for each person, instead of all previous trials, which, as you know, have predetermined what's going to be the treatment, which makes no sense. So they say ahead of time, everyone who comes in is going to be treated with drug X, no matter what's causing the problem, which makes very little sense. So the idea for this trial was to flip the script and say, okay, for each of these people, we're going to look at all the different determinants. And there are about 150 different determinants from their various genetic things. And we worked with Intellex DNA and Dr. Sharon Hausman-Cohen, whom you know, to look at the genetics, whether there were issues with glutathione related, with methylation related, with thrombosis related, on and on. And then also looking at the various biochemical parameters, the various microbiological parameters, looking at gut status, of course, looking at all the different pieces. And for each person, we were able to construct a fairly, hopefully a fairly accurate map of what were the contributors. And as you know, you virtually never see people with just one contributor. Typically, there are multiple things. Starting, of course, with the genetics with ApoE4 very commonly, and about half the people in this study turned out to be ApoE4 positive. But we saw all sorts of different things, as you can imagine, across the spectrum, and then tried to guide and target the treatment to each of those things. And of course, it included a core. So we had a mildly ketogenic, plant-rich diet for people. We wanted to look at their sleep. We wanted to look at their nocturnal oximetry. We wanted to look at their stress levels. We wanted to look at their hormonal levels. So all the things that you know well from functional medicine world that are critical. I think what the science has taught us is what the priorities are. There are things that have a fairly small input into cognitive decline, and then there are things that have a huge input into cognitive decline. And so then we can look at each of these and target these. And as you can imagine, the people who were able to comply, and we had people working with health coaches, so it was really fantastic, people working with nutritionists and people working with physical trainers, and then working with neurofeedback and things like that, did very, very well. And so we were very excited to see how much better the outcome was with these people than with a typical drug approach to Alzheimer's disease.
So how long did it take? How long were people in the trial? When were you getting the metrics?
Yeah, great point. So each person was on for 9 months. And so the idea was we typically see people improving within 3 to 6 months. So we looked at several variables. So we looked at their MoCA scores. We looked at their CNS vital signs scores so we could get a more sensitive indicator and also different domains. We looked at their AQ change scores. So in other words, did their partner notice? As you know, some of the drugs just barely reached statistical significance, but the partners couldn't tell any difference at all. So we wanted to know, did the partner also notice that these people were better, yes or no? And then we also looked at their MRI volumetrics. So we looked at what happened to their gray matter and what happened to their hippocampal volumes. And then we also looked at their brain HQ. So did they get better with their brain training, or were they failing on their brain training? So that way it gave us a lot of different complementary parameters that we could look at for these people.
And what did you find?
So yeah, so we looked, it was interesting. We looked at 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and then 9 months was the end, as I mentioned. And what was interesting to see was at 3 months, they had improved somewhat, but it was just reaching statistical significance. At 6 months, they had clearly reached statistical significance. And at 9 months, they were still better. And at that time, it was less than p less than 0.001. So really strikingly improved. And we had people who went from MoCAs of 19 to 30. Perfect scores of 30. So we had some dramatic improvements, and then we had some less dramatic improvements. And again, we had just a few people. So 84% of the people improved their scores, improved their CNS vital signs scores. 76% of the people improved their MoCA scores. And what was interesting is that their MRIs actually improved. So you can look at MRIs, and there's a great example of what actually happens with MRIs over time. If you have Alzheimer's or MCI, you typically lose a significant amount of gray matter volume and hippocampal volume each year, and you can see that going down. If you're aging normally with no complaints, you actually still lose a little bit on average. So these people who actually had MCI or Alzheimer's, and we had some with each, actually did better in terms of their MRI volumetrics than normal people who had no complaints. So their gray matter volume actually increased slightly. Their hippocampal volume was a slight decrease, but as I say, less decrease than just normal aging. So for all these parameters, they did well. And by the way, their AQ change scores, their partners noticed that they did well as well. So by all these different criteria, and actually 100% of them improved their brain HQ scores. So just practicing getting on this, they all did better with that. So I think, again, it really supports the idea that targeting the things that are driving the decline really is the way to go. Now, of course, we didn't include people with MoCA scores of 0 or 5 or 10. And that's one of the reasons I'm very excited about your trial, where you're looking at people with MoCA scores down to 12. Ours was 19 through 30, and with CNS vital signs that were abnormal as well. And so I think it's going to be very interesting and very important what you see in your trial.
So one of the questions that I get asked most frequently in my office is, if we do this, if we put the money and the effort and all of this energy, if I go to part-time work so I can help my mom or dad do this, how likely is it that we're going to get benefit? And that really was what drove me to ask the question of, who's going to get benefit and how often, so that I can have a lot of confidence telling these families. I think one of the big things I want to come back to that you mentioned was the changes that the spouses saw, right? Alzheimer's is so devastating, not only to that individual, but to the entire family network that's affected. And sometimes it's not even just the family, right? They're out of the workforce, and a caregiver can come out of the workforce often to take care of that person. It doesn't just take down the patient, it affects many people around them. And you measuring, we failed to do that in the next trials. I think everyone should be doing that, because how we define success is really important here. And that's what I want to draw attention to for our listeners, is that the changes that a caregiver notices can have, that has more, you start to get exponential impact.
Right.
And when we compare this to what some of the drug makers are looking for in terms of success, I want to be really clear about the differences there. What you're talking about is improvement. What they're talking about is a slowing of decline. So I know you have a slide that really represents this well.
Yeah, let me just show this. That's a great point. Let me just show the difference here. So I think you're right. The semantics of success are very important. So this is just to illustrate that on average, if you have someone who has Alzheimer's or MCI, and this is in published literature, then you lose on average about 3.4 points on a 30-point scale per year. So you lose, whether you're talking about MMSE or MoCA, you're losing a little bit each year. The best, and so aducanumab, which was just approved in June by the FDA, so-called Aduhelm, this in its best trial, and I should say in one trial it failed completely, but in another trial at one dose only, the best it did was to slow the decline by 22%. So it's not making people have a better cognition, it's just slowing the decline. And unfortunately, years ago, one of the husbands to one of the patients said, I know that drug makers are trying to make drugs that slow the decline. He said, but speaking as someone who's the spouse of someone with relatively late stage Alzheimer's, this is the last thing that I would want to see. So it's really tough. And we all want to get things earlier on, get people, I think that's one of the big goals, to get people to come in earlier. And I should say in the aducanumab trial, the range of cognitive scores that they took were very similar to what we did in our trial. So ours were 19 and above for the MoCA scores. And so you can see here in the trial, in our trial, on average, there was a 3.89 point improvement. So they actually had improved cognition. Now, as I said, we had people going from 19 to 30, but on average, it was 3.9. And a lot of them, there was a bit of a ceiling effect because people would start at 26. Well, you can't go up too much from 26. You can only go to 30. But this is what we saw on average. So I think that you're absolutely right. It's important to talk about the semantics of success. So many people have asked me, well, should I put my spouse on this drug? Because do you think it will help? Do you think it will make them better? Well, that's not what the drug is for. It's simply to, in the best case scenario, slow the decline. And of course, that's with 17% of them developing microbleeds in the brain, about 40% developing some form of edema, swelling in the brain, headaches, all sorts of issues. And with the ApoE4 positives, it was about 50% who had complications. So I think as many neurologists have said, this is not the drug we were looking for. This is a drug, but it's not the goal.
So that's another point that I really want to drive home here is the difference in side effect profiles, right? So we're talking about a drug that can cause microhemorrhages, so bleeding in the brain, swelling in the brain, high cost burden to Medicare or whoever's paying for it to make sure that these side effects are managed. On the flip side, what are some of the side effects of your intervention?
That's a great point. So the intervention that we use, the side effects have been better weight control, improved lipid profile, improved glycemic profile, improved insulin sensitivity, improved microbiomes, improved depression, more joy, happiness. Now, to be fair, yes, it's a complex approach. You're hitting various things. And so you do, it definitely helps to have a health coach. But what people found is that they have more energy. They do better. They feel better. They sleep better. Their whole lives are improved. And again, I think this comes back to this fundamental schism in medicine, when I was trained in medicine, and I'm sure when you were as well, there was a lot about writing a prescription and a lot about kind of non-physiologically relevant, although I know you were trained in a more physiologically relevant environment, which is fantastic. Human beings are complex organisms, and I think we're now understanding that there is so much more that we can do to address the physiological parameters that are driving the decline to begin with. We are unfortunately still laboring under the Flexner report of over 100 years ago that changed American medicine and said medicine should be more scientifically based. Great. The science has moved on by more than a century, and the medicine really hasn't. So it's now time to increase our data set size, to have more complex algorithms, to have deeper dives into what's actually causing these problems. So I think that, that is the future. And I think that the part of that future is going to be a future where we really pretty much end these complex chronic illnesses, from Alzheimer's to Parkinson's to Lewy body disease to, on and on.
Yeah, this is such a really great point, is that the science and the paradigm that we're using, they don't match anymore, right? And we have the ability, we have the intellect, we have the people, we have the technology to really start to match the complexity of the human body with
Right.
our intervention. And there's nothing stopping us other than sort of these social constructs.
Right. It's interesting to me that, Google knows where you shop. They know, how you're living your life. They know a lot of things about you, and they have some very complex algorithms to use. Now, why are we not using that same sort of technology to identify people in their earliest changes? And there's been discussion about using changes in keystrokes, for example, or using changes in pickup. When Alexa's listening to you, Alexa can tell you, hey, your voice is beginning to change in a way that suggests that you may be at the earliest stages of cognitive change. So I think for the future, having the earliest ability to get people to make sure that you now are going to reverse your cognitive decline is absolutely feasible and will be the way of the future. If we simply get people to come in earlier, either for prevention or earliest reversal, we really can make neurodegenerative diseases rare, beginning with Alzheimer's, but then including these others. And let me just make one other quick point here. One of the biggest things that has held all of us back, and I think has actually hurt millions of patients, is the term mild cognitive impairment. So if you look at what happens to all of us, to people who are developing Alzheimer's, there are these 4 stages. So you have a pre-symptomatic stage where you can already pick up changes on PET scans and spinal fluid and things like that. And so we call this pre-symptomatic. Then we have SCI, subjective cognitive impairment, which typically lasts about 10 years. It's easy during that time to reverse the decline, but very rarely do people do anything about it. Then the 3rd stage out of 4, we call mild cognitive impairment. At that point, you're relatively late in the pathophysiological process. So this is very much like saying, oh, don't worry, you just have mildly metastatic cancer. It's really a late stage. And so to me, MCI should be called advanced stage Alzheimer's. It's the 3rd of 4 stages. And by the time you're actually told you have Alzheimer's, that is final stage Alzheimer's. You're actually now losing activities of daily living. Typically, you've now had the underlying process for 2 decades. So we're hurting the patients, we're hurting our practices, and we're hurting the global burden of neurodegeneration by saying, oh, don't worry, it's just MCI. We really want to get people in far before that, hopefully for prevention or at the latest for SCI, which really should be called early Alzheimer's disease. That's when the changes are actually there and they're already symptomatic.
The reason this is so important is because this drives human behavior, right? There are so many people who are still told the old, outdated, factually inaccurate narrative that there is nothing you can do by their neurologist, who's very well-meaning, but who doesn't realize that there are interventions that can work. And so people are driven to either hide it or go further into denial, and they delay getting the care that could help. So changing the storyline so that people hear, go soon, go immediately when you start to notice change, that's when we can have the biggest impact. That's when we can really prevent this disease from essentially torturing you and your family. So,
exactly right. And so a number of people that were in the book that's coming up, The First Survivors of Alzheimer's, they are worried about their families. So now the idea is you're going to end it with this generation, and none of the future generations should have this problem.
Alzheimer's is optional. There are things that we can do, especially if they're done early on, that can prevent the progression of the neurodegeneration. So there's a lot we know, a lot more certainly than even a handful of years ago. What are some of the intriguing things to you that we don't know? What are some of the important questions that are left unanswered?
Great point. And I think there are a couple of directions that things are happening. So we looked initially in the laboratory at what is the fundamental nature of this problem. And what came out of this was surprising and interesting to me, in that it really is, if you look at the fundamental nature of this problem, it is a network insufficiency. So just as you would have a deficiency of vitamin C giving you scurvy, this simply is a more complex insufficiency. It's an insufficiency of a network, so that now the network demand exceeds the network supply for years. And then ultimately you start bringing the network down. Very much, by the way, it's very much analogous to what happened with COVID-19. We had an insult, SARS-CoV-2. Everyone was told shelter in place, pull back, go into a protective mode, a downsizing protective mode. And of course, we end up with a recession. Your brain is doing the same thing. It's exposed to pathogens, things like P. gingivalis and things like various fungi, herpes simplex, Lyme disease, toxins, all these sorts of things. And your brain is saying, okay, I'm going to go into a protective downsizing mode. So we then simply have to address these things. So we look at that, and then there are kind of two critical directions. One is, can we now adapt this and look at the specific neurochemistry for other diseases? So we're now started what we call the ARC project, ARK, because the ARC was 2 by 2 by 2. This is small numbers of patients, and we're dealing with the first ones who have macular degeneration. So we're very excited. It's a different chemistry, but there are some of the same sorts of things. And then the next one is going to be Parkinson's, Lewy body, and on and on. So we're very interested to go in that direction and see if we can adapt this approach to all other neurodegenerative diseases. At the same time, as you kind of implied, we're also looking at, how do we now make this better? What about people who come in with single-digit MoCA scores, who truly have very late-stage Alzheimer's? And so I'm very interested in setting up another trial that we would call the SARA trial, Severe Alzheimer's Reversal Attempt. So this is an attempt. What do we need to add? So, for example, what if you take these people now and there's no question, anecdotally, there are a few people who will improve their MoCA scores. We've seen people go from 0 to 6, 7, 9. We've never seen anyone go from 0 to 30. What are we missing? Do you need a brain transplant? Do you need stem cells? Do you need intranasal trophic factors? Do you need, what is it that you need to make people do even better? Of course, we hope that ultimately that won't be an issue, because nobody will wait that long. So we'd like to understand. So all sorts of interesting new areas, as you know, plasmalogens, all really interesting work by the biochemist, Dr. Dan Goodnow, on plasmalogens, which are typically low in people. How do we improve those? And is that going to turn out to be critical? I think the jury's still out. We don't yet know, but they certainly look very promising. What about stem cells? And are there specific ones that are going to be better than others? And are you going to have to administer them in a better, in a different way? Do you want to open the blood-brain barrier, which is a common thing that's done when stem cells are administered? Is that going to be more helpful? I think there's a lot of promise for some of the intranasal trophic factors. So things like Devunatide, which failed unfortunately in the past, but of course it was used as a monotherapy. So all of these things where they try to use it as a monotherapy, I do think the future is going to be to combine targeted drugs along with the protocols where we can target the things, so that you're now going after what's causing the problem, but you also have very powerful drugs against specific molecular targets. I do think it'll be interesting to see when you take things that are anti-amyloid, which I think are not a great idea at the beginning. The amyloid's there for a reason. But now after you've addressed those things, is it going to be okay secondarily to begin to remove the amyloid? And I think that is going to be an important question. The concern is, are we going to cause cerebral hemorrhage? So we're still arguing about whether we should be trying to include this as a control in this next trial. My concern is it might be a bit dangerous. I mean, we don't want to cause cerebral hemorrhage in people. We don't want to cause edema and things like that. However, maybe very low doses over time to help slowly remove that amyloid, which you now no longer theoretically need because you don't have the same insults. Of course, there's a lot now on microdosing of various things like LSD and various things, the ayahuasca and psilocybin and all these sorts of things. So there's some promise there with small doses of these as well. You have to be a little bit careful. There's some interesting work on cannabinoid receptors and fairly direct roles in the process of amyloid and cognitive decline. So I think that what's really interesting to me is we've been taught that the arsenal is zero. There's nothing you can do to prevent or reverse or delay the decline of Alzheimer's, and therefore don't check your ApoE status, don't look. And I think the truth is just the opposite of that. The arsenal is huge, and the critical piece is knowing when to use it, how to use it, what to target, and knowing what the critical species are. Now, one thing we are finding, and I'm sure you're seeing the same thing, people will improve and then plateau, and there's something being missed. And sometimes we'll say, okay, this turns out, and one example, for example, is a person who did very well, then started to have a little problem actually, and turned out to have undiagnosed babesia. And when that was addressed, she then did very well once again. In other people, it turns out to be things like leaky gut, or it turns out to be things like undiagnosed or unrecognized toxins that were present. One recent one turned out to be just a person who was now under additional stress and just removing that stress. And I was, as a scientist, I used to think that stress wasn't particularly important. And I have to say, it's turning out to be very important. And of course, I can't argue with the data. So things like meditation, which we never considered in the laboratory, turn out for some people to be absolutely crucial to getting best outcomes. So I think we're all, once we kind of have the background, we have the template, we're now all seeing how we can make this better. And so I'm really interested to see, what you see. Now, I should say, we just looked at the data. So we published the data on the preprint server, medRxiv. We've now looked at what happens when you just don't do the trial, but you just take large sums of data from many, many practitioners. So we've had, as you know, over 2,000 practitioners who've now been trained. No one's following them, so that therefore that you don't have the same level of compliance with the program. And no surprise, the data show that on average, people did a little better, but it clearly wasn't as good as the trial. So getting people to do the right thing and optimizing things really turns out to be important. And this is much more like surgery than it is like medicine. There are doctors who are getting almost everybody to get better, and there are doctors who are getting almost nobody to get better. So it really does depend on, because you become good at this over time and working with people and getting your best outcomes.
So one of the things that people can do right now that they could take away today is a cognoscopy, is what you call it. Yeah. So if someone is listening to this and they're saying, this makes a ton of sense, what can I go do tomorrow? Can you describe what they would ask their doctor to do, essentially?
Yeah, that's a good point. And so, the idea was simply that we all know that when we turn 50, we should get a colonoscopy. So that we know where we stand, and we can make sure that we lower our risk of dying from colorectal cancer. So our idea was, okay, don't forget the cognoscopy. You want to, if you're 45 or older, and certainly if there's Alzheimer's in your family, you probably even want to do this at 40. So at some point, you want to find out, where do I stand? And it's really the four big groups of things that you want to know. You want to know, are there ongoing pathogens? Are there ongoing toxins? What's the status on trophic support, so hormones and nutrients and things like that? And then what's the status on energetics, which means, it's going to mean cerebral blood flow, oxygenation, especially people who have sleep apnea. That's a huge issue. Mitochondrial function, and then your ketones. Are you getting combustible substrates there? And that's where you can even see on a PET scan that people who have Alzheimer's and pre-Alzheimer's are not doing well with utilization of glucose in their temporal lobes and parietal lobes. So for a cognoscopy, we look at that set of things. We're looking at the various nutrients and the various hormones and the various inflammatory, metabolic and inflammatory parameters, and looking at gut microbiome and those sorts of things, which are critical to know. And again, it's so interesting to me that 100 years ago, we were all dying of acute illnesses like, TB and pneumococcal pneumonia and diphtheria and things like this. And now we're all dying of these complex chronic illnesses. And the bad news is you don't get the symptoms until relatively late in the disease, just as we see with Alzheimer's. The good news is if you know what to look for, of course, you can see them coming 10, 20 years ahead of time. So if you simply know what to look for, then you can look at these. And just as we all know our cholesterol, we all know our blood pressures, we should all know these other parameters. And what's been really interesting, I think the wearables are going to be so helpful as everyone's now being able to follow themselves. So you can see where your glucose stands. You can even do it day to day. You can even do CGM, continuous glucose monitoring, which is so surprising to so many people. They find out that they have these huge peaks and valleys, both of which are bad for your brain, so that they're developing their insulin resistance, but then they're also crashing at night and waking up in the middle of the night, not realizing, oh, my glucose is 45. That's why I'm waking up. Your heart rate variability. I'm following my own, and I can see, when I'm under a lot of stress, it's going to get way low. And then when you're just relaxing and you're doing some deep breathing and things like that, boom, you're so much better. So that's a critical variable. Just simple things, following your blood pressure, looking at your nocturnal oximetry, making sure that you're getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping at night, looking at your sleep stages, looking at your ketone levels, these things, and then looking even at your vascular elasticity. These are all things that we can all do fairly easily and monitor ourselves. And at the same time, we can see, are we getting too far? You can use things like a breathalyzer. So a couple of weeks ago, I decided, okay, I'm going to try my wife, my daughter, and I all said, we're going to try fasting mimicking diet. It was very interesting. I mean, my ketones went off the charts high, but actually it was too much too soon. And I actually had to back down a little bit because I started feeling horrible. It was like too much. So I had to kind of ease into it a bit more. And so for all of us, we can now see these things, which really gives us a leg up to see, okay, I'm in a situation where I am at high risk for Alzheimer's. And of course, knowing your ApoE4 status or ApoE status and other genetics as well can be very, very helpful for this as well. So we really have so much control over our own future. And as you just said earlier, Alzheimer's is now optional.
So this can feel, I know for a lot of patients or people listening, if you're new to this can feel a bit overwhelming. And if you would like a guide or a coach, whether it's a doctor or a health coach or someone to help you through this, the Apollo website is a phenomenal one. So Dr. Bredesen and his team have developed the Apollo website, and you can now access practitioners. So you can find practitioners who have been trained by Dr. Bredesen and the team there to do this work. So don't let this be discouraging. This is a very, very hopeful time where there's a lot of access. Like you said, there's over 2,000 doctors or providers who have been trained. And so the help is out there. The word is getting out. Also, your books are very, very informative. So you can get started on your own. I've seen lots of patients who they get better. They follow the book. They get a lot better just by doing the diet and lifestyle things they can do on their own. And then 6 or 8 months later, they come to me and say, I think we're plateauing as a husband and wife team. I want to get more out of this. And then we do all the lab work. So there's a lot of ways to kind of interface with this and use this information at home. Do you have anything else to add to that about how people can get those really vital resources?
No, I think that you've hit on all the critical things. So you can go to drbredesen.com. You can go on the Apollo Health Co. Website, and this will give you information. We also put it in the second book of the End of Alzheimer's program, a lot of specifics on where to go to get additional information. And as you said, people will often get improvements just on their own, doing some of the basics. And then we'll say, okay, now how do I have to keep tweaking to get better and better outcomes? And that's one thing I think that's been very interesting to see. It's not like classical medicine where you write a prescription and say, come back in 2 months. You're continually improving because you are dealing with a very complex system, your brain's synaptic connections, and there are multiple things that will impact this. And so, in fact, you can continue to get better. And the most important thing of all, interestingly, something that you don't get just from the trials, is the sustaining. So if you look at, for example, a drug like Aricept, you get a little bump, but then you go right back to declining. And in fact, over the time course, over several years, what's actually been published is that people who were on Aricept did slightly worse than people who weren't on it, unfortunately. Because yes, they got the initial bump, but they went right back to declining. Whereas when you do the right things and you're actually addressing the things that are causing the decline, when you get the improvement, you sustain the improvement. And if you continue to optimize, you can actually even enhance the improvement. And we now have people who are on for over 9 years who have continued their improvement for this 9 years.
Wow. So kind of taking this back to a bigger, more kind of global scale, the population is aging, right? We have more and more of us are older, and we are going to need some solutions. Otherwise, literally in this country, Medicare may go bankrupt. And there are many people who, not to be too negative here, but I see it. I have patients who show up in my office and they didn't have kids. They don't have close family, or they're the youngest of their siblings, and they're terrified of getting older and not having either the financial resources or the network, the social network that's necessary to age gracefully and age in a way that they would look forward to. And so we really need to start reimagining as a society what aging looks like and how we address these neurodegenerative disorders that are so common in the senior population. So I'm curious, if we were to take that step back and look at what do the global solutions look like? What's your vision?
This is such a good point. And I was just talking to a professor yesterday who was talking about the amount of money he was spending, over $200,000 per year for his poor wife who's in late stage Alzheimer's. It was so sad to hear. And this has been a burden. It's been a burden in so many ways. Finances are one way, but there's so many other things that torn families apart. It's of course ruined the finances of the families, the interactions with the children and the spouses, and of course it's just the psychological impacts are huge. And so this is a problem, as you indicated. And in fact, as Professor Christine Yaffe published a few years ago, this is now the third leading cause of death in the United States. It's actually number 2 in the United Kingdom. So this is a huge and growing problem. And so you're absolutely right. We really need now to fashion what would it be like a global program. It would be like a global vaccine program, but in this case, it's a global program to prevent neurodegenerative disease. And in cases where it hasn't been prevented, to make the earliest reversals possible. And if you think about this, you want to have a way that's efficient. That's the key. You want to have a way where you really get everybody without bankrupting Medicare. And so the idea would be to have a layered program. So it's a little bit like a pyramid. You're starting out with a simple set of things, just as you talked about earlier, where people do some basic diet and lifestyle things. Everyone can do some simple things and even get evaluated for a couple of simple points like their genetics, and very inexpensive, and do that. So the vast majority of these people should never suffer cognitive decline. And then what you can do for essentially free is once a year, You simply check to see where they're going. Again, you can do it by CNS vital signs. You can do it even by, the people are now looking at keystrokes and things like this. So there are other ways to go. So you look to see where people stay. Now, what will happen is most of these will not go on to starting to have problems. A small subset will. Those people, now you have to take the next step. So they'll have a little more evaluation. They'll have a little more, it'll be a more extensive program. The majority of those will turn around and do very well. A small number of those will go on. So what you have is you now have a graduated hierarchical approach where smaller and smaller numbers of people. So you'll only ultimately have a very few people that will actually break through these different layers and actually have cognitive decline despite an evaluation. And those people, ultimately, they will have some time in the hospital. You have to look very deeply at all the different parameters. Why did they break through these relatively straightforward programs? And I think you've done an absolutely fantastic job by setting up Marama, where you're taking now of course, the disadvantage is you're seeing people relatively later in the process. Ultimately, what we like to see is that the vast majority of people would never get that far along. But for those who do, you have a fantastic program, and really the first of its kind, I think, is a real role model for so many other places around the world that will be looking, instead of simply watching people decline, will be actively involved in improving them and sustaining some level of cognition so that they now aren't lost to the families. So I really congratulate you for such an outstanding job for setting up Marama.
Thank you. One of my big goals is I would feel successful if we could shift that entire senior living industry a little bit in our direction, kind of like what you're saying, like if we just got the food right, what would be the change, even just if we looked at the numbers, right? The healthcare dollars that are spent in the people living in kind of a conventional setting where there's, cake, cookies, ice cream, pasta, cereal, versus what we know is a very brain healthy diet. So what would the financial impact just be at the healthcare level, right? Not to mention all of the other pieces. I think you and I can predict what that would look like. But just showing people how those relatively simple interventions with using information that we already have can really shift the trajectory of someone's health. And the quality of life is another thing. I'm sure you guys measured that. We're measuring quality of life scores in our study. And, you expect improvement because people feel generally healthier. Yeah, it's such an exciting time.
Absolutely. So yeah, absolutely. And I would just add, in addition to all the things that we've been talking about, there was a nice paper recently, as you know, by Dr. Kara Fitzgerald, who was looking at aging parameters, looking at essentially methylated regions of the DNA that have been shown to be associated very closely with biological aging, and showing that doing some of these same sorts of things, not only is it making your cognition better, but it's actually giving you a reversal of your biological aging, so that she saw about 3.26 younger years on people who were on a protocol that, again, some of the same sorts of things compared to the ones who weren't on that. So we're going to be looking at biological aging with her on this next study. So it'll be very interesting to see, can we see cognitive improvement, but can we also see improvement in biological aging?
So Ryan Bradley, I mentioned to you earlier, he's my co-PI and my co-primary investigator on our trial, and he supported her as her co-PI on her trial. So I'm very familiar because I know that crowd, they're my naturopathic colleagues, very familiar. And I know the metric they used, the gentleman at UCLA, the professor there,
Dr. Horvath.
Yeah, Horvath has created that way to test it. So for people interested, you can actually get a test. Is it True Diagnostics? I think is the name of their company.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, and so
her paper's published, so you can take a look at what they used.
Mm-hmm. And they have a lifestyle intervention. There's another one, I think, that used DHEA and something else. They didn't get quite as good data as Dr. Fitzgerald did, but there's a few people looking at this, at how do we reverse the aging clock? So not just neurodegenerative things, but even taking that a step further and saying, how can everybody get benefit? We don't just have to focus on the brain, but how can we live better, not just longer lives, but better lives? One of the
Absolutely.
fun conversations I had recently was with another woman who was imagining a kind of a place like Marama on the East Coast. And we were talking about how fun it would be if by the time we retire, there's sort of this expectation that maybe you and your spouse or you and a friend go to sort of a retreat center for 6 to 12 months. And you basically learn, okay, it's that shift in your life, right? Where you kind of graduate into retirement and how you want to live it. Maybe you could go somewhere in the mountains or at the beach, whatever sounds nice, and learn to live the healthiest lifestyle for aging, and then take those patterns back to your home and your family and start to incorporate that. So like a Marama, but earlier on, so that we can do that prevention. And how fun. I would sign up for that.
Yeah, no, and I think you're right. I mean, taking this to more like what people would think of as a senior center, where you don't wait for cognitive changes or other changes. And yeah, I think we've all been taught that it's all about a drug. Just get a drug for each problem, and instead of the fact that, in fact, as we understand more and more, getting a healthy setup and understanding what's driving a lack of health is so much more powerful than we were taught in medical school. And so you're right, going to a place where you'd actually learn, essentially learning to live healthily, which we kind of take for granted. Oh yeah, I'm just going to eat, change this or that. No, there are a lot of things. Again, there's so much more biochemical manipulation that can be done in a very healthy way than we were taught. So the fundamental way we think about retirement and we think about medicine really needs to change.
Amazing. Dr. Bredesen, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you and I both are in hotel rooms at conferences, meeting with other people, really doing the work of changing this narrative. And I couldn't be more grateful to you for your support of Marama and of giving me the tools so that we could have this impact on the lives of those who are suffering essentially unnecessarily at this point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think many places are, ignoring the wonderful data that are coming out from numerous places like yours. And therefore, they're putting people, unfortunately, at risk. And so I look forward to a day when we really can make these problems rare. And congratulations once again on all the great work. I really look forward to reading about your exciting results in your trial.
Thank you again.
Wow, what an inspirational conversation with Dr. Bredesen. Can you believe that today, with what we know right now, 84% of people who do a protocol like his can reverse their cognitive decline? I'm so grateful to Dr. Bredesen that he took the time to compare aducanumab to his approach. The future of aging can look so different than it does right now. There's a hopeful future ahead. Our next speaker is Dr. Patrick Porter. He's a renowned expert in meditation and self-help and the brain, and also my dear co-host. Dr. Porter is going to share with you how to use light, sound, and vibration to improve cognitive function in just 6 weeks, how to heal your brain at any age, and so much more. In case you feel you might miss any of these incredible interviews during a busy week, don't worry. The summit can be picked up for your all VIP, all access at a special discount right now. You can then have a lifetime access to the entire summit and all of its bonuses. Go ahead and grab this lifetime VIP access now by clicking the button below, so you can watch, listen, and learn, even read the transcripts at your own leisure for years to come. Now let's begin the interview with my friend, Dr. Patrick Porter. Dr. Porter, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the show.
Well, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
So we were chatting a minute ago about neuroplasticity. Would you tell us what that means?
Well, it used to be 20 years ago, they would have told you your brain was fixed. If something were to happen, you damage your brain, nothing could happen. But what we now know is the brain is changing and can grow all the time through something called neurogenesis. What that means is we can grow a new brain. If we get the right stimulus, which usually is blood flow, circulation back to those areas, the brain and the intelligence of the body can reorganize. And the brain, they now know, is holographic in nature. That can other parts of the brain can do parts that we didn't think it could. But with neuroplasticity, we can take a snapshot now of these neuron connections. So think of it like a computer. When we upgrade our computer, we want a faster computer. The more neuron connections we have, the more computing power our brain has. Unfortunately, people think we grow our brain and we connect it as we get older. The reality is that we unplug our brain when we're born, it's fully connected. That's why we can learn languages. We can learn basically our whole universe. And before 7 years old, if you take a little child, you go, wow. And then what happens is we unplug. And because the brain is so much of an energy hog, it's going to keep unplugging. And just one example for the listeners, if you speak more than one language, for instance, you have a brain circuit that never shuts down for your whole life, as long as you learn that language before the age of 7. So I always encourage people to have their children learn more than one language, because if you don't, you'll be like me in college and you have to learn Spanish. And the only thing you take away is baños and cerveza, and cochino, so you can go get your beer. All these things, it's harder to learn. When we're children, we're in a state of theta brainwave, really mostly, and we absorb a language. And just to give an example, just to put it in perspective, our science officer, he speaks 6 languages.
Wow.
He was traveling through India with me. We were doing a university tour, speaking to different universities. And by the time we left in 3 weeks, he's speaking Hindi. And I said, Francisco, when did you learn Hindi? He goes, while we're here. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, if I'm around it, he goes, I've learned so many languages that all I have to do is be around him and I'll start doing it. Because the way our brain, think about it, we have a supercomputer in our head. And if we don't use it, we lose it. So because it's because it's an energy hog, it's going to keep conserving energy to our detriment. So that's why brain fitness is so important in this day and age and what we do.
So you have a pilot program, a 6-week program that you've been doing that basically guides people how to get that neuroplastic change at any age, right?
Yes. We did the study with women 55, 65. They were all diagnosed by their medical doctor to have dementia. We had them take the Cambridge Science testing, which is a cognitive skills test. They all scored that they had dementia. The unique thing that we found, and we find this with ADD as well, is the brain was out of synchronization. So it was not coherent, right? The right and left brain, the left hemisphere was actually moving slower than the right. And this is just the electrical functions of the brain we can measure. And so we put them on a protocol that was 3 times a day. Morning, we have a morning session we call digital coffee. It's about 10 minutes. And there's a brainwave that most people think as we get older, that we lose our balance. But really what we lose is a brainwave called SMR. It's between alpha and beta. It's a very small brainwave feature, but it has to do with cognitive thinking and balance. So we actually did a balance score test with them too, without doing any exercises, just the brain tap. And when we ended the study, after they did that 3 times a day, in the afternoon, we did a reboot because we lose energy. We all do anyway. But if we haven't trained our brain, it's even more. Every day at 2 o'clock, our body drops in temperature 2 degrees. So these bodies are designed for the Serengeti. So we're supposed to be taking a nap like the lions and the zebras. But what do? We drink coffee, tea, eat chocolate, whatever it is to stimulate ourselves. And we have this great electrical system. So we wanted to train them. We told them, if you really need coffee, do it after your brain tap session, but try to do it without it, just to regulate within our own innate system. And then we have a program that we had them do to put them to sleep. What we find, unfortunately, is most people are running around with their brain trying to go to sleep when they're awake. And that means they have high degree of delta activity, which is deep sleep. But at the end of that 6-week study, to shorten the conversation here, they went back to their doctor. Before we tested them, we had them go back to their doctor. Their doctor said, wow, if you'd have came here like this 6 weeks ago, we would not have diagnosed you with dementia.
Wow.
We had them sit down and do the cognitive skills test. They scored that they were inside the normal range for their age group. This was 55, 65 females. And then we measured their brain with a product called the WAVI, which measures brain synchronization and things of that nature. We found out that their brain was now synchronized because it was coherent, in other words. And so their doctors, of course, they're not going to take away the diagnosis, but they had no symptoms. So that we took that to Duke. Duke University is one of our research partners. And we said, what do you think of this research? They said, I don't believe it. And I said, well, here's the research. They said, let's do a bigger study. So we're in the middle right now we have Seminole College and Valencia College in Florida that have partnered with us to get 100 people in Florida, women and men. We're going to do both. We're going to try to get 50 of each to do the study down there and see what we can do. And I mean, we see this in our clinics. We're lucky that we have 2,300 clinics across the country, and they give us feedback all the time. And Wavi had already told us this because they put all their information up into a cloud. And the people at Wavi contacted us and said, "What are you doing over there at BrainTap? These people are getting so much better, faster." And I had to explain it, everyone knows how lasers work, at least in the field of medicine, right? But through vasodilation, blood flow, and circulation, the innate intelligence of the body can take over. And I think any brain at any age can heal. We actually showed significant change. She wasn't part of the study, but she was 102 years old. And we have the documents that show what happened after 6 months of using BrainTap. She improved her brain function by 30%.
That is incredible. This is so exciting. So we're doing a clinical trial in my office, and we're using both Cambridge Brain Sciences to track the data and then also Wavi. So it sounds like there's a lot of synergy and overlap in what we're doing. Now we're using kind of a Bredesen style approach, but I can't believe we haven't been also using BrainTap, because I can only imagine when we start to marry those and we start to combine things that we get even more potential benefit for our patients.
Right. Well, we tell people, especially because a lot of our doctors are neurological doctors and chiropractors, is we say, after you're done with all of that work, most people don't know that even when you're meditating or sleeping, your brain is still using 20 to 25% of the energy of the body. So it's a workout. When you're getting that therapy, whatever that therapy is, your brain is getting a workout. So we want them to restore the brain function before they leave the office. And we do this also with chemotherapy centers and things like that, because people get radiation or chemotherapy. They need to rebuild that. Really, for those familiar with the term ATP production, we need to get the brain producing more energy for rejuvenation.
More fuel. So just to go back to the 6-week pilot program, you had how many women in the trial, and then how many days or how many times per day were they doing a session, and how long were those sessions?
This pilot was only 6 people,
okay.
And that's why we have to do more. It was significantly, when we did this numbers, it was significant, but we couldn't publish. It's
right. You need more. Mm-hmm.
So we figured actually we need 35 people to get the significant number that we need.
Yeah.
So we figure we'll get 100, and then we'll get that number, because just the more you have, the better.
Absolutely.
We've done some just case studies before that, but because we didn't do the exact same thing, we couldn't put them into the study. And we actually designed a program for BrainTap that's only available to our professionals, because it actually speeds up the left hemisphere and slows down the right. So we designed that just for the study, and once we prove it out, we'll make it available to everybody, not the general populace, because you need to measure the brain before you do that. We don't want to speed somebody's left hemisphere up when they don't need it.
Yeah, don't want to cause new problems.
Yeah. Most of the problems people have is the hemispheres are out of sync. So the first 4 minutes of every BrainTap session is a synchronizing session. And that has to do with just right down to even heart rate coherency. I mean, we're trying to get the whole body just coherent, so the communication between the systems is happening the way it was designed.
That's incredible. So, but those women that did that, they were doing 3 sessions a day?
Yes. They were doing a morning, afternoon, and evening session.
And they're about how long each?
Well, the morning session is 10 minutes. The afternoon session is 20. And the evening session can be between 25 and 30. But we had them do it with just the earbuds in, so they could just fall asleep. Because the evening sessions, although 90% of our users use it at night, we didn't want to have the interference of the light. Sometimes the light at night, for especially blue-eyed people, and they are more sensitive to light. So we don't recommend they use it at night after 6 o'clock, because it can overexcite the nervous system.
Interesting. But there's a potential that for under an hour a day, doing something that probably feels good and helps you sleep better and helps you feel better day to day anyways, can improve your memory, can improve your cognitive function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that is amazing.
Yeah, we see, because we do a lot with concussion care and with the sports teams, and we have a lot of different sports teams that put in 10, 20 chair stations where after their training ritual, they'll go in and with compression pants, to get the bad blood out, especially soccer teams and hockey teams. They seem to be the biggest users, and they'll do this afterwards because they don't realize the fatigue. A lot of that is mental. These are people that are running the whole time. Running in balance takes a lot of energy. Even if you're just standing, you're using a lot of energy to keep your position in space. And, especially if you're out of balance, it's going to be hard.
Well, then I'm sure at the professional level or even collegiate level, there's a lot of mental energy that goes into the strategy, into executing, into thinking ahead, into playing the game.
Yeah. Yeah. The biggest thing we find for professional athletes in their brain is how to disengage. And then that's when they get in trouble. They start looking at substances that are not really healthy for your body, like alcohol or drugs, because they're so high, they're buzzing up here, and then they have to go back to regular life. They're not in front of 100,000 people or 30,000 people, and now they got to go home and make their own popcorn or whatever. So it can be
balance. So tell us about the role, and you mentioned it a little bit, but I want to go more into depth about the role in brain waves in reversing Alzheimer's. So when we think about Alzheimer's, I think a lot of people go to beta amyloid plaques and tau proteins and, maybe the neurons and the synapses, but what you're talking about are brain waves. So tell me how those create memory, how they keep us from making memories, how they contribute to this world of dementia.
Yeah. Well, if you get stuck into chronic low-level stress, if you just under stress all the time, that means, let's say you have a traumatic event in the morning, maybe you get a text or a phone call, and in the evening, you're still ruminating about it. You probably have a nervous system that isn't able to disengage. That chronic low-level stress is going to influence your gut, which we all know in the field that's really important too, because your gut makes all the neurotransmitters. So if your gut's out of balance, and there's a lot more to it, I'm sure you have some experts that are going to be talking about that, the gut-brain connection, but if we don't organize so that we can digest, so I tell people that we've got to calm down that beta brain. And you can do that a few ways. Of course, brain tap is one way, but you can do it through breathing, through, just body scans. Prayer is a way. When somebody says, why would we pray before we eat? Well, obviously it's a religious ritual, but really it's so we digest our food. And we've had a study done in Provo, Utah, where we showed that when we put people on a session that got them into alpha and theta, they actually digest and metabolized more than 30% of the nutrients through an IV than they did when they were just doing it on their own, texting and looking at their phone. Right. So when we did that to prove out when you're doing other therapies at your clinic, you should be using, the technology. But the reality is that alpha and theta, alpha has to do with creative thinking. And that creative thinking, the reason you have to close your eyes usually to get into visualizing and meditating and doing those things is it takes a lot of power to do that. What happens is in that state of alpha, most people shut down the frontal cortex, right? The frontal lobe. So basically all reasoning goes out the window and they fall asleep. They go, I tried to meditate. All I do is fall asleep. But when you introduce light into the equation, and that light frequency is at whatever hertz frequency you want the brain to be, because through entrainment, the like a tuning fork, in other words, the brain is going to follow that frequency. And so we're imitating nature. So for instance, alpha is like going to the ocean. When you're sitting by the ocean, you're relaxing. Even if you didn't want to be there, you might've been irritable, but by the time you get there, you look out at the ocean, you're there for a little bit, you start feeling good because your body will actually entrain to its environment. So in the ocean, you're going to get alpha. Alpha produces acetylcholine or instructs the gut to produce acetylcholine. You can't be stressed and produce that amount of acetylcholine. Your body will try to do it, but what it'll do is it'll rob Peter to pay Paul. So something's got to give. So if you get time in that brainwave, now we're designed to take naps in the middle of the day, our bodies are, and to sleep, longer than we are. 100 years ago, we used to sleep 12 hours a day. I haven't seen that since I was a kid, but in the process of doing that at night, we're going through these cycles, and the cycles all represent different brainwaves. So when we get into alpha, we're creating that acetylcholine. When we get into theta, we're producing GABA. GABA is the most researched drug on the market before COVID. COVID kind of pushed it out. But the reality is that most people are missing theta. It's a very small brainwave right before sleep. Everyone out there has been in that state before consciously, because it's when you wake up in the morning, at some point you hear a song, maybe you don't really like it, but that song sticks in your head all day. Theta is known for it's called hypermnesia, super memory state. So like the great inventors, when you read about them, they'd take these cat naps in their labs and these solutions would come flying into their out of their subconscious to their conscious mind. That was the theta state. And so that's really important to be basically to make the jump from being in the awakened state to the sleeping state. Then there's delta. Delta is really important. Now, we should have very little delta while we're awake. It should be less than 10% of our overall brain. When you look at, we call it a full spectrum brainwave because all these brainwaves are going at one time. It's just where is the prevailing awareness? Is a proper brainwave when we're awake is 45% of your brain should be operating in beta, 30% should be operating in alpha. If we have too much alpha, for instance, and not enough beta, we become attention deficit because we have too much energy and activity. If we have too much beta and too much alpha, too little of both, we become just attention deficit. We're just not there because theta arises. Now, to put it in perspective too, for people wondering about autism, we have a lot of really good results with autism because we can encourage alpha activity. Alpha, I always tell people, think of brainwaves like Wi-Fi networks, but are healthy. So they're basically through electrical signals and also through light signals in the body, through something called biophotic exchange, we're actually light beings. So our body at the cellular level emits light pulses every 40 seconds. And that's part of it. So we have redundant systems. We're not just electrical, we're light, sound, and vibration. We're information packets running around, living our life. And what happens to an autistic child that we found, now we work with doctors that have a lot more, it's not just brain tap. So I don't want anybody to think, hey, just get the brain tap and all this happens. We have clinicians like yourself that are doing other things. But what we found was when we can, after 6 weeks, most of our studies are about 6 weeks. So we did a study with 34 autistic children in Orange County, California with Joquita Handy, Dr. Handy. And what we showed was we could improve their alpha by 23%. As soon as they went over the 23% mark from where they were, which was almost zero, they were speaking. We had about a 90% speaking rate, and she's a speech pathologist, so it worked for her. So she was doing all of her work. And she asked me, why did I think that was? I said, well, you're doing the exercises and then we're relaxing the brain so it can accept them. If the brain is stressed out too, because I believe all stress is brain stress. So if we can relax the brain, you've just taught them maybe they're doing the metronome or they're doing other exercises and they're all stressed out. And then the next day that all gets washed out. But we want to take short-term memories and make them long-term memories as fast as possible so the brain can recall and actually feed it back into the system. And so what we found too in that study, if people are wondering, 6 months later, we checked it, they still had 23% alpha activity. So once the brain learns it and it's normal, that's a normal. And you had mentioned the amyloid plaque studies. We went and saw Lou Tai because our CEO is friends with the guy who runs the brain lab at MIT. So we got to meet with her, and they had all the press about blue light and gamma and all of that. So we went there and we showed her she has a brain tap now, by the way, and she's using it but we showed her that with our device, we can encourage 23% or more gamma activity. Now we found that it doesn't matter how many times you do it, you can only get so much advance. It's kind of like weightlifting. Doesn't matter how many times you go to the gym, you can only get so much muscle growth. You can only get so much brainwave change. So what we find is that gamma on the other side, gamma is kind of like a high frequency theta. And people have really, like when I've interviewed or scanned doctors, like I have a brother-in-law that's a pretty famous maxillofacial surgeon, and he does just this intricate work. And I said, Carl, I want to measure your brain while you're doing that. And what we found is when he's in his zone, he's actually in gamma.
Would this be like a flow state?
Yes,
maybe?
yes. And we're finding that true with athletes too. They in creative artists, healers, like when we meet healers, people that they don't even think they're healers, just people come to them and they heal people. They resonate this. And now there are studies that actually show our gut biome actually attracts people to us or repels them because it's a field, we're creating this field of energy through the electromagnetic field. Even though the brain is very low, the heart is like 6 times more, and the gut is actually 12 times more than that. So you're actually projecting this information out. When people say, I got a gut feeling about that person, or it's a gut brain. So all of this is kind of interconnected, but the real thing for what we found is the biggest secret weapon to helping with Alzheimer's, to kind of bring it back to the summit, is that we need to get people sleeping, and we need to get them to have more level 4 or paralytic sleep, they call it, because that's the only time the lymphomyx system, which is a new thing that the medical community found in 2016, which always been there, but they didn't know it because they never looked at it while people were sleeping. But that's when it engages, and that's when you detox the brain. So just everyday use, it's like driving your car, you're going to have exhaust. Every cell has exhaust system, right? And it's all trapped in the brain all day long until you go to sleep. So if you're not sleeping because your brain is dysregulated, then you're not detoxing. So once we can, and now they're coming up with a lot of different medicines, if you will, or vitamins and nutrients that actually they do the pairing, or they bind the toxins and get them out of the system. They didn't have those before. So now we can measure it and we can actually see the results. So there's always a combination with what we do with some kind of nutrition or therapy and brain tap to get the best results. But the study I was talking about, we wanted to just do the brain tap just to see. So I think if somebody were to put other modalities in with it, it would just get even better results.
I would imagine, yeah. So what is photobiomodulation? Can you explain that mouthful of a word?
Well, what they found out was they mapped the genome, right? In 2002, they made this big fuss, hey, we mapped the genome, but they didn't. They mapped 1% of it. Could you imagine passing your boards and you go, I answered 1% of the questions, give me my certificate. But what they found out was that other 99% is always in a state of flux. And it emits a light pulse. Every cell of your body, including the mitochondria, emits light pulses. That's why I can see you and you can see me. We're sharing our light, in other words. And so what happens at the DNA level, they now know that when that pulse happens, it happens across the whole system of your body and actually rebraids your DNA. And that changes based on the words you use, the people you're with, the food you consume. For instance, if they're running, they now know they've tracked 2,300 different gene expressions that change by the words we use. Foods can do it, environment, EMF, that's why some people who are sensitive. Now, they also know the more fear you have, the more you shut those down. So people who are optimistic and more open-minded, they tend to tolerate things better because the body adapts. We are very adaptive in nature. So and then the dura in the fascia in the body, now science is showing that that's like fiber optic cabling. That's what carries these biophotonic information. And now they also know, just as a side note, that they can only store so much information in silicon, right? So we've kind of run to the end of our silicon. How fast can we make a computer? They're now storing it in two things: water. They can now structure water, and they can hold all the information in the history of time in one, and they have a lot of room left over in one drop of water that's structured. Now, they're also storing data in light. So guess what we are? We're light and water. So all that information is there and it's redundant. But if in part of that, I used to, when Dr. Emoto was still alive, he wrote a book called The Secret Life of Water. And he would come out to Quantum University and speak. And it just was amazing what you can do. They actually know that how you communicate, it shows up in the cellular memory of the water that you will carry in your body. So if you're loving to yourself, if you're caring about yourself. Now, some people, as they get Alzheimer's, what happens when the brain gets dysregulated, let's imagine you're trying to remember your son's name. They just walked in the room. Well, that's simple for us. If our brain's working right, boom, it happens. But if not, there's 8 places or more in the brain where you have to go collect all that data. The brain, it stores it all over the place, and then it represents at one time, but it happens at the speed of light, not at the speed of thought. Thought is even slower than light. I mean, it happens but let's say that one side of the brain is just even a millisecond off. The brain will stop the program because it says that's too much work. So it says, that data's not there. Let's write it off, because we're used to, we only truly remember the very good times, like our first kiss, our wedding, maybe, different things like that, first time we rode a bike, our awards, whatever those are. And then we remember the very bad times, right? And depending upon which one we focus on, that's how we feel today. So we want to focus on those positives, but the brain is writing off most things. And kind of put it in perspective for the listeners, our brain, just as we're talking here, our ears are processing 25,000 pieces of information while we're talking. Now, that 25,000 pieces of information, we only act on 40 of them. So our brain has a really good way of sorting out information. And if you and I were at a restaurant, and it was your favorite restaurant, we're sitting there eating, you told me about this meal, it's perfect, we're having this great conversation. Then somebody 2 tables over says, Alzheimer's. We're going to hear it, even though we didn't hear anything else they said, because this reticular activating system, or our default mode network, is always looking around. Is this safe for me? What's going on? And so when people wonder what's going on when they get older, that sorting system has been compromised. Mm-hmm. And so it says, those aren't the 40 pieces I want to deal with. I want to know the name, the person, but it's not keeping that information. It's lost its hierarchy of needs as far as information goes. That's why when you start doing the practice, like what we're talking about, and keeping the frontal lobe engaged, I should finish that thought, I guess. The reason we have light in the eyes, when their eyes are closed, but the light pulses are actually triggering cranial nerve 2. So it doesn't matter if you can even see, as long as you have that nerve, your brain's going to synchronize. But when we introduce light into the brain, we actually keep the brain awake. When you close your eyes, the first thing's going to happen is your frontal lobe's going to start shutting down. This is evident when we watch a movie, right? We're watching a scary movie and we go, oh, it's just a movie, right? We close our eyes and we remind ourselves we're not really there, because our mirror neurons are going crazy. We're either Freddy Krueger or we're being chased by him, so we have to decide. And then we have to say, wow, that's just a movie. That's not really happening. But when people go to meditate or relax, they think that when they close their eyes, the brain goes, oh, it's time for sleep. We want to keep them in that. If you can keep them in that alpha theta brainwave, now they can really produce those neurotransmitters that our brain needs. We produce, I like to tell people, the world's greatest pharmacy is not on the corner. It's not in Walgreens or Walmart. It's in your brain. It's between your ears. It can create 30,000 different neurochemicals with the right thoughts. Some of those are good and some bad. So if we can keep it going, then the brain will do its work for us, and it can re-regulate. It regulates because of like a tuning fork, like I used earlier. The body just knows how to do that. It's not something you can't really train the brain to come together. It's got to have the right stimulus. That's why like people do neurofeedback, different things like that to get the brain engaged.
I want to share with our listeners some of my clinical experience with Brain Tap. As I was telling you, Dr. Neil Nathan, also a guest on the summit, is a big fan of yours, and he's a formal mentor of mine. So I have recommended Brain Tap to a number of my patients. And clinically, I haven't used it yet to its potential with Alzheimer's and dementia, but I have been using it with the patients you were describing who are highly sensitive. They don't tolerate a lot. And many of them have mold toxicity. They find me, because we focus on that at my clinic as well. And what I have noticed is that many of them have experienced early childhood trauma. And so what you're describing makes so much sense for why it really, really helps them. This regulation of the nervous system, maybe because it's been maladapted early on. When we can regulate that, they become more tolerant to whatever the stressor is, whether it is a mold toxic environment or a relationship, or, even like non-organic foods or flying, travel is a little stressful. All of these things that we should be able to tolerate a little bit of. Some of us, some people, many of my patients are unable to, and then Brain Tap helps. So I want you to I'm so excited to have you here. Tell me exactly what's going on and why.
Well, what happens is if you think about hopefully you remember these days, but you might be before you, but in houses when I was growing up, we had fuses. So if we were running the dryer and the toaster was going, then my sister would turn on the hairdryer, we'd blow a fuse, right? So, but nowadays we just have a flip. We just go flip the switch. Well, our body doesn't have a fuse or a flip switch. It basically just resets, keeps resetting. So the nerve, that's what they call stimming. Like when you have a child on the severe is the autistic child that has stimming, they're really trying to get rid of the energy that's built up in the system. They don't know how to regulate the energy. If we have all those brain waves going in the right order, then we regulate energy. That's what we're about. Our body takes in energy, even music energy. Like if you're at a party, you don't really want to be there, but they start playing your favorite songs from your high school days. Pretty soon you're tapping your toes, you're smiling, you're having a good time, because our body converts that to energy, and we've got to use that energy. So what's happening is if their brain is dysregulated, all the information comes into the central cortex at the same time. There's no space. This is a phobic reaction. So what we have to do, they call it a synesthesia actually in psychology, which means overlapping sensory systems. So what we do is we're going to slow that down. Time in the brain or in the mind, however you want to think about that, at the states of alpha and theta is not relevant. You know, everybody's had a dream where it felt like it lasted forever. Then you finally wake up and go, whew. Do you know how long the average dream lasts?
No.
7 seconds.
Wow.
You know, so, but there's no time there. So it's kind of like those Star Trek movies where somebody goes into a dream and has a whole lifetime.
Or I get an hour-long massage and it feels like it's been 10 minutes. Yeah,
exactly. So there's no time when you get into that place. But what we can do is we can teach the brain to reorganize. As an example, professional athletes like baseball players, when we interviewed them and they do something called modeling, we want to find out how does the best hitters in the world in baseball, how do they do it? Well, when they're in the batter's box, they're not thinking, oh no, that guy's going to throw the ball at 90 miles an hour across the plate. What they're thinking is, I'm going to slow down that ball so I can see how it's spinning. Now, if you don't have the experience or the brain capacity, you get freaked out. But they stand in the box, they literally see it leave the fingers of the pitcher in slow motion. They see the rotation of the ball. They know if it's a curve, a screwball, or a fastball, and they make the adjustment. Now, those are experts, right? Now, we all do that to some degree. You know, like we call it anticipatory stress. You know, some people actually don't get out of bed till they have enough stress. You know, they've thought of enough catastrophes that it's time to get up, right? So we want to change that. In what happens
as you're sharing this about the baseball players, like I've watched my daughter fall and I see her falling in slow motion, right? Is that the same kind of thing going on in my brain?
Right. It happens when people get in car accidents too. They'll say, everything just slowed down because you went into a hyper state. It wasn't the everyday normal conscious state of reality because you're thinking, what am I going to do? And I tell people the worst thing that happened, like I have 2 grandchildren and now they're a little older, they're 8 and 11. But when they were little, I didn't care if my kids hit their heads everywhere, but every time they hit their head, now that I know about brain health, I'm going, oh my God, what am I going to do? I got to get them on the brain helmet, you know, do something to fix their brain. But I mean, everybody has fallen down anywhere between 3,000 to 5,000 times growing up. So we all have some traumatic injuries. It's just how did our brain remodel around it? Some people try to do a shortcut and then they start getting anxiety. And what happens is they then start to use affirmations like anxiety runs in the family. Anxiety doesn't run in the family. The propensity does, but the reality doesn't. You know, that's why there's always that person in the family that doesn't have it because they don't buy into the family belief. You know, so but now what we know about epigenetics, only 20% of who you are is your parents' responsibility. 80% is your environment and your everything that you've done since that time. So what happens with this fear factor that's happening in the brain is under stress, the brain dysregulates. That's why we're told never, like if we get a divorce, we lose a job, we have to move across country, you know, they tell you, don't make any real life-changing decisions. Don't do that, you know, take some time because we don't make good decisions when we're stressed out, right? So we have to go to an altered state to relax and do that. And most of it is that we are not trained to process our day. And if you remember back to some of my brain tap sessions, I always have people do a review of their day. And when you train your brain to review your day, you're not leaving anything on the table. You're sorting it out so that basically it's like if you worked at IBM during the 70s, you couldn't leave your office until there was no papers on your desk. It actually looked like nobody worked there because that's the way they knew that you had finished up the task for the day. Well, we should consider that for our own brain every night. Now, what happens is if we don't, or a better way to say that would be, let's imagine watching your favorite TV show or movie and the actors and actresses never rehearsed. That would be ridiculous, right? We would never see that. But people get up every morning and do that in their own life. They never rehearse how to talk to their children. They never rehearse how to talk to their spouse. They never rehearse how to drive across town. They never rehearse how to do anything different. And then while they're doing it, they get all upset about they're not doing it right. Well, your time to practice is before you do it. That's where the visualization comes in and the mental practice. So part of the process is just teaching them how to prepare because life happens quickly. I love what Deepak Chopra said years ago. I was at a training of his, and he said 90% of what's going to happen to you tomorrow, you know about today. So what are you pretending not to know? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people running around pretending. Now, if that happens long enough, let's say that they do it over 7 years, 10 years, 20 years, that damage it's a cumulative damage. Like the amnesia, like people pretend that that's not happening. They pretend that that's not going on. Well, the brain starts thinking, that's a pretty good program. That amnesia program you're running. Why don't we start forgetting names and addresses and phone numbers? And it doesn't, so that's why you have to rehearse. You have to play with. My grandmother, who lived to be 93 and had a great memory up to the day she died, I was, for lack of a better word, babysitting for her so my aunt could go on a cruise and I could go golfing during the day in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I came back from golf and I hear her talking out loud. I thought she was on the telephone. She was in there for almost an hour. And when she came out, she says, "Why didn't you tell me you were here?" And I said, "Well, you were on the telephone." She goes, "I wasn't on the telephone." I said, "Well, what were you doing?" She says, "I was reviewing all of my favorite vacations."
Oh, that's great. I bet she was a happy woman too,
Yes.
Because she spent her time thinking about her wonderful vacations. Right. Your family history is really fascinating. This is how you got into the brain space and the relaxation space, kind of mindfulness and meditation. Was you have 8 brothers and sisters, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And then your dad was the one who introduced you. And I mean, this would be before meditation was cool, before it was something that people knew about. In most families that would be talked about. So can you just describe what that was like?
Yeah, well, part of what I tell people is you have to reframe your past. So I always tell people I was blessed to be the son of an alcoholic. At the time when I was 12 years old, I didn't think that. But looking back, because the sister and the priest, we were Catholic, they came over, Sister Mary and Father Fitzpatrick said, "Michael, we're going to teach you to do technology-driven meditation." It was something called the Silva method. And it's still in practice right now. People do it. He went there and he couldn't relax. So he was using alcohol as his own personal prescription to de-stress. And it didn't work very well. I mean, he would drink to the point of,
we see this a lot in families, right? When people are addicted to any sort of substance, whether it's pills or alcohol or heroin, they're really looking for an out. They're looking to be more comfortable. And that helps us create some more compassion around substance abuse.
Exactly. There's a really good book called Finding Your Perfect High by John Marshall. And he talked about brain balance. This was back in the 80s, and we all had to read that book. My dad was really big on everybody reading, which was really good. I read books that, people going through midlife crisis were reading, but I read them in high school because we would have family discussions around them. We had reading assignments, and because he thought the reason that his mother was a nurse, but she was addicted to prescription drugs because at that time the nurses could prescribe for themselves. She was actually around the same time, she was sent home from the hospital to die, and she lived to be 90, like I said, but they took her off all her medicine and she lived. They told her she was too toxic, she was going to die, just sent her home, and she began to live. So we went from being really pharmaceutical driven family to a health, because when my dad got the help, my mother got into nutrition. So we had kind of the double whammy. We got all the sugar out of our house, all the dyes, everything. I mean, I don't know if you remember Ewell Gibbons, but I was voted to be the next Ewell Gibbons by my high school class. Because I ate weird. I didn't eat what they served. I brought my own food, ate healthy, not as healthy as I can eat now because we didn't know that much back then, but it was healthier than most. And my dad had made a really big effort to say, the reason he got in trouble was he didn't know, and he wanted to make sure all of his kids knew. And out of all of our kids, all of my brothers and sisters, we only had one brother that for about 20 years decided to go against the grain, and not follow the meditation, not eat healthy. And he paid for it with gout, and he's still alive, but he's not in really good health. Now he's trying to get healthy. It's a lot easier to keep your body healthy than try to repair it once it's broken down. But I think that really changed. And my dad, it helped him so much. He decided to go back to school, got his degree in psychology, and started working with people. And then that's how we began. I really wasn't going to do what he did. I didn't really think that way, but I went to school for electronics first. That's why we have the electronics. So my undergraduate's in electronics. Then I went to school to get my degree in psychology.
Oh, that's great. And this is brain tap is really this like magical combination of the two, this very creative combination. I want to go back to sleep. You know, you talked a bit about how important that is for detoxing the brain, but there's a lot of people who struggle with getting good sleep. So what are the brain waves, and what would be kind of what's going on with the use of brain tap when you are trying to get sleep and hoping to improve it?
Well, one thing is they need to have a sleep hygiene program if they're having trouble. That means about 2 hours before sleep, they need to start preparing, turn off any broadcast news, anything that's going to be overexciting, maybe watch some comedies or something like that if you're going to watch TV. There's a lot of different ways. Start turning off lights in your home, because what happens if they're having trouble sleeping is the body doesn't know it's sleep time. You know, what used to happen, and this is how I've always thought about what is an ancient technology or an ancient tradition, and how can we make it modern technology? If you and I were in the Serengeti again, and it was nighttime, and we were out hunting and gathering or whatever we were doing, we come back to the tribal village, we're going to have a fire. And that fire is going to be crackling at a certain rhythm and cadence. That fire is actually a 10 hertz frequency. When we built our first light and sound machine, we measured the frequency of a candle because there's a meditation called the Jyoti meditation. And you look at it, and what you do is you would breathe and try to move the candle. And the flickering of the candle would put you into a deeper state of relaxation or meditation. Then when they got LEDs, we could imitate that. So we could take people from a beta state and disengage. What's happening when they're laying in bed and they do it. Most people too that are having trouble sleeping think you're supposed to go to sleep, close your eyes, and you're dead to the world. That's not really good. The best way to go to sleep is to go to sleep, lay there, process your day, do some breathing exercises. I usually teach them 2 different breathing exercises. Now, of course, they're going to do breathing exercise when they do the brain tap, but let's say they don't have it, because some of the listeners here might not have it. You lay in bed, and there's something called box breathing, which is pretty simple. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, breathe out to the count of 4, then hold it to the count of 4. And you just keep doing that box breathing. While you're doing that, you scan your body. And you basically focus. When you focus on a part of the body, energy follows thought. So as you think of that part of the body, blood flows to that area, circulation increases, and with vasodilation and blood flow, relaxation follows. So you're going to move up through the body doing that. The other one that a lot of more people like this one than the other, it's the same process with the body, but you breathe into the count of 4. When you breathe in, you engage the sympathetic system. So that's your survivor brain. And that's probably already activated, but you want to activate it just to make sure that your brain knows. And then when you breathe out to the count of 8. This engages the parasympathetic. So that's your thriving brain. So and as you do it, what I tell people at the end of it, just really try to get it all out. What happens then is we've all been in an experience where we're over frustrated and we finally went, I'm just tired of it. Well, that's your body shaking it off. And if you notice your pets, like especially dogs, when they get nervous, they'll shake. They're doing the same thing. They're trying to shake off that energy. And so with our bodies, if we do that at night, what'll happen is eventually you won't make it up to your hips relaxing. You'll be out, but you've trained your body to unwind. Our body, for those that know what a capacitor is, like Elon Musk batteries are capacitors. They hold a charge and they discharge slowly. Our bodies are like a capacitor. They hold a charge and then we have to discharge them. Now, hopefully we discharge them by walking 10,000 steps a day, drinking half our body's weight in water, eating healthy foods, all the things. If we lived on the island with Gilligan and Marianne, it would all be great. But because we don't, our body keeps getting interrupted. These natural patterns keep getting interrupted. So at night, we can at least bring balance back to our bodies. And what'll happen is even though we're asleep, your body will continue the process of relaxing. So when you wake up in the morning, you don't have clenched teeth. You don't have we work with people that they wake up in a ball, like a fetal position. They don't understand it. And they're telling me they've been doing it for years. And that's because they're going through trauma while they're sleeping, because the kinetic energy that is built up throughout their life has never been discharged. So that's why exercise, we all know people that were really negative or having a bad time in their life, and they start an exercise protocol, and pretty soon they're all smiles and happy, because your physiology does affect your psychology and vice versa. So it's best to do both.
That's great. Yes, a couple other people on the summit here have been talking about sleep apnea and oxygen at night. And I think the combination of both of these things, being able to really relax, get into the right state at night, and then keep your airway open, you're going to get, we don't think of sleep as a very productive time, but if you can really harness the potential of the detox and of that resetting for the next day, your brain is going to be in a much better place in the morning.
Yeah. And I think too, unfortunately, over time, especially during the 70s and 80s and 90s, people would brag about how much sleep they didn't get. Like, I only slept 5 hours, I only slept 6 hours. I mean, in college, we can get away with that. As we get better looking, more intelligent with age, we have to sleep more. And so like myself, it's not always 8 hours. We just finished a study in Australia that's we're writing it up to be published, but it was with mine workers who work in coal mines. And when we were doing our baseline studies, we were using something called the BioStrap. We partnered with them in the study. And during that, most of the people were sleeping 7 to 9 hours a night, but still scoring on the insomnia scale. So in that proved to us something I already knew. It's not time in bed, it's depth of sleep. So you need 1 hour of deep sleep over time. It's not all at one time, it's over time. And then 2 hours minimum of REM sleep. And now you're producing enough of those neurotransmitters to have the mood regulation. We all, it's normal to be depressed. It's not normal to stay depressed. It's kind of like we flow in and out of these states of consciousness. And if we can do that, usually it's measured by something called heart rate variability for those that are listening. If you're able to get stressed and then relax, that's great. If you're not able to do that, then you don't have that regularity that you need.
That ability to adapt to the environment in front of you. Dr. Porter, this is so helpful, really fascinating work that you're doing and so beneficial. I mean, I have watched BrainTap transform lives in my clinical practice. And so it's really an honor and a privilege to have you here today. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Well, it's great to be here. And we have a mission of bettering 1 billion brains. So we need to, at any age, we need to better their brains.
Spread the word. I want our listeners to know where they can find more about you and about BrainTap.
Well, they can go anywhere online at Dr. Patrick Porter, Dr. Porter. They can check out my website. They can also, if they want, they can go get a free book and a 15-day trial on our app for 99 cents. And they get to keep the book no matter what they do. They can download it. That's over at braintap.pro. They can head over there and get a free copy. And we're pretty much, if they just do hashtag BrainTap, they're going to see thousands of reviews out there and people that are using it.
That's awesome. That's so great. Thank you so much again for creating this, for doing the work you're doing to better brains, and for being here with us today.
Well, thank you for allowing me to.
I just can't believe all we're learning today. Wasn't Dr. Porter wonderful? He just shared some incredible takeaways on how to improve your cognitive function in just 6 weeks, how to heal your brain at any age, how to use light and sound to heal your brain, how stress affects the brain, and what to do about it. Our next guest is Dr. Greg Eckel. He's a naturopathic colleague of mine and has deeply personal reasons for dedicating his career to finding solutions for neurodegenerative diseases. Dr. Eckel will reveal why there should be lots of hope in reversing dementia and how it might be possible to regenerate your brain using your own stem cells. Let us know in the comments below what you've been most inspired by today. What's moved you or helped you to see things in a new light? We'd love to hear from you and how this empowering information is supporting you as a caregiver, health professional, or a patient. Let's begin the next interview with Dr. Eckel. Dr. Eckel, it is such a pleasure to have you.
Oh, thank you so much.
So you were an obvious, A-list on people to invite because I think our interests are so aligned, both being naturopathic doctors, both really, really inspired and deeply passionate about neurodegenerative disorders and getting people the solutions that they need. I think one of the things that I'm talking to all of our guests with is how, we see it every day. We almost take for granted that there are solutions, whereas many of our listeners haven't heard that there's hope before. So I'm just really thrilled to dive in to the depths with you on everything that you're seeing clinically and all of the new and exciting things that you're helping people with.
Oh, I love it. It is so important. I know firsthand, in my bio, you shared some of my story there. And, being in medicine for 20 plus years, I saw that the system was broke, but when you go through it with a loved one, you really feel it, and it hits you hard of like, oh, this is really so fractionated, and there isn't a lot of hope. I'm now talking to patients around the globe, and you kind of get a diagnosis and you get parked, especially in this neurodegeneration realm. And people get really isolated and overwhelmed and depressed, right? Because there's no solution in Western medicine. And really, I swung for the fence. And unfortunately, what I discovered did not help Soraya, but it is helping thousands of patients now. And so I love that you have the summit, and we're going to talk about my fancy approach to neurodegeneration and brain health, and really provide a lot of options, things to pursue, consider, and hope. I like to say I treat heart-centered beings moving through time and space. So it's not disease pieces and parts. And when you treat a heart-centered being, because that's who people are, as a heart-centered being, that is really where the magic happens. That's where there's so much synergy and intuition that can come into play. But also, by listening deeply, you can really figure out what's the exact path for this person sitting in front of me.
Right. It's so individualized what is best for that particular person. And it requires understanding their history, really listening and hearing that story. I'm curious about your approach. You call it the FAN-C approach to neuro and brain regeneration. Can you break that down for us? How do you approach a patient?
Yeah, so F stands for functional, and that's that component of helping heart-centered dynamic beings, like deep listening and really individualizing a program for them. Now, the framework gets set up in the A, that's for assessment. N is for nerve health, that's different information that we put into the body to help the nerves. And then it's a -C, and C is for cellular regeneration. So we'll unpack each one of those as we go forward here. But I really do, everybody wants to know, well, what can I take? What is the pill? What's going to make this go away, doctor? And, we're seeing that system doesn't work. It doesn't work for chronic illness and disease. So that functional approach, really, it's the naturopathic, Chinese medicine, functional medicine, integrated medicine, whatever the moniker or label du jour, I call it naturopathic medicine, which is treating whole, dynamic, heart-centered beings moving through time and space. And that aspect is really, it brings the heart back into medicine. And you get to sit, you're empathetic, you're listening, and you're understanding what's going on. Not, we could have 10 people in the room and develop 12 different treatment regimes for them because they're so unique. They've got their heritage, they've got their genetics, they've got the epigenetics, they have the environment, they have their early childhood components, they have their adolescence, they have their adulthood. So I kind of give the analogy as how full is your cup? And then they have their diet, they have their mindset, they have their exercise. They have certain traumas throughout their life that all pours water into the cup. And when your cup is full, it runneth over. And that's where the symptoms come in. So we want to address, well, what's in that cup for them? So that's the assessment. And in the assessment, in particular for neurodegeneration, people are just not getting worked up. In Alzheimer's, mild cognitive impairment, dementia, Alzheimer's, some of the background stuff that really needs to get discovered are, Lyme is the great masquerader, mold toxicity are big things, chronic viral issues. So that would be in assessment. Now, the three main pillars that I look at for everybody with a brain are heavy metals, the microbiome, and hormones. Now, these are the three legs of the stool in the fancy approach. Now, those first ones that I mentioned, those are things to consider if it's in the history. Not everybody, we don't need to do a $7,000 to $10,000 workup on everybody coming in to see us. So, a lot of folks in the functional realm and allopathic realm will just say, well, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at them. And basically them is treated as it, right, as a product in the machine. And so I really stress, like we want to make a program for you. So it is individualized, but the 3 starting spots, heavy metals. When I learned in environmental medicine, in the NHANES data in North America, that the levels of toxicity of metals are through the roof. And when I graduated, I tested everybody, and I had to stop doing that because I discovered, oh, we all have metals in our system. And I always get patients ask me, well, where did they come from, doctor? You know, and it is so ubiquitous. We've got mercury in our amalgam. So, you know, if you're in your 50s or older and you have any fillings, you have mercury fillings in there from your childhood. We have mercury in the fish. We have mercury gets burnt in coal-fired plants and put up in the plumes and then rains down in acid rain. So it is on the West Coast where I am. We get a big plume of dust every summer from China. And we have coal-fired plants in the Midwest that rains down on the Northeast in the United States. So we have ubiquitous kind of in our environment metals. The top 4 that I see that is in most of my patients, it's not everybody, but when it is there, it's cadmium, mercury, arsenic, and lead. Those 4 are the top 4. Now, we do test for 13, but it's a stone to turn over. You got to turn that stone over, because if you don't look at that, then you're basically building on quicksand. So, you know, things like glutathione, acupuncture, Chinese botanicals, all of the great nootropics, those aren't going to be as effective if you've got basically this big bucket, hole in the bottom of your bucket you're trying to fill up. So they're not as effective. So yeah, metals.
We've seen this at Marama, actually, at the residential care facility, where we had a couple come in, and they did great. They did very well. They were improving, but they didn't have a trained doctor like you. And so sure enough, we encouraged their family members to get them seen by a well-trained doctor. And there were heavy metals there that we didn't know about. And so now it's so exciting to see, all right, as we put all the pieces together, both the lifestyle and the really good medicine, what's their potential?
Yeah, so it is amazing. Yeah, once you get those cleared out of the way, then we look at the microbiome. So it's still in the assessment, because I know everybody wants to get to what to do, right? But you got to start with a strong assessment, because the microbiome, we've all heard the gut is the second brain. And there's so much research coming out on this. I just saw there's research on a probiotic that was decreasing Parkinson's symptoms in patients. And definitely we're seeing certain probiotics associated with different neurodegenerative states. So looking at it, the gut is the second brain. Why I have the walls yellow in my clinic is I come from the spleen and the stomach camp in Chinese medicine. It's also the overlay with naturopathic medicine is treat the gut. Healing starts with the gut, right? We dig our graves with our fork. Right? You run the Bredesen protocol out of your clinics. And, one of those subtypes of the Alzheimer's is diabesity of the brain. Mm-hmm. So looking at sugar imbalances along those lines. So we want to see, though, do you have inflammation in the gut? Do you have any pathogenic bacteria? Do you have any opportunistic bacteria? Are your beneficial gut bugs in proper balance? So there's a whole slew of information we get from a microbiome test. And so it's very important, again, for foundational work, because if you have inflammation in the gut, you have imbalances in the gut, you have worms or parasites in your gut, we need to clear that stuff, because that is a total drain on your vital force and your vitality. I like to say I do a lot of nothing all day. We hold the space. It's your body, and it's the information coming into the body that creates the healing potential. But we have to remove obstacles to cure. And so the microbiome is a crucial kind of frontline assessment, especially with mild cognitive impairment, dementia, Alzheimer's. These are huge imbalances. If you have leaky gut, guess what? You have a leaky brain. The blood-brain barrier is not working as well. And so the integrity of your vessel and your innate ability to heal is compromised if that's off. Right? So that's the second leg of the stool. The third one is hormone testing. And, some will say, well, that's funny. Why, for my brain health, do I need to look at my hormones? Right? And we do know all of the information of our body comes in through the periphery in our nervous system. And we are set up with some amazing sensors for, vision and sound and taste and light and sensitivity, pain. And so what we're looking at, all of that information comes into your central nervous system, comes up to the brainstem, and then goes to a small, I call it a tiny little operation called the hypothalamus. And in there, I imagine this little switchboard operator connecting the signals to the right region of the brain. Well, sometimes that operator gets really confused. If you have brain fog, confusion, memory issues, they're just not connecting the signals in the right spot. Well, what else comes in there? Your hormones also come into the hypothalamus. And so you've got your nervous system, your sympathetic, your fight or flight, like the saber-toothed cat coming to eat you. And then the parasympathetic, which is your rest and digest and heal. That's your nervous system, autonomic nervous system. And then you have your hormones that get organized in there as well. And so there's a lot we can do if your hormones are out of balance. And I see, it's amazing what environmental toxicity is doing to our hormones with kind of the plastics that are estrogenating our bodies, creating a lot of estrogen response in our bodies for men in particular, but also for women. Men's testosterone levels are dropping after the age of 35, so much so that they just changed the reference range on the labs. It used to be total top end of 1,200 for an average. Now it's down to 900. So that's, you see these reference ranges and they change and they're not normal ranges. So people, here's a little kind of asterisk pro tip. Your reference range, it's a reference range on your lab. It's not a normal number. So a lot of times you don't understand that and your providers don't understand that, and that, oh, well, look, you're on the reference range, you must be fine. But we have some optimal levels that we're looking at there for you. In particular, I call them the healthy levels because it's much tighter controlled on the labs. I'm going to get back to the hormones. So the hormones in particular, we're looking at progesterone, estrogen, the breakdown products of estrogen. We get to see what your liver is doing with them because that is a big part of hormone metabolism and regulation is in your liver. We look at some of your SNPs, the single nucleopeptide SNPs of your genetic SNPs to see, well, what's the platform that your body's playing on? With a big asterisk around that, just because you have the SNP doesn't mean you're expressing it. So that's a whole component on those three. Now, I know that is a ton of info. So let me just pause there and see what comes up.
Well, I think it's really exciting for me to hear that you also don't take those ranges as this is the Bible of what's good or healthy, right? If we're comparing ourselves to a sick population, that doesn't mean that we're healthy if we are the same as them, right? So what we really want is this optimal level, and assessing, doing this assessment with a well-trained provider is so important because you're not going to get those pro tips. You're not going to get that added benefit if you're seeing just some run-of-the-mill doctor that's not really giving you answers.
If you ever hear, get used to it, you're getting old, or, oh, that's a senior moment, please run the other way. I will call absolute BS on that because that is not healthy aging. I saw what healthy aging was in Austria. I lived in Vienna, Austria as an undergraduate student, and I was hiking mountains with 80 and 90-year-olds. The only difference between me and them was I got to the mountaintop faster. They were hiking with poles, and it just took them a little bit longer to get to the summit to have a pint of beer with me. So that is the type of aging that I want to promote. In fact, I've said I want to live to be 150 years old because I've had the privilege of sitting with my 90-year-old patients saying, doc, had I known I was going to live this long, I would have taken a lot better care of myself. And I'm humbled and honored that they're sharing their, trusting me with their health. But to have that, it's a responsibility. If you hear that from a 90-year-old, you better wake up and start listening, right? And so the folks on the Alzheimer's Summit, my guess is either you have it or a loved one has it, or you see your loved ones going through it and you're looking at what can you do to prevent it. And all of the things that we're talking about that I will share in this interview are the things, it's the treatment, it's also the prevention of how to live to 150. So with your brain and with your brawn and with community. So because we don't want to age like the typical American, because you're so right, Dr. Heather, they are sick and diseased. I mean, the average life expectancy in the US has gone down the last 2 years, right? I was talking to another physician, and she was telling me on the Blue Cross Blue Shield, their actuarial data showing for mild cognitive impairment, the average age, you'll never guess, is 47 years old. This is the data in 2019. Average age of beginning mild cognitive impairment. So, this is not just 65 and older. This is really affecting all of us. And that assessment that I laid out, that's the beginning part. But that is a big piece of the puzzle to really get an adequate and proper next step. And then also, what is the right program for you to be on?
Right. I love it when someone comes in excited about prevention, right? Because you and I know that we can prevent it. In fact, we know we can reverse it, but it's so much easier to prevent. It's so much less expensive to prevent. And you get, not only do you get the benefits of cognitive function, but you are stronger. You're healthier in general, right? When we treat the brain, it's not separate from the rest of the body. And our approach is very much something that enhances cellular function. And I know you're going in that direction.
Yes.
So tell me, well, nerve health first. So let's talk about nerve health nutrients.
So nerve health, so you have heard all of these, but you start with the B vitamins, right? B12. I had a patient come in from New York City after getting discharged from the hospital. He had hepatitis B and hepatitis C, and basically was really wiped out. He was in his 80s and really had accelerated into dementia after this episode. And wasn't dying, so got checked out of the hospital, and they didn't really have much more for him. So his son brought him out to the clinic here, and we did multivitamin mineral nutrient drips for him. And we did 4 of them in a week. And at the end of the week, in addition to other therapies, but these big IVs, it was like, people will call them a Myers cocktail, but I don't like that term because there wasn't really a lot of nutrients in a Myers cocktail. So I call them a multivitamin mineral drip because it is a lot of information coming in as far as a multivitamin mineral. Now, and this is not what you get down at the, the IV bar. This is really medical grade, physician derived medicine. And in that week, he came back. He knew what time his flight was. He was sharp. He got his mind back and his stamina. When they got back to New York City, they were able to walk 4 blocks without any pause. Before that, he didn't know where he was. He didn't know what time it was, what year it was, who the president was, none of that. And that was just a simple nutrient deficiency. In particular, we had B5, B6, B12, B complex, magnesium, potassium, calcium, selenium, multiple trace elements, vitamin C, a typical multivitamin mineral drip in a naturopathic office. But it was, those nutrients are specific for brain health. Of course, the mushrooms are, I love mushrooms. So you got the chaga mushroom, you've got boswellia is another great nutrient and herb. I can laundry list them. I think a big component that a lot of people don't look and was not even known about when I was in medical school was the endocannabinoid system. And Professor Meshulam out of Israel, who really named a lot of these molecules, is one of my heroes. And so I like to mention him as many times as I can on the internet. We have him to thank for this discovery of the endocannabinoid system. And that underlays, there are more receptors for endocannabinoids. So this would be like CBD, black pepper is in that family. I like the CBD and I'll stick with that. There are other endocannabinoid substances, but in particular, CBD is a great one for decreasing neuroinflammation and helping underlay all of the hormones that we were talking about, those imbalances. So that one oftentimes goes overlooked and not really considered a nootropic either.
Yeah, there is so many fun ones there. And how do you decide which patient should get which one when we go into these neuronutrients or nootropics, as you mentioned? Do you use a combo product or do you kind of individualize it? How do you not overlook something as great as CBD?
Yeah. So we do, I call it the Jung of the formula or direction. And so, it's not the Me Too movement on extra supplements, right? It's on it's concentrated, meaning there are high concentrations, which is the general, and then there's some assistance, and then micro assistance. Everybody moves you in a direction so that, I'll see people, they'll come in on 30 different supplements, and they're super well researched and thought out, and there's some great research behind it. But I kind of give the analogy of like you're treading water, you're keeping your head above the water, which is important. You're not drowning, but you're not really moving anywhere if you were doing like the freestyle, moving in a direction. And so that's the young of the formula. So you want all of the therapeutics to be in the right order at the right time. And what's the next step? And so then you take them long enough to get to a point where you can reassess. Oftentimes people will abandon ship. Like, I didn't notice anything different after 2 days. It's like, well, Mrs. Jones, it took you 6 decades to get to this state. What was the expectation after 2 days of use? So sometimes it does take a little while to kind of backfill those patterns that we've made over time. And so, the big guns, vitamin D is a big one that I use for brain health. So a lot of folks don't really utilize it that way or don't think about it that way, but it is a great one. It's misnamed. It really is a neuromodulator and hormone precursor, in addition to all of the other benefits that vitamin D does for our immune system, our mood, etc. I developed a nasal spray called Clear Mind. And this one was specific where, my expertise really out of bare necessity with Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. This condition is a rare condition. This is what my wife passed of, and how I really just went deep in this topic and developed this fancy approach, and really am talking to people around the globe now, is CJD. It's a prionic activity. It's prions, and prions are misfolded proteins. And people there, when you read about them, they all say that, well, they're infectious prionic activity. It's like, well, why do they call it infectious? It's not a bacteria. It's not a virus. These proteins get misfolded, and then they start signaling other proteins to misfold. Well, CJD is what it looks like is rapidly progressing dementia. And it's nasty. I mean, within 2 months, Soraya lost the ability to communicate. And I mean, it was an 18-month run that we had with her, and it's just not fun. It's not a fun condition, and it's rare, 1 in a million. So, you really don't get the diagnosis until your loved one dies, and then they give you a brain biopsy to make sure it was that. And lo and behold, that's what she had. I mean, you're going to go through the differential, and you wind up with some ominous ones at the end of the road, and you're like, oh, I hope it's not that. Well, it was that. So I was looking at, and I had very high suspicion because I had never seen anything the way that she progressed. She was a very high functioning, super dynamic being on the planet. And just for that much of a rapid decline, it wasn't like a psychotic break. It wasn't hormones. It wasn't mold. It wasn't a hormone imbalance. Like, those are the starting spots in a dementia realm that you do. That's what I put into my assessment. Then it started getting into this, like, well, maybe it's an autoimmune condition that rapidly progresses like that, or it's prionic activity in CJD. So I went like, okay, well, I got everything going for autoimmune with her, so I better make sure I've got my bases covered with the prionic activity. And I put together, and I have a patent pending on the nasal spray now, which is called Clear Mind. It helps with brain fog, focus, memory issues, speech. I have my patients with Parkinson's are using it, and their speech is improving. So I know it's taking care of these prions in the brain. Now for Soraya, unfortunately, it was just too late. And it may have never worked for her, but we're getting really great clinical results with my patients now. So that has a DMSO and HOCl, and I've put some essential oil blends in there too. But the DMSO is dimethyl sulfoxide, and it's a carrying agent. It's called a chaperone molecule. And then HOCl is what our own immune system surrounds bacteria and viruses to disassemble but it's also shown to deactivate prionic activity. So there's over $2 million of NIH research on that molecule there for prions. So it's, prions are really, they're ubiquitous in our environment. If you've heard of mad cow syndrome, that's what this is in people. It's also called Sharpie, Sharpie in goats and sheep. No, in sheep. Scrappy in sheep. And then, there were some tribes in New Guinea. They don't do this anymore, but they used to eat the brains of the elders that passed. And they were just eating prions from their loved ones and then getting the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease from that. So that's a big addition, and it was an amazing find. I was asking every day for intuitive hits on what can I do for Soraya and how can we help more people with this. And, the whole event, the loss, and it was pretty, it's a tragic story, and I didn't want my tragedy to be for naught. So I'm really putting it to good use and want to serve as many people as I can. So that nutrient, the brain spray, or the Clear Mind nasal spray is what we call it, is really unique to our practice, but I really want to help get the word out. So
get that out. That's really exciting and so beautiful. You see these horrible things happen to people. Certainly as a doctor, I'm hearing stories of people losing loved ones or diagnoses of cancer or dementia. And really what you model here is that there's a choice, right? You can choose to make it the worst thing that ever happens to you, or you can choose to make it the inspiration to show up in the world in a way that serves others and really make it part of the best thing that happened to you. Not that I would ever suggest or wish that on anyone, but I think you understand, right? Like that there's this choice in any horrible situation that we're given or dealt, that we can choose to make it something positive and make an impact on the world. So I just want to acknowledge and thank you for showing up that way.
Thank you. Yeah, in such the odd way, it really cracked me open as a human being and, reinstated my faith in such a beautiful way. So, I'm forever grateful for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you also get excited about some of these like techie, nerdy, I don't know how you want to describe it, but like the lasers, and I do too, the lasers and the stem cells and all of these fun kind of things we can start to add. You talked a lot about the foundations. Is kind of how I'm going to think about it with the FAN-C approach. It's like we got to go through the fundamentals, right? But then when we've gotten that, what can we do to even optimize a little bit more, or what is the research telling us about the latest?
So this is so exciting, and we live at such an amazing time. So what just came out in December was this discovery about V cells. Which are very small embryonic-like stem cells. And these were, I did not know about these as a student or a graduate in 2001 when I graduated from medical school. They were discovered in 2005 by Dr. Radachak in the University of Kentucky. And these V cells are what we were created in mama's belly in utero of how the fetus and how the baby develops, are these very small embryonic-like stem cells. So they can turn into any tissue in the body, and they lie dormant. We thought in our kind of arrogance in medicine and science was, oh, those are just dormant cells. They're garbage. We could just get rid of them. Well, it was discovered that you can actually turn them back on. They lie dormant and they're ready to go to work, but you just have to get them turned back on. So how do they turn back on naturally is if like you have a heart attack or some damage to the heart, they will get activated in that sense. But then they go back to dormancy. So what we have discovered is you can turn them back on with a laser. And we all have these V cells in our body lying dormant, but then you turn them back on, and then you can direct them with the laser for where you want them to go. So it's a laser activated and guided stem cell procedure, and it is phenomenal. We're seeing really great results. Now, I want to be clear, we are not treating any diagnoses or conditions. So I treat people, and I give their body the information, and then the body and its innate wisdom heals itself with the information. So because it's a big deal, I want to be really clear on the semantics and on my language around that. That said, we are seeing amazing things. We have not in the neurodegenerative front. Now, one had a Parkinson's patient. 30 minutes after the procedure, went from full-on tremors and advanced Parkinsonism to smooth gait, face came back, amazing, no tremor. You couldn't even tell. Like, he was just stunned on the video that we have on that. On my brain regeneration program, so I also do an full body IVs and hyperbaric oxygen and photobiomodulation, which are pulsed electromagnetic frequency and low level lasers, PEMF and LLLT. It's a mouthful, but lights, really the future of medicine is in sound and light. And we're seeing it clinically really accelerating response time, where things that should have taken months or years we're seeing some results in 30 minutes to 4 hours now. It's really phenomenal.
So incredible. So the laser, I think when you started mentioning laser guided stem cells, in my mind, I was thinking of photobiomodulation. So using like red lights to help with mitochondrial function and the cyclooxygenase enzymes.
Yes.
But what color light is the laser? I have so many questions.
Yeah, it is a red light. It is a red light laser, but it is, Dr. Todd is the inventor of this, and it's a whole patented process. And just big kudos to Dr. Todd, because he is sharing this with the world and discovered this. So he created a laser that has a coherence factor, so a filter that creates a specific wavelength that we think is breaking a ligand bond, a salt bond that frees up the V cell that activates it. And so it's the frequency of that laser. So the red lights, like a Juve or red light therapy, those are really important as well. Weber technology makes a helmet that's really awesome for folks. You can do, laser guided in IV therapy and beam different colored lights in the body that way as well. And all of those are very effective. Just in this fancy approach, this is what we've got in our kind of cutting edge methodology.
How exciting. I was actually reading a paper. It was a review paper by Mike Hamblin, who's at Harvard, who writes a lot about photobiomodulation. And I didn't read the full Russian paper because I think it's in Russian, but he refers to it. And what they did was pretty invasive. They took through the femoral artery, they took a light. There were 96 patients, I think, and they cut them in half. They controlled it. And in half the patients, they took a light through the femoral artery and shone a red light in the brain. And then on the other half, they did the same surgery, but didn't shine the light. And sure enough, in 100% of the treated patients, there was a reversal of their cognitive decline that lasted for 1 to 7 years.
Wow.
And just phenomenal. And you think this is just light, like it's pretty, and it's kind of seems crazy and Russian and invasive, but it also is like, wow, like the potential of light, especially when I'm sure a lot of your patients are like mine, their guts are kind of sensitive. So I can't throw a bunch of supplements at them, but we can shine light.
Yeah.
And it can be really, really, really powerful.
Yeah. We truly are light beings. We now can measure light emitting diodes off of our DNA, like out of our cells. So, it makes total sense to put it back in for healing.
And that we would get these signals. And of course, we're diurnal, right? So there's light that comes up with the sunrise and then down with the sunset. And that a lot of that is those reds and oranges, and that there would be benefit to being exposed to it. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
So, when someone comes to your clinic, what they call and talk to your staff, and get a chance to talk to you, where do you point them to start? Because this can feel overwhelming.
We offer consults for our patient base. I really try to produce a lot of online offerings too, for like brain foundations and kind of just like the basics, foundational stuff to do at home, environmental components. We do a lot of education as well. So, at my website, and even just calling the office. So I have a full team here. So it's not just me. So I have a lot of heart center practitioners showing up and helping me to get the word out and carry on these therapies, because it is, there are so many people suffering with these conditions and need a lot of support. And I don't want people to feel isolated or alone. Now, that said, not everybody can come to Portland, Oregon. Now, one of the lovely things is we do a lot of remote consulting now for folks. So, coming to our website is okay if we mention that here, or so that's naturecuresclinic.com, nature singular cures with an S clinic.com. And we do have a book a call. We do a 30-minute consult for folks. So, you got to qualify for care. We only want to work with folks that really want to make a difference. So, we do offer that too.
That's incredible. That's wonderful. And I'm so curious about the Clear Mind nasal spray. Like, could I use it? Can I use it? Can it help me feel a little clearer and a little more present every day? And so where do we get that?
That one currently, we're building the store online. So currently that's through the office. So you can send an email to info@naturecuresclinic.com. And in the subject line, put Clear Mind nasal spray and just inquire right there. Yeah.
Fantastic. That I'm so excited to learn about a few of these other things that I hope I'll be able to share with my patients. Now, you were also the host of a NeuroRegen Summit. And I'm curious, I'm having so much fun talking to people like you, but I'm just so curious, what was a standout? What did you learn from interviewing the experts that were on your summit?
So this is a relaunch, and I really, on my second year running, I really wanted to focus in on this frequency and light healing and also the components of environmental toxicity. So we really brought in a lot around EMFs, mounting evidence that it is not good for us as beings and our brains, etc. Now, that doesn't mean I'm a Luddite, but we do provide a lot of great solutions on, minimizing your risk, turning it off, getting your Wi-Fi off at nighttime. Like, you don't need to bathe in it all the time. Putting your phone on, only checking it certain times, and putting it on airplane mode, because, you don't need to be reachable 24 hours a day, even though you feel like it. But I am before the internet times here, people, and you do not need it all the time. I will tell you that. We also, one of the big things just in that vein, I got to speak with a neurologist, Dr. Chaudhry, and she got to go in to the ancient texts, the Vedic textbooks in India, and she pulled out some of the oldest mantras that are sound healing for all of our 7 chakras. And she actually has a great iTunes recording of it that you can sing along with her. And you don't even need to have a good singing voice. You can just tone with the sound. It's not religious at all. And it's the sounds that help balance the chakras. And it's one of the oldest mantras on the planet. And it's such a gift to us all. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you for turning us on to that. So much value. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, your expertise, your experience. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to learn more about you and your practice and all you have to offer. Thank you, Dr. Eckel.
Oh, you are welcome. I'm humbled and honored that you had me on. And I just want to, last words of encouragement. Just know there are tons of heart-centered practitioners looking for solutions for you all out there. And just, connect with us. I'm really grateful for this summit and the opportunity to reach you in your living room. So thanks for listening.
Gosh, what an eye-opening interview with Dr. Greg Eckel. We learned why there should be lots of hope in reversing Alzheimer's disease. What a gem. Next up, we have another friend of mine, Dr. Chip Whitney. Dr. Whitney is a medical doctor who has also been trained by Dr. Bredesen on the RECODE protocol. After discovering firsthand in his clinic the impact of oral health on the whole body, he has dedicated his work to reminding people that health starts in the mouth. Dr. Whitney is going to share with us how things such as sleep apnea, oral health, affect cognitive decline. You'll discover the most important questions to ask your dentist to help support your brain health and reduce or eliminate the little known but very serious contributors to Alzheimer's disease. In case you feel you might miss any of these incredible interviews during the summit, don't worry. You can pick up your VIP All Access Pass at a special discount right now. you can have a lifetime access to the entire summit and all of its bonuses. Now, without further ado, let's begin the interview with Dr. Chip Whitney. So, Dr. Whitney, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be here to educate our attendees on just this super, super important topic.
My pleasure, Heather. It's just everybody needs to know the mouth matters. The vets got it a long time ago, and now physicians and lay people need to understand too.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things that comes up so often, right, as people are aging and they're juggling, like, where do I spend my limited resources? I'm on a fixed income. Dental work is expensive. It can be out of pocket if you don't have the right insurance. Not everything gets covered by insurances. So just briefly, how do you coach patients? When do you say, make this a priority? This is really important.
Everybody. Because it really is, as you'll hear as we talk further, that it really has a big impact on a lot of disease process. I mean, we're talking about Alzheimer's in this series, but it impacts cardiovascular disease, cancer risk, preterm labor, complications of pregnancy. It's not just an old person. I mean, it impacts potentially everybody. So the mouth really does matter. It's the gateway to a lot of diseases.
So here I am talking to a family physician, and you are a key opinion leader in dentistry. So how did that happen?
Some things get dumped in your lap, and this was dumped into my lap. So, I've done preventive medicine for my whole career, back to my Air Force days. About 10 years ago, I found and implemented a cardiovascular heart attack and stroke prevention program where you can actually prevent that first heart attack, and implemented it in my practice. Well, it looked at things like biomarkers, blood tests that really reflect, as the Cleveland Clinic talks about a lot, inflammation in the arteries. And there's two really important inflammatory markers. One of them is called plaque 2. Basically, if it's up, you've got activated plaque in your arteries. And back at the beginning, I was putting them on drugs, I was having them exercise, they were losing weight, and this number wasn't budging. But the second I pulled out those few slides about oral health in the training certification program for me, and I started simply having people use a sonic brush, use a couple of mouth rinses, and see their hygienist, that number was plummeting left and right. It was barely budging, even with statin use, which is kind of what at the time the treatment was, and lifestyles, but it was plummeting 10 times that amount with oral health. So I was preaching the gospel for a year about oral health, and a consensus statement came out between American Academy of Periodontology, the gum dentists, and American Heart Association, trying to tell everybody that there is important connection between the two, confused everyone. So I ended up writing an editorial that got published in the Dental Laureation that kind of led towards that. But what I really recognized, I had my aha moment when I watched these numbers dropping. I was like, wait a minute, why is this occurring? I always have to ask the question, why? You do, I do. That's what Dr. Bredesen's practice is method's all about, is why is this happening? Well, I thought, I've known for almost 30 years that if you get bacteria in the mouth, from the mouth, whenever you bite an apple or get the hygiene cleaning done, bacteria launch into your bloodstream and they can infect a diseased valve. So that's why we give antibiotics with people who have diseased valves. So I sat back and, well, what else do those bacteria do in health? And that's where the whole connection of the gum brain, the gum cardiovascular, the gum cancer, the gum preterm complications of labor, all that's it. When those bacteria that are causing inflammation that you can see in your gums, your hygienist can see your gums, the bacteria, it's an infectious cause of those bleeding gums, that when they land in those end organs, like the brain, the arteries, and the organs, they drive that same inflammation in those end organs. It's so simple, but so important.
So you talked about a marker. So this feels really actionable. Somebody today could go to their doctor and say, can you run this test for me? So what is it again? Is it the LPPLA2?
It is. It's the LPPLA2. Admittedly, people need to recognize most physicians aren't going to know that test. Places like the Cleveland Clinic talk about it. but it's a measure of inflammation that almost always comes from activated plaque in the arteries that they can get. That doesn't just have to be done at Cleveland Clinic, but it can be done in Quest, LabCorp. They run it also. But again, most physicians don't know it exists and don't know what to do about it because, frankly, almost everybody in the 10 years I've been looking at this, almost about 80-90% come from the mouth. And frankly, I think the rest of them come from leaky gut. I've had a handful of people over the years where that member just won't budge despite great gums. I really think that the other end of the gut being leaky causes this, can do it to also.
Health starts in the mouth or in the gut, and the gut starts in the mouth, right? So there's another quick test that I think people could do today at home, and that's brush your teeth vigorously, floss, and then spit in the sink and see if there's blood. Now, you have implored patients, doctors, dentists, everyone involved in your training module with Dr. Bredesen not to tolerate blood in the sink. Tell us why.
Blood in the sink, by definition, there's a connection of whatever's in the mouth with the bloodstream. So whatever organisms there, and there's thought to be about 1 trillion microorganisms in the mouth alone, that they're getting into your bloodstream, they're spraying everywhere and causing disease. So whatever's there is getting in your bloodstream if it's there. And unfortunately, way too many health professionals and patients don't understand the importance of that.
So some people might think, well, if I'm vigorously brushing and I'm poking something around in my gums, of course I'm going to have blood. And
no, actually, that's not true. So many people over the years, oh yeah, if I stop brushing or if I stop flossing, usually the brushing doesn't do it, but if I stop the flossing for a while, then I start getting some blood in the sink. Well, that's because you're allowing the infection to percolate. And the infection causes inflammation. Inflammation is what leads to the bleeding. If you do your home oral health, whatever regimen is recommended by the dentist or your dental team, you're not going to get bleeding when you do those things. So I've seen it myself. I get lazy for a bit, and then I start doing things. I start to see a little bit of blood in the sink, and it's like, oops, there's my barometer.
That's your clue. Yeah, that's such a simple test to know that something is going on and that you need to kind of pick up that oral hygiene practice.
Yeah, and actually, just to talk about that for just a second too, is that the reason this is important from an Alzheimer's standpoint is they've actually found these bacteria from the mouth in the brain of Alzheimer's patients. I mean, it's tough to get what's called causation level evidence, meaning cause effect in health. Most of what you and I recommend aren't based on that. There's causation level evidence for the bacteria doing that. And also people have to remember, you can't just rely on your dental team doing it too, because those what happens is that when they do their thing with their hygiene and cleaning in the office, and you do your brushing, flossing, and maintenance at home, you're breaking up that biofilm. Those organisms want to hide behind in a foxhole, I like to call it, going back to my military days. They hide in a foxhole. We have to break them out and let them be exposed to death. Otherwise, they can cause problems. Well, that biofilm starts to reconstitute itself within 24 to 48 hours of your hygiene cleaning. It's quite back to baseline 4 weeks after your hygiene cleaning. So you cannot just rely on the hygiene team to do their job. You've really got to do your job at home too.
And some people think that there's normal flora in the gut and in the mouth. So that normal flora should be there. Is that normal flora, like say P. gingivalis is the one that we find in autopsy brains that have, dementia. Is that normal flora, or is that getting overgrown, or is it really just this breakdown in the gum that makes it a problem?
It's P. gingivalis is probably present in just about everybody. It is the bad boy of bad boys. I mean, it's of all the different bacteria we can look at, and we do testing for that in the way I do the RECODE program, that it's the one that drives all three of the above: heart disease, cancer, and dementia. But anyway, is it there in everybody? Probably, but you want to keep it in a healthy gums where this biofilm is constantly disrupted. It's not going to grow. So if we just kind of keep it down to a dull roar and keep that Fort Knox of a barrier strong between letting those bacteria into the bloodstream, then it's not going to wreak havoc on you. It's all relative, but yeah, no. So it's the P. gingivalis and the other, what we call anaerobic, the oxygen hating bacteria. They live deep in those pockets you hear about people getting, the dentists are measuring. They live deep in those pockets. They hate oxygen, and they're going to grow more. And that's what causes the inflammation. So it's these bad bacteria colonization that drives the inflammation, that drives disease. So, I mean, everything in life is good versus evil. It's balance. So you really want to kill the bad and promote the growth of the good.
So are there certain products? I know Dr. Bredesen really likes the dental Sidon toothpaste. I also recommend that in my clinic. Are there a couple things that are quick and easy to find that you would recommend your patients use?
So I have gotten my education from my dental advisors over the years. As you can imagine, I'm not a dentist. I didn't say in the Holiday Inn Express either. So, but I got my recommendation from them. So I actually asked several dentists that told me the most important intervention they can do for the health of their mouth is a sonic toothbrush. Because what the sonic toothbrush is, it vibrates, it doesn't spin. So when you brush or you use the spinning type of disruption, you're getting as far as the bristles will go. When you get that sonic vibration, what it does is to breaks up the biofilm 2 to 3 millimeters past the tips of the bristles. So they say if there's any one thing a person can do is just using a sonic toothbrush, and Oral-B makes it, Philips Sonicare, those kind of things you may have heard of. And the toothpaste, there's a lot of debate on that in terms of, I mean, I'm not going to comment as a physician too much about that. There's so many schools of thought, but basically one that causes the least irritation is kind of what I've kind of go by, just kind of a plain one, whatever variety. And then mouth rinses. There's definitely a role for mouth rinses. There's a little bit of a debate on that, but in my world, just watching it for 10 years now, people in these very specific cardiovascular markers getting better with the use of mouth rinses, they will kill the bacteria. And then, so they'll kill a lot of the bad guys. They will kill some of the good guys. And there is some pretty good consensus. They should use mouth rinses without alcohol. Frankly, I recommend alcohol-free Listerine and another one called Closys, CLOSYS. They actually get and I'm not sponsored by them. They together get the flora of the bad guys, the best combination, I think. Where I have people use Listerine after brushing in the morning and Closys after brushing in the evening. And then this is where the dental team can come in, is to consider the use of probiotics. So there's all kinds of regimens out there. And the bottom line disclaimer is, I don't know your situation. Talk to your dental team. And if it's a complete health dental team that knows that mouth-body combination real well, that they'll advise you well on what to do. Because probiotics, if you're going to kill the enemy, you want to replace it with good bacteria. So there is a role for probiotics, specific oral probiotics. The ones you take for your gut don't work for their, well, it's not they don't work. There's a different mix of good bacteria in the mouth than there is in the lower gut.
And is there a role for oil pulling? I would love to be sponsored by coconut oil, if anybody out there has a connection.
I've never done it myself, disclaimer. People who do it love it. They're committed to it. But I've had dentists tell me that it does work. It does help to kill the bad bacterial mix, no doubt about it. But it can be cumbersome and complicated. So if people are motivated to do it, it definitely is a valuable intervention.
Great. Now, we've talked about the gums and that being an avenue for these bacteria to get into the bloodstream. There's there's some controversy around this, but the role of root canals versus maybe implants or even fillings, how else can bacteria get into the bloodstream?
So root canals is a good topic to talk about. So that's exactly the same way. So what we've been talking about is gum bacteria, the gap between your gum and your tooth. So we have not yet even talked about a tooth problem. We've been talking about a gum problem, bad bacteria of the gums. So what happens with a root canal is you get an infection within the tooth. Usually there's like a little crack in the tooth where the bacteria make their way down and get at the base down into the root of the tooth and drive an infection. So again, it's a bacterial infection, typically, or it's an infectious process that pools infection at the base of the tooth and can get into the bloodstream. And if it gets bad enough, that's when people get pain and need the root canal. So the the what to do about it, there's definitely debate in there, but the how to treat it, whether it's with doing a root canal, whether it's doing a tooth removal and putting an implant in. As a physician, I'm not going to talk about that. That's for the dentist too, and there's a lot of debate within what they should do. But bottom line is, you don't want infection one way or the other. You want to get that infection out, because there was actually a very intriguing study back in 2013 that really linked tightly with, we're talking cardiovascular disease for a moment, but they looked at 101 heart attacks. And this was actually in the American Heart Association journal, Circulation, you've probably heard of that. It's their top journal in American Heart Association. So it wasn't a dental journal, but they looked at 101 heart attacks. They sucked the clot out of the heart attack. What happens is an artery in the heart, a clot forms in it, and they sucked that clot out of the heart and they analyzed it for oral bacteria. And the bottom line outcome of it was that up to half of those 101 heart attacks, and this is a medical journal, were driven by an event from the mouth. It was either, and they looked at both gum infection and they looked root canal infection. And so they were both contributing to that. The interesting part in this discussion is that they did the scan called a cone beam CAT scan. So it's a very detailed look at the base of the tooth. And they found infections at the base of teeth of these people at heart attack in 30 of those 101 people. Every single one of them were asymptomatic. They weren't having any symptoms of teeth problems that they knew. So a lot of people can have tooth infections that don't really bother them, but they can cause problems. So that's why it really is, when your dentist is telling you, you really do need to get this problem that's not causing pain, because a lot of people go, it just fixed my pain. Well, what you don't know will hurt you. Those bacteria can get into your bloodstream.
It's a good motivation to brush and floss every day.
The old oil filter card, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. Absolutely, that comes with the mouth. You can either pay with your health or pay with your wallet.
And this cardiovascular connection, right? Of course, heart. We don't want anybody to have a heart attack, a cardiac event. But the cerebrovascular connection. So when we're talking about cardiovascular issues, this gets connected to cognitive issues very quickly, because if you don't get blood flow to your brain because the inner layer of your vessels is inflamed, that's going to affect cognitive function very quickly.
Yeah, and as the whole RECODE method teaches that, so with the bacteria, we're talking about toxicity, the bacteria getting into the brain, and we're talking about cardiovascular type 4. And so basically it's disease of the pipes leading to it. So if you have they're all the same mechanisms. If somebody has a heart attack, it's because you get a clot forming in the artery in the heart. A stroke is when a clot forms in the artery, breaks open and ruptures, and the clot floats up to the brain because it's a high pressure vessel. Well, if it happens hundreds or thousands of times in the itty bitty arteries that supply oxygen to the brain, that's cardiovascular dementia. So it's all the same process, just different location.
Wow, so important. So another really important piece of maintaining cognitive function is getting enough oxygen to your brain, particularly at night. So sleep apnea is a known major contributor to cognitive decline for several reasons. And you call it airway disease. So it's not just sleep apnea. It's not just, the absence of a CPAP. Tell me a little bit more about kind of the comprehensive view of getting oxygen to your brain.
Yeah, so it's, and also how it doesn't necessarily have to have CPAP. So CPAP is like putting a Band-Aid on a wound. You're shoving oxygen down the throat, and you're going to bypass an obstruction, by just through shoving oxygen. So it certainly is an important measure in some people if they've got severe apnea until they get it fixed, but it's not treating the problem at all. So the problem with sleep apnea is that you don't get oxygen to the brain for a couple of different reasons. So I call it an airway disease because the problem is not a lack of CPAP, like you said. It's a obstruction either where the tongue falls back into the airway and blocks it off, or they get an upper airway obstruction. It's usually a more subtle one, harder to find. It's not as ragingly abnormal results on testing, but it can cause a lot of disease coming from the blockages in the nose. So it's been doing speaking in dentistry, I've been paired up with a lot of airway conferences, and I got to see a lot of I've been taught tremendously by my dental colleagues about airway disease, because you can actually, and as you saw in the training, there's physical exam features that you can see on people who have sleep apnea, whether it's scallop look on the sides of your tongue from gritting your teeth, whether it's TMJ because you're gritting your teeth and you're not breathing. There can be really skinny people, and most people think of a sleep apnea as that of the obese, and certainly losing weight will be very helpful. But now that I know what to look for, and I'm looking for it through physical exam features and symptoms, I'm finding a lot of very thin people with sleep apnea. And interestingly, it starts very early in life. I mean, it starts in the pediatric population when those bones are all malleable and forming, that people are left with a narrow palate, high arch, where they're very narrow face. The jaw gets pulled back for various reasons and basically shoves the tongue in the way, so that what the dentists are able to do with various techniques are to open up the airway. So they can make an appliance. Most people know about that. So if somebody has an appliance and they keep spitting it out, just a side note, it's probably coming from the nose. So I've heard dentists say you're going to make a person's CPAP worse if the problem's coming from the nose, but you give them an appliance. But they have different ways, whether it's Invisalign or other techniques called Vivos, where it actually both opens the airway and restructures the mouth. But if you can restructure and create more space to breathe, you can cure your sleep apnea and put your CPAP on the shelf for memories. So it's actually, the dentist team can actually cure the problem in some people.
I've had a handful of patients do really well with just mouth tape, which when I initially heard about it, I was like, that's weird. That sounds awful. But people swear by it. Just putting, and again, a very practical intervention, very inexpensive, something to just try. The other thing is that those strips that you can, the Breathe Right strips.
So both of those things are treating that upper airway resistance syndrome, the sleep apnea that's not coming from the tongue falling in the throat. It's coming from obstruction in this area in people who are mouth breathers. So for various reasons, some people are mouth breathers, and we should be healthy breathing at nighttime is breathing through our nose. So putting the tape on there forces you to breathe through your nose. Now that's a problem if you've got a lot of nasal congestion. So interestingly, in kind of another note, treating the toxicity of, like, say, mold toxicity, that's the root cause of it. That year-round congestion, their nose goes away, and that's a way they can actually improve their sleep apnea. So they cure their mold and they fix their sleep apnea in some cases. But yeah, so any intervention, whether it's whatever treatment to reduce the swelling at nighttime, can be beneficial. So that's kind of in the treatment regimen, is for people who have the upper airway resistance, is to whatever non-surgical ways you can to treat the problem if it's coming from the nasal passage.
And for anyone here who's listening that has more questions about the mold toxicity, chronic sinusitis, and how that might be contributing to cognitive decline, both Dr. Jill Krista and Dr. Neil Nathan dive deep into these subjects. So I invite you to go over there, listen to those interviews, because there will be lots and lots there to help you find solutions for cognitive decline that can be coming from those chronic sinus infections or mold toxicity. And Dr. Whitney and I are both, those are our colleagues and mentors, and we've learned a lot from them, and incorporating that into a comprehensive approach to combating cognitive decline is so important. Another piece of the puzzle when it comes to dentistry is the role of potentially mercury in amalgams. So tell me a little bit about what's known, what isn't, and when someone might consider an intervention there.
So mercury, it's a known neurotoxin. It is a root cause of Alzheimer's disease. So I and anyone who understands that concept says that nobody should ever have mercury put in their mouth again. There are dentists out there who do it still, because it is supported by the American Dental Association. So there's a lot of controversy in dentistry. So I'm not going to get into the details of that. But I, as a physician, don't think anybody should get more mercury put in their mouth, because when you put the mercury in the mouth, you get a lot of mercury exposure. So the question is that do you have to have if you, like many of us have, do you have to have your mercury fillings removed? And the answer is maybe. Well, one reason is it, so I always tell my patients, if I see mercury in their mouth, I say, go to your dentist, have them take a look at the mercury. If the filling is in good repair, you might not have to have it taken out. If it's breaking down, you're getting mercury in your system and it should come out. And if it's done, it has to be done in a safe way. There are safe techniques for removing it to minimize your exposure, because the other time you get the most exposure is when you take out the fillings. So when you put them in and when you take them out, you get your most mercury exposure. So if you've got a filling that's not broken down and it's not leaking into your system, then no harm, no foul. Don't let's leave it alone. Don't have the fillings taken out. And there are ways that we can test for mercury toxicity and even help to sort out, is it coming from inorganic sources like the fillings, or is it coming from eating a lot of fish over the years and just not getting rid? There's ways you can distinguish that, and we can test you for that. So if somebody comes back and the dentist says, yeah, they look like they're in pretty good shape, then what I'll do, and the dentist could do also, is to test to see, is it getting into the system and does it need to be taken out because it is leaking.
I had a patient who had significantly elevated, we had done the test that you're referring to, and she had both that were significantly elevated, and she refused to take any supplements. So she wouldn't do any binders. She didn't want to do any sort of chelation or IV. She's like, I'm just going to be honest, I'm not going to swallow it. So I did advise her to have them removed because those levels were elevated. And she came back a year later, it was a full 12 months later, and we tested again. It had decreased by more than half. So no intervention other than getting them all out. And both the inorganic and methylmercury had both shifted significantly. So she was kind of a control, if you will, almost, because there was no other, the IMD powder, that we hadn't done any EDTA or DMPS or DMSA. So it was just an interesting kind of N of one.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense, because clearly whatever dentist took the fillings out did a good job.
Yes, it was a biological dentist.
Yeah, so that clearly they did a good job on it, and there's definitely evidence that if it's you're going to have a lot better outcome if you do it in ways that are safe.
Do you tend to refer to biological dentists, or do you think that there is another way to choose a good dentist in your area?
So I don't like to pigeonhole dentists into titles. So, I mean, a biological dentist is kind of like, I'm a functional integrative physician. I mean, I'm a physician and I just have an emphasis on root causes, understanding things like toxicity. So those who are kind of branding themselves as a biological dentist certainly know, especially from a toxicity standpoint, the concept of mercury. And certainly if people are, that they are the ones who are most likely to be trained in that. But I'm really more interested in a dentist who just understands the mouth-body connection, because there's a ton out there that's not necessarily that, like we talked about, like the oral bacteria, the airway, there's a whole lot. So there's actually kind of a term, complete health dentist, where they're kind of branding themselves and setting their practice up in terms of complete health, where they understand and they talk to people along these fronts about the connection of the mouth and the body and why they should do this and that. And it makes a big difference. I mean, the root canal example is a perfect one, where it's like a lot of dentists, if there's no pain, they leave it alone, but what you don't know is going to be hurting you. So, but yeah, I mean, that's if people are looking for a dentist, I mean, number one, dentists can get certified in the whole Bredesen recode method through Apollo Health. They're kind of in the very early stages, so there's not lots of them out there right now doing it, but that would be certainly a great place to start if they happen to have somebody in their area who's been certified in recode. And then basically kind of looking around to find out if they can see somebody who kind of, I mean, branding themselves, or if you look at their websites and say that they understand the mouth-body connection, or call themselves complete health dentist or a biologic dentist, and that's a good starting point. And frankly, the lowest level triage I have for that is that, does the dentist tolerate blood in the sink? Because honestly, there's been many times as a physician, I say, do you bleed when you brush or you floss? And if they say yes, and it's on my questionnaire, and if they say yes, I say, so what's the dentist say about your gums? Oh, they say they're great. Okay, there's a mismatch right there. And the other thing is that people can look for is, does your dentist do testing for your pockets? So where they usually, there's one or two people there, often I'm hygienist and assistant, where they'll kind of go through and they'll measure your pockets between your tooth and your gum, and they'll call out numbers like 1, 3, 5, things like that. If they're doing that, then they at least understand the basics, that that's an important thing to keep control of, and they're doing it. So if a practice isn't doing it's called perio charting, and that's kind of another indicator that it's not so much a complete health type practice.
Great, good to know.
I don't want to be, I don't want to bet, because there's a lot of great dentists that if you need a root canal, they do a great job at it, or a crown or whatever. But it's the acceptance of disease that, to no fault of their own, they just don't understand our world and how much problems it can cause, even if it's not bothering the patient.
Yeah, we want to get proactive, particularly if someone already has symptoms of cognitive decline, or maybe even when they have genetics that can predispose them, or family history that can predispose them. Yes. And as you've made a really phenomenal point, that same thing with heart disease. If you have a family history or genetic or labs that might indicate that there's some sort of cardiac risk, making the dentist a priority, making dental hygiene a priority, doing whatever the dentist is recommending, getting that done, it starts to be really high on the list of places to put your resources and put your time.
So, yeah, that's where we kind of bring us right back to the beginning, where it is a significant, the mouth, those three areas, the bacteria from root canals and gum problems, the airway problems, and toxicities like amalgams, they're a root cause of a lot of things. And the big three, three biggies of cardiovascular disease, dementia, and even cancer. There's a lot, especially that P. gingivalis, or pancreatic cancer, esophageal cancer are definitely a connection between the mouth and those cancers.
And I would imagine mental health as well, certainly with the mercury. So yeah, lots of connections here. Well, 2 out of 2 doctors recommend you go see your dentist.
Absolutely.
Dr.
And
Whitney,
dentists who are watching out there, I encourage you to learn more about this and consider getting certified in the whole process too, because it's so much fun collaborating with dentists who understand, and the dentists who are looking to collaborate with physicians. There are lots of us out there who want to work with you. So I really do encourage the dentists who are watching to really go learn more about it. And on Dr. Bredesen's Apollo Health site, you can find out how to learn more about it.
I feel so fortunate to have a few really phenomenal dentists who are thinking this way in San Diego. And so we chat frequently about patients and collaborate. And it is a lot of fun.
I know several in San Diego. We may know some.
We probably know the same ones. Yeah,
probably do.
It's so fortunate. I really feel fortunate to be in a community that has that resource because I don't have to skip a beat saying, this is the dentist, go see them. They're close to you. I trust them. They're going to give you good advice. Yep. And that's just so reassuring.
Yes.
Dr. Whitney, thank you so much for being with us. I want to make sure that everyone knows where they can find out more about you, particularly our East Coast patients, but also online. So share with our listeners how they can get a hold of you.
Yeah, my practice is Revolutionary Health Services. Again, I'm just outside of Philly, and it's rhslivewell.com.
Fantastic.
RH, like Revolutionary Health Services, livewell.com. So kind of the whole approach is, it's a preventive at the core with the recode at the as the really gratifying opportunities that we have.
And just to be clear, because I know you outside of just this conversation, you do whole health medicine yourself, not just focusing on oral health, but in this context.
Oh, yeah.
We
I'm a physician.
You are a physician. You are a physician who can help with hormones.
I just got rocket shipped into the dental industry, but no, I'm a family physician practice. So yeah, no, I'm a physician at the core, and people have asked me, did you wish you went to dental school? Because I talked, it's like, no, I just never had any idea how important it was. And I want to tell the world because it's really important. Our dental colleagues are critical. So
you are making that connection, and you have the full suite of medical care available. So Dr. Whitney, thank you again.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
What a great interview that was with Dr. Whitney. He does such a great job describing the connection between the health in our mouth and gums and the health of our brain. Our final speaker today is Dr. Thomas Lewis. Dr. Lewis is a medical scientist with advanced degrees from MIT and the Harvard School of Public Health. The key area of Dr. Lewis's work is in chronic infection and its relevance to chronic diseases like Alzheimer's. Dr. Lewis reveals some surprising early warning signs for Alzheimer's, which organ is the window to your brain health. Plus, he'll talk about a specific type of oil that can help prevent cognitive decline. Additionally, please make sure to share this by clicking the button below the video to help get this information to the people who need it the most. Dr. Thomas Lewis, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Heather. Pleasure to be here.
I am so thrilled to get into this with you because I have a patient who's been seeing you and is getting really great results. So that is why I've invited you, is because I think everyone should know about the role of infections and also some very cutting edge testing so that we can understand these a little bit better and also go ahead and treat it and get those results that we're looking for, that we so desperately need. So how did you become interested in dementia and Alzheimer's? What's your personal story?
That's a great question. I was interested in Alzheimer's about 30 years ago. And then coincidentally, my dad came down with it shortly thereafter. He was doing some very bizarre things you wouldn't have expected him to do. But when we realized he had something going on in his brain, he actually died of disease 19 years ago. But 18 years ago, I met a gentleman at Harvard, an ophthalmologist of all things, who really illuminated what goes on in Alzheimer's to me, because he was reversing this disease in people, and I mean reversing it 20, 30 years ago, and very profoundly. But he had to do it very quietly because his wife, Zena, would tell me, Clem is 40 years ahead of his time. Unfortunately, I think he's even more ahead of his time than that. So when I saw what he could do, it was life-changing for me, and I knew I had to take on that mission, because he was just working as a humble clinician of ophthalmology at Harvard, and I knew it had to go beyond that.
Wow. And so the eye, tell me a little bit more about how the eye is directly related to Alzheimer's and neurodegeneration.
Well, I have a couple props for you, and I think the key one is by a chaired professor at Harvard. And if there's an assistant professor, associate, a full professor, then a chaired professor, the fancy one. So this is John Dowling, and he wrote this book called it's really a textbook, The Retina, the Approachable Part of the Brain. But really, the retina is an outcropping of the brain. It is part of the brain. And so very often what's going on in your eye portends or is exactly the same as what's going on in your brain. And what you can see when you look at good studies, something like glaucoma, which some researchers call glaucoma is Alzheimer's of the eye and Alzheimer's is glaucoma of the brain. They're the exact same pathology and physiological antecedents that lead to this disease. But see, glaucoma will show up 10 or 20 years earlier. And that was my dad's case. He had glaucoma first before we even had any clue of even the mildest cognitive impairment. And the beautiful thing about the eye is that, you don't have to cut a hole in your skull to see what's going on. The instrumentation that optometrists and ophthalmologists have to analyze disease is so superior to whatever anybody else is doing. I'll give you a simple example. OCT, optical coherence tomography. Tomography is the key word. It's an instrument that makes three-dimensional imaging, sort of like an ultrasound or an MRI. But OCT has much better resolution than MRI. So when a neurologist looks at the brain with MRI and they say, a little loss in mass, but really can't see anything, probably not much going on. OCT can measure thickness and volume of your retinal ganglial cells, which again are a surrogate for your brain, down to the micron. So we can see the changes very accurately with this technique, and it's non-invasive and it's low, very low cost. I mean, pennies compared to an MRI.
And so could a patient who's curious or wondering, maybe even someone who's pre-symptomatic, doesn't have symptoms of dementia yet,
but curious if there are changes in the brain happening. Could they just go into an ophthalmologist and get this test?
So I actually recommend an optometrist, and I have a network of optometrists. They don't work for me, but there's groups that do higher level training in optometry. And the reason why I steer you towards optometry rather than ophthalmology, ophthalmologists are actually, even though they're MDs, they're actually falling into surgery. So they tend to want to do aggressive treatments. And I don't want them to do that. I want to just do an analysis. So I'm probably I might be the only person in the world that's regularly doing eye evaluations. I have a very simple thing. You order an eye to brain test with me, and I give you a link to a couple of the optometry associations. I send you there with a form, and I do the following. Do not tell your optometrist you're going to get evaluated for Alzheimer's. All I want them to do is do a complete eye exam, looking at very well-known disease states and pathologies. Cataracts, cataract is the #1 surgery in the world. A certain type of cataract portends Alzheimer's. And that's not me, that's Dr. Rudy Tanzi, chaired professor of neurology at Harvard, who's higher than him, wrote a paper in 2003, how supranuclear or cortical cataracts are the exact same pathology as the 142 beta amyloid plaque in the brain of Alzheimer's patients. Now, optometrists and even ophthalmologists generally ignore cortical cataracts because they don't affect central vision. So they're just observed in the standard of care. And the next test is macular degeneration. Very common test, fundus camera. Looking for something that Don Anderson out of UC Santa Barbara has been studying most of his life called drusen. Drusen are little yellow globules that show right up in a fundus camera view. And these little yellow globules contain the same protein. They call it a misfolded protein, but that's a misnomer. It's actually, all these amyloids are actually part of your innate immune system that's trying to protect you against something underlying that's causing deterioration, mainly to your the vasculature. It's, a little known is that you have to have a capillary within 3 cell diameters of any living cell. So think about a little teeny vessel and it starts getting diseased. And now you're 4 cell diameters away from that capillary. Well, that retinal ganglion cell 4 cells away is struggling, if not dying. So, macular degeneration is a vascular disease, but it will affect the nervous tissue. And then the last one is really just looking for a glaucoma screening. They'll do pressure, and that's mainly what ophthalmology and optometry does. It's a disease of pressure, quote unquote. It really isn't. It's a disease of inflammation. Pressure goes up with inflammation. But really what we see in this tomography system, similar to MRI, but much more precise, is we can measure the thickness and volume of the retinal ganglion cell tissue called your retinal nerve fiber layer with great, great precision. And the beautiful thing about that test, if I take a 20-year-old and an 80-year-old, the test is normalized to your age. So you're really seeing how you compare to your age cohorts. And I think we should have published a paper a while ago, but I'm not really a researcher. I'm more a translator. I like working with people, but we show that we can actually restore nervous tissue. Okay, we can rebuild that tissue. And it's not a guess. OCT is so precise, we can measure it accurately. Imagine if you had, a set of calipers and you could see this tissue, it's here, now it's here. And this is the kind of thing that's really profound in terms of neurodegeneration. Can you rebuild tissue? And that's the challenge we all face. And really, I look at it as a 3-legged stool to accomplish that.
Yeah, so go into that. What is that 3-legged stool? How do we rebuild degenerated tissue? And do you see clinical results? So do people's symptoms track the changes that you're measuring?
Oh yeah, we because it's easy to do, we run the mini mental test. It's a very simple test. Everybody should score a 30. One of my most recent patients, we retested him very recently, went from a 17 to a 25. And his Retina is showing a 2% increase in thickness as he's aging. Normally you'd expect a 2% decline. So that's really critical. So, you know, we can definitely see these things. I know the Bredesen protocol uses CNS vital signs, a much more accurate characterization of brain and brain function, cognitive function, motor function from the brain, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, what myself and my partner in crime and this functional doctor, Dr. Michael Carter, and I do is we look at disease, particularly chronic diseases. You know, in the healthcare system, there's the code book for the doctors, right? And it's the ICD-10, 69,000 diagnostic codes for diseases. In our world, there are 4 mechanisms, okay? And they apply equally as well to diabetes, cataract, Alzheimer's, autism, it doesn't matter. And the first one is poor repair and recovery. If you're not eating well, or more importantly, if you're not digesting well, because you are what you absorb, not what you eat, that's the first place to start. I was in line this morning at a store, and there was a gentleman in front of me, and he was rail thin. And I just made conversation because he had a really dark tan. He said, well, my skin is like onion paper, and if I press on it, I bruise easily. It's not the bruising, it's the fact that over time, his repair and recovery pathways are in the toilet. So all his tissue is on the edge of giving in. And the brain and the eye are a really good, it's a really good place to study, because your brain is 10 times more metabolic than any other tissue. Dr. Senoff talks about this, but it's well published. You know, 25% of the oxygenated blood that leaves your heart is going to your brain, yet your brain is only 2.5% the mass of your body. So it's using 10 times more oxygen. That means it's working 10 times harder. Now, if you did this with a weight all day long and work that bicep all day long, that bicep would get tired. Your brain's the same thing. Now, the only thing that's more metabolically active than your brain, guess what, is your eye. The eye is teeny, but in terms of vessel density, there's nothing denser. So if your repair and recovery pathways are not good, these highly metabolic tissues, retina, eye, brain, are going to suffer. So that's the first place to start. I mean, that's easy. The next thing is food sensitivities or sensitivities in general. The third is, are you always in a fight or flight mode? If your cortisol is always up, you're always stressed, you're not sleeping well, guess what? It's going to affect your repair and recovery pathways, and you sleep for your brain and your eyes. Once again, your biceps not tired. Most people's biceps not tired, but your brain and your eyes never shut off. Okay, so you've got to rest for them. And then the fourth thing is what I call chronic toxicity. But chronic infection is the biggest part of that, because you can identify you've been exposed to lead or something like that, and you can detoxify and you can chelate out the lead. But when an infection takes hold, 2 important things. It can replicate and grow inside you without further exposure. And secondly, it can wind up in tissue, in very localized tissue rather than being systemic. So it can be in the hippocampus, it can be in the retina, it can be in the joint for arthritis. So this is where the science and art of diagnostic comes in, because you look at all the blood you have in your body, yet you only have this small piece of tissue that's infected that your immune system is chasing down. And so your labs may not go up but by a pittance, yet you have a very severe insidious infectious process going on in a very small amount of tissue that can have a profound effect on your health, eyesight, cognitive function, things of that nature. So this is where testing really becomes, well, I like to think we've made it very scientific. Do I dare go into that now?
Well, it sounds like it. So say what you mean by that. What do you mean by you like to think you made it very scientific?
So if you look at lab tests online and you see what the normal reference ranges or reference intervals you'll get from LabCorp and Quest, a range is like this, and they're really looking for acute disease. Are you sick? Do you need to see a doctor or a specialist right now? So it's unscientific. And I was just in Dr. Trump's office, this had to be 15 years ago, and he goes, Tom, the only thing that really matters is mortality, and more specifically, early mortality. Okay, and there's a lot of misinformation about longevity. You know, National Geographic did a great study in 2013. The title of the article is called 100 Candles, People Live to 100. And what they showed is if you live to 100, you have 9 years of declining health. And everything is an asymptote, it's like this. So you actually, the 9 years, you know, a lot of those years are still pretty good. If you live to 80, you have 19 years of declining health. So what we did is said, okay, mortality or early mortality is an endpoint published in many medical scientific papers. So what we did is we looked at things like C-reactive protein, white blood cell counts, neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio, fibrinogen, erythrocyte sedimentation rate, and looked at where good studies could show that these markers showed the first increase in mortality. And the simplest one is white blood cell counts. A white blood cell count is so inexpensive. Now, this is a Harvard study, just to give you an example. Harvard study, they oversaw the Women's Health Initiative, 138,000 women that they studied prospectively. What that means is they measured these women very accurately in many, many, many centers, and then followed them and see what happened to them. And, you know, they measured who died and whatnot, their ages and all that. But what they showed when they started extracting the data is if you have two groups of women, one with a white blood cell count of 4,700 and another group with 6,700. Now keep in mind, the reference interval for white blood cells are like 3,500 to 10,800. So we're talking two sets of women very, very much normal. The doctor would look at them and say, labs are fine. So they followed them for 6 years, and the women at 6,700 died at twice the rate as the women at 4,700. So why wouldn't you tell someone at 6,700 that you have greater risk? Why wait till 10,800? So we built an entire scale on this early mortality. And since every marker we use titrates the exact same endpoint, early mortality, we amalgamate this and we use 21 markers. It's applicable to Alzheimer's or arthritis or whatever, but it's all inflammatory, immune health markers, clotting markers, things like that, that all, you know, we're all connected. And so we create a risk score we call your chronic disease temperature based on these 21 markers. So we're able to really tell if someone's getting better by not looking at a plethora of individual labs. We can look at a single score to tell whether someone's heading in the right direction physiologically or not. And then of course we do dive down into each marker and help them understand what the risk factors for each marker is. But you know, Heather, I know you very little right now, we just met, but there's a story behind you. And we say there's the same thing about your labs. It's not, oh, your A1C is this, and then your lipids are this. No, what we try to do is we try to build a story around all the labs to help you really understand your health. Now, how infection comes into this is that the difference between someone with a 4,700 and a 6,700, which in the standard of care is no difference, is almost always some type of chronic infectious process. And how we glean what it is with another test that comes out of a complete blood count with differential. Once again, one of the most inexpensive tests you can order. And it's the neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio. So neutrophil is a type of white blood cell, usually goes up with bacteria, and a lymphocyte is a type of white blood cell. It either goes up or down with viruses. And so when the neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio goes up, we can kind of tell what kind of pathogen may be affecting that individual. And then of course we test for them and have treatment protocols for specific pathogens, but it's not, It's not a whole lot unlike Lyme. You know, Chris Christopherson was diagnosed with Alzheimer's like 8 years ago. And the headlines, Chris Christopherson has Alzheimer's. And like 2 years later, it came out, no, these are the headlines in, you know, popular media. No, he doesn't have Alzheimer's, he has Lyme disease. What's the difference? The pathology is unmistakably Alzheimer's, but they actually found the cause in this case, Borrelia burgdorferi infection, or maybe co-infections that go along with Lyme disease.
So this is incredible. It sounds like you're saying the eyes are the window to disease. And so if you can find these markers in the eye, very simply, relatively affordably, you can also find markers in a CBC or a complete blood count that's, again, very affordable, very simple. So if we find these markers for disease, then what? How do we treat?
You know, when you look at, we believe, and don't believe, everybody lies on a health disease continuum. And that's your overall continuum, but there are continuums underneath that. So the eye helps us understand where you stand on the pathology continuum. And that's closest to disease because it's actual tissue changes. Then backing up a little bit to earlier in life, you have a physiological continuum. That's our chronic disease temperature. But at the end of the day, it's all about risk factors. What are those risk factors? You know, do you have GERD? Do you have a thyroid issue? Do you have energy issues? Do you have poor sleep? This is where you really get into coming up with some basic protocols. But I will tell you, when someone has a subacute or chronic infection, then we have to get much more aggressive at treatment. Supplements, lifestyle changes, intermittent fasting helps in repair and recovery. But we even go so far as going into pharmaceutical treatments. What we generally do with an individual, let's say we have an Alzheimer's sufferer, what we'll generally do is do a complete workup, very detailed risk assessment. We've digitized our risk assessment and give a score, very detailed physiological assessment, the eye test to corroborate there's some neurodegeneration process going on. And then we're going to really dive into those risk factors and start ameliorating the low-hanging fruit, the simple risk factors. So what we're going to do is we're going to do at least 6 months of pre-treatment. That'll be coaching, nutritional guidance, supplementation, things of that nature, working on improving their physiological score. Then if we've done the testing already, or if we decide to do the infectious testing, then it's when we're gonna pull out the guns to do some more aggressive treatments. Unfortunately, a lot of the functional treatments aren't that effective, and it's very explainable. There's a MD researcher out of Vanderbilt, Charles Stratton, who's written some papers and patents that explains that these organisms that are stealth and chronic, not like you have staph or the flu, you know, you feel sick, they're insidious, that they can live in 3 different forms, a couple of which are completely hidden from the immune system, and they're quasi-dormant. You know, like everybody knows chickenpox, you can get shingles later in life. Mm-hmm. That is not the only organism that can go stealth and come back to play opportunistically. But see, the problem is, and what Dr. Ewald, I'll pull up another prop, but anybody who's really interested in this topic can read this book, Plague Time. It's all about really the modern germ theory, is that the biggest problem with subacute or chronic infections is what's called crypticity. And what that means is, you know, someone had COVID, you were with them, you get COVID, you know you got COVID. But with chronic diseases and chronic infections that often cause this, you have no clue as to when you might have been exposed. And you might have been exposed pre-birth. It might be a congenital infection. A lot of times that happens. Epstein, you know, chickenpox, that's a congenital infection. There are many other congenital infections. Myself, I had AFib. I titrated it back to Lyme disease. I was bit by ticks many, many times. I had a perfect storm of health issues in my 40s, you know, stress and over-exercising and then getting sick. had this perfect storm, and Lyme disease came back out to play. And it almost always affects the vessels. We say it's arthritis, but it's really the vessels in the joint. We say it's Alzheimer's, but it's really the vessels in the brain. We say it's glaucoma or macular disease, but it's really the microvessels, the capillaries in that tissue that's causing this disease. And these infectious species are like vampires of your blood.
Yeah, this is a great theme, making sure there's enough circulation. For anyone who's listening that's really curious about circulation and making sure you're getting enough oxygen, nutrients, delivery of everything that's necessary for a cell to function, not just optimally, but to function at all. Dr. Mark Swibb, his conversation with me goes into a lot of detail about that. But I want to come back, Dr. Lewis, to what you mentioned about the white blood cell count. So this is a very common marker, and I'd imagine many of our listeners are going to go back to their labs and say, what was my white blood cell count? Am I going to die soon? As from a clinical perspective, what I see a lot of are low white blood cell counts. And those I have come to think of as a marker for a chronic infection. So can you help me kind of square that circle? Because you're telling me that it is a high white blood cell count.
Oh, no, it can be low on, if for COVID, Mass General, the Chinese, a lot of others have caught on to this. They're looking for lymphocytopenia, so low lymphocyte counts. And if your neutrophils are normal because you don't have a bacterial thing going on, everything's copacetic there, then when your lymphocytes are lowered by the virus, then your white blood cell total comes down. There's no question about it. And I think the IFM and others are very good with antiviral protocols with quercetin, zinc, vitamin D, the usual NAC, the usual suspects, high dose vitamin C, Dr. Levy, all those things. And ivermectin is now shown to be extraordinarily antiviral. At first, it was thought to be just an antiparasitic, but the frontline critical care doctors are leveraging that information that was published. Really, I'm not sure how far it goes back, but the papers I was reading when COVID came out on ivermectin were like 20 years ago, were showing its broad spectrum antiviral properties. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if you're below our range, the standard of care 3,500 to 10,800 or 900, and they change. They usually get broader, not narrower, unless they want to, prescribe you a drug, then they'll narrow that range so you can prescribe it more. But really, your optimal range for a white blood cell count is 4,000 to 5,800. Okay, but then you got to look at the ratios, because if lymphocytes go down and neutrophils go up, your total white blood cell count still looks normal, but your lymphocytes are low. Okay, that's why I use the neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio. So when a white blood cell count is normal, but I know there's something going on, because the person tells me this, they have arthritis, they have brain fog, they have whatever, then I look at the neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio and then look at the individual. Like if your neutrophil percent is above 58%, something's going on. If your lymphocytes are below 1,000, something's going on. And it's not, and it's usually, a low grade. But the thing is, Heather, I do this for my participants. This is the standard of care. I take this pen and I stab the back of my hand, and it's bloody, bruised, and it's nasty. That's like, my labs went way up, okay? But in chronic disease, all I'm doing is just rubbing gently. Mm-hmm. So how does this look in 2 months? It looks healed. If I'm rubbing 24/7 for 2 months, this is gonna be raw and bloody, and I'm probably to the bone. This is what chronic disease is all about. But see, the pressure I put on is sort of a reflection of how high the labs go. I don't have to go very high to keep building. Like, I'm not putting more pressure on at the end of 2 months. As a matter of fact, I'm putting less pressure on, yet it's still a nasty wound.
So in kind of bringing this back to dementia, I appreciate that analogy, because I think that really well illustrates the difference between chronic versus acute disease. And conventional medicine and really our society is set up as a whole to think about acute disease really pretty well. I think they do a good job. But when it comes to chronic infections, we only have soaring rates of incidence and so many people suffering without a ton of hope. So I'm excited to, have you continue sharing with our listeners what kinds of things they can be looking at. So what states of health and particular pathogens make people most vulnerable to early Alzheimer's?
Well, I think Dr. Tremp and I wrote, my mentor wrote a paper that was published in Frontiers Neuroscience Aging called "It's Never Too Early and It's Never Too Late to End the Epidemic of Alzheimer's," starting at pre-birth to, when you actually have the disease. Depression is an early warning sign for Alzheimer's. People think that, Alzheimer's patients get depressed. Actually, that's really not the case. It's that they had depression first and then they migrate into Alzheimer's. Any inflammatory marker is a risk factor for future Alzheimer's. So, you got to be really, you got to look at the brain as not being separate from the rest of the body. And that any ill health that you have, if it stays consistent, even low grade, can eventually manifest in the brain, because the brain is so, it's so vascular. So it's breaking down and building up all the time. Let me just go over the three legs of the stool. So the first one's repair and recovery. We talked about that a little bit. Nutrients and good absorption. The second one is really the inflammation, which inflammation's a treasure. If you have inflammation, something's causing it. Okay, and that's where we get to look at the chronic infection. And the work of Tansey saying that these cortical cataracts, which are the Alzheimer's cataracts, that protein that is the cataract is actually an antimicrobial peptide. He published that information in PLOS in 2010. So the amyloid, which has been the target of the pharmaceutical industry in Alzheimer's for 30 years, is actually trying to protect you. It's part of your innate immune response. But the brain is a little bit different than other parts of the body in this respect. And I'm a hockey player, so I followed hockey players that had concussions. And some of them, they get concussed and they can't get back into the game. So what I like to say is, like, you slam into the boards with your elbow and your head at about the same force. Well, your elbow is probably okay to go in a couple weeks or a month. But sometimes your brain's not good to go for a year. And the issue is a brilliant paper by two Australians published in 2017. I'll read the title just for hee-haws, but it's called the Meteorology of Cytokine Storms and the Clinical Usefulness of This Knowledge. And then the key part of this paper that really helps understand it is how persistent cytokine storms, with just inflammatory markers, elevated white blood cells, elevated neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio, elevated uric acid, suppressed white blood cell counts, to your point as well, C-reactive protein, homocysteine, fibrinogen, usual suspects, but persistent cytokine storms in the ill brain. So there's something special, like someone gets traumatic brain injury and they're a vegetable. But if they bang their hip's going to recover. There's something unique about it. And I was just on a call with an MD 1 hour ago. We were just musing over this because she's worried about her mother and all this good stuff. And I think that we're just set up, we're more vulnerable today for brain inflammation because we are eating an inflammatory diet, most of our population. The omega-6, the bad fats, too many carbs. We're afraid of fish because of mercury. But I'm convinced that it's the omega-3s and other in fish and other anti-inflammatory foods that you have to have present all the time. So when an event like a traumatic brain event occurs or something like Alzheimer's, you're there to quell the inflammatory storm in your brain. And then the other paper, I'm just looking off to my other screen, but it's really important. Dr. Tremp and I wrote this in our Alzheimer's book. The title of the paper by two Stanford researchers, three of them, pardon me, Inflammatory Blockade restores adult hippocampal neurogenesis. So what I did in the paper, in the book really, is broke that paper down and put it into layperson's language. And I'll just break the title down. Inflammatory blockade, in other words, you're stopping inflammation.
Mm-hmm.
That could be stopping the infection, anti-inflammatory diet, things of that nature. Restores adult hippocampal brain neuron genesis, the genesis of new neurons. Your brain is like humans. We don't send babies to war. Babies are stem cells. Your brain doesn't activate stem cell activity when your brain is under an inflammatory assault. So the only pathway you have is degeneration. So, good nutrition, identifying and stopping the source, the infection, for example, but then you've got to down-regulate inflammation. It's just like in COVID. They say the cytokine storm kills you. It's a combination. It's the chicken and the egg. But let's say the infection's gone. If the cytokines are up to a certain level, you've gone over the hump and there's no going back. And in the brain, it's the same thing, but it's not so dramatic as it is in, say, something like COVID-19.
Right. So this is a very hopeful message. I'm curious because there's a greater understanding, and also it's very consistent, with what we hear from Dr. Bredesen, that it's a multifactorial, multifocal landscape of, I'm starting to think of it as the dementia verse, right? This universe of dementia. And there's a problemscape, or there's a landscape by which someone can come to dementia and come to have dementia. And how we unravel that is not going to be a one-size-fits-all, here's a drug, whether it's an IV or a pill or what have you. It's not going to look like that. It's going to look like assessing in a much more holistic view what all is going on, and then plugging the holes, or, there's lots of different analogies that are used for this, but basically making sure that all of the things that are influencing poor health are addressed, even if we've come to think of them as being pretty removed from dementia. Things like dental work, or like you've mentioned, eye health, joint health, all of these things are clues that there might be something out of balance that's contributing to that dementia. So I'm curious what in your, from your perspective, what the treatments look like for Alzheimer's. I think I'm sort of alluding to what I'm hoping you'll say. And then why so many have failed?
Why they've failed, if you look at pharma, because they've gone after the wrong target. And the next big thing 5 or 8 years ago was the hyperphosphorylation of tau. And but we wrote in our book in 2011, those are going to fail, and they did, because Alzheimer's is really a hypoxic state, lack of oxygen state, as you alluded to, Heather, in tissue, in this case, in the brain. And it's interesting that animals that hibernate hyperphosphorylate their tau, and when they come out of hibernation, they dehyperphosphorylate it. So hyperphosphorylated tau is obviously some sort of a hypoxic protective mechanism. That's why those have failed. The amyloid, antimicrobial peptide, as elucidated by Harvard. So there's an infectious process going on. That's why those fail. Now, I don't claim to say that treating an Alzheimer's sufferer is an easy task when they're already in a state of cognitive impairment. Because, if you go to Mass General and get an MRI with mild cognitive impairment, you already have 17% brain shrinkage. So the process is already ongoing. So, what we do is Dr. Bredesen's wife's a functional doctor. Really, his book is all about functional medicine. Extraordinarily important. Start with the mouth. I think it's overlooked. Oral DNA test, we do that. Cone beam, looking for cavitations where you've had wisdom teeth, looking for pockets. Root canals have got to go. I know it's an emotional and instructional issue, but the oral DNA test or other tests for oral pathogens are extremely important. And there's things you can do in the oral cavity. We blog on this all the time. We're fanatical about, something as simple as, do you clean your toothbrush after you pull pathogens onto your toothbrush before you brush the next time and you reintroduce them? It gets that basic. But
yeah, so what do you recommend? Do you like put it in hydrogen peroxide, or like what do you do?
Anything. I'm a lazy chemist, and so I just have a glass of salt water, and there's salt at the bottom. That means the solution above is completely saturated. It's like the Great Salt Lake or the Dead Sea. Nothing lives in it. And I actually had one of my participants is a ventilation engineer, and he tested this and he found no pathogens. So I just throw my toothbrush back into the salt water every night, and it softens the toothbrush, so I'm not brushing aggressively. But I think water flossing is more important. Now, you hear Tom Levy talk about hydrogen peroxide. You have an oral microbiome. So what I do I actually use povidone iodine. I'll do an iodine water floss just once a week, just once a week to keep things down. But gut. So many people don't appreciate the gut continuum. They say, oh, a little constipation once in a while. On the continuum, where do symptoms emerge? Like in diabetes, we have a little bit better understanding of continuum. In an A1C at 6.4, then at 6.5, you're diabetic. Well, you're way up the continuum already before conventional medicine diagnoses you with a condition. I would argue that in gut, if you are not completely regular, you are in the middle of that continuum and you have work to do. We blogged, a husband and wife team out of Stanford showed very clearly that over generations, we've lost at least 50% of the diversity of our microbiome. And that's what's doing all the work in our immune system, breaking down foods. Minerals are the hardest to absorb. You've got to have strong acids. If you're ever on a Tums or even if you eat, well, I only have reflux when I have a Mexican food. No, you're up on the reflux continuum. You are not optimal. We need to move you back down. If you're talking about something as serious as a brain disease, thyroid, things of that nature, but sleep hygiene, these are the basic things. But at the end of the day, I truly, heart to heart, and my research shows it, that these subacute infections have taken hold. So now we have to get aggressive with really strong supplementation, the oregano oils, the biocidins, the herbals, the medicinals. When I did a study in a corporation, I had 100 people that I had carte blanche to do any testing I want. And I showed that when they had every kind of condition there, every age, from polychondritis to Parkinson's. And when they had a chronic bacterial infection, they had comorbid virals. So everybody should be on a viral protocol. Everybody.
And what does a viral protocol look like to you?
So a viral protocol is periodically doing the Tom Levy high dose vitamin C recommendations and other people's recommendations, doing quercetin and zinc. If you don't do it every day, all the time, then you do a month-long type protocol. Vitamin D, you need to be up at 55, 80 nanograms per milliliter. You need to get that up as well. I recommend prophylactic. I had a talk with, Mark Hyman's old partner back at Canyon Ranch, Mark Laponis. We had a round table. We all agreed that we would do an anti-parasitic cleanse every 5 years or so. And, the herbals work, but ivermectin is superior. And now we know it's antiviral. So prophylactically do some ivermectin. And what I recommend is not the anti-parasitic, 2 doses. You do 5 or 6 doses and then every other week for a year. And, you check your white blood cell counts though, and see if they're coming up to the right level. So that's really what we're doing. Medicinal mushrooms. Dr. Austin on my team is an expert. He goes out foraging for mushrooms, fungi every weekend. And so he has a variety of medicinal concoctions of the mushroom ilk. And IFM included that in their list of antiviral protocols. But I tell you that the single thing that I'm bullish on, and Dr. Carter and I created a very lengthy video on this, is cod liver oil. And I was on Mercola, and Mercola and I debated this a little bit, but I'm not gonna, I hail to to Joe, so it's like I let that slide. But I'll give you an example. In 1848 in British hospitals, there was an epidemic of consumption, which is tuberculosis so bad, they're coughing up blood. They're on death's door. And giving high dose cod liver oil with the vitamin A, the vitamin D, and other fat soluble nutrients that fish oil doesn't have and krill oil doesn't have, reduced mortality by 50%. And you know, it's well published, and we have it on our YouTube channel at Health Revival Partners. So, you know, it's very profound what cod liver oil can do. And if you worry about cod liver oil, what I do is I do a simple thing, same thing I do with probiotics. I rotate them. You know, Weston A. Price Foundation, I think the brand is Rosita. Then there's Green Pastures. Then there's Carlson's. Then there's Nordic Naturals. Then there's Garden of Life. So all I do is I have one of each and I just rotate through them. And my secret number, based on Thomas Percival's work, famous physician from Britain in the 1800s, is 15 grams a day. That's 15 capsules. And nobody wants to take 15 pills. So I take half a shot glass of cod liver oil and just shoot it every evening. Me, I eat a lot of fish, so I may be lying if I say I do it every evening, but you know, I mean, I'll eat fish twice today. So, you know, I feel like my brain anti-inflammatory terrain is well established and consistently refurbished. And I think that's the thing. You know, chronic disease, I say it's all about knowledge and consistency. Mm-hmm. And my biggest problem is denial. When someone says, I just have a little of this. No, it's not a little, it's real. In the traditional medical world, it's just a little bit, they'll write it off, say you're paranoid or it's nothing. But in the functional world, we need to express to people that the mildest of symptoms, if it wasn't a one-off, even if it's monthly, you are not optimal. In today's toxic world, you only have one choice to stave off chronic disease and live to 100 and fall off the cliff rather than sliding down that slippery slope. And that is, you need to bring everything into optimal. Now, I will tell you that Dr. Trump's protocol for glaucoma and Alzheimer's, which we use now, and Dr. Carter on my team is reticent to do this, so he'll do a more fully functional approach, but we use antibiotics. And I mentioned earlier that a lot of functional treatments don't work. Why? Even Ken Stoller, I think he's a brilliant doctor. He has the highest pressure hyperbaric oxygen chamber in the country. But these organisms in their stealth phase are refractory to that. So you have to treat these organisms long-term because, yeah, they're maybe 10% active, the other 90% are hiding, and they're waiting to come out when they see an opportunistic moment. So if you keep a pharmacologically relevant dosage of whatever your anti-infective is, that's what you must do. So if you get on the Bredesen protocol or our protocol or a functional protocol, and after 4 months you're saying, I'm not seeing results, you got to stick with it. It's the only way to overcome these chronic things. Acute things happen, come on quickly, and if you don't die from them, they go away quickly. Chronic things come on slowly, and they hang in there. I try to explain, like in nature, everything follows an asymptote. What I mean by that is we're hardwired to say, if I do one thing, I get result. And I do this thing, I get another result. But in fact, everything follows a bell curve. So you going into disease, I feel pretty good, And then all of a sudden you hit this inflection, the bell curve, and then you feel crappy. But it matriculated for 10 years, 20 years. Getting out of it's the same thing. Oh, I don't see any results, doc. I don't see any results. We find that it's at least 5 months to a true health inflection. Okay, and I see so many people, it's like, oh, that functional doc didn't work for me. Now I'm trying this functional doc. No, you didn't. You got to give chronic protocols a chance to take hold. That's,
so what What are the big pathogens that you think? I know you mentioned chlamydia pneumonia and
Yes.
periodontal pathogens. This is like P. gingivalis. Are there others that really stand out?
Yeah, well, I think, Lyme disease and all the co-infections, Bartonella, Ehrlichia, things of that nature, Babesia. We look at, there's so many comorbidities. So we look at what I call the usual suspects. So chlamydia pneumoniae, mycoplasma pneumoniae. We look at H. pylori in the blood, not in the stool, because it will disrupt the gut, which then affects the brain, the enteric nervous system. We'll look at rickettsial disease, rickettsial typhi, rickettsial rickettsii, rickettsial corni, Rocky Mountain spotted fever. They're much more common than people think. I was doing testing up at a company in Indiana. I live in Tennessee. And the Tennessee Department of Health called me up because someone in Indiana was positive for Rocky Mountain spotted fever. And, but I tried to explain to the health department, it's like, the reason why you're not seeing a lot of Rocky Mountain spotted fever is who's testing for it.
Right.
I mean, have you had a Rocky Mountain spotted fever test?
No, I've never been tested for that. Most people have not.
Exactly. And then the other thing is, everybody will tell you, you do a food sensitivity test, it's IgG.
Mm-hmm.
Then when an IgG test for chlamydia pneumoniae comes back elevated, every doctor in the world will tell you that's a historic infection. No, it's a stealth infection. It's a reticulate body infection. It's inside the cell in a biofilm infection. And, Ewald talks about this, and, there's Koch's postulates for testing for pathogenicity, but the chronic infections do not comply with Koch. I mean, he was back in the 1800s. Brilliant guy. He was, trend setting in terms of this, but you can't culture chlamydia pneumoniae.
Right.
So right away, Koch's postulates are thrown off. But when we treat and just test IgG and the IgG is up, first of all, why is it considered elevated even by LabCorp? Okay. Then when we treat, it goes down. If it was historic, why would treatment knock down the IgG titer?
So let's talk a little bit about this, because there is an alternative explanation, right? That it is a resolved infection and that this isn't a representation of your immune memory. This is like what might happen after a vaccination, that your IgG would be elevated, IgM would be normal. So what you're suggesting is that there's a different explanation.
Never. That is not true.
All
I will
right.
stand on that. Like, well, we better say 98%, just because I'm sure there are circumstances. But if chlamydia pneumoniae, we'll just pick on that organism, was positive IgM at one point, we probably won't catch that just because of the crypticity, the timing, when you were exposed, all that stuff. Stratton's work is beyond reproach. These, just like the herpes zoster, can reactivate. They live intracellularly. They are like hobos, holding up where they can, undiscovered, waiting for an opportunity. And there's no question. I would like to ask any doctor that has posited this, that has a patient with an elevated IgG and treats them, and the IgM is negative, and they have symptoms, and the symptoms get better, and the IgG comes down, to explain that to me.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, there's only so many explanations.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example. So Dr. Tremp years and years ago told me this, and I corroborated the research. So ophthalmologists and optometrists can see a Toxoplasma gondii. I forgot to mention that. Very important intracellular parasite. Kitty litter.
Yeah.
Worry about pregnant women being exposed to it, because Toxoplasma gondii in the placenta can affect fetal brain development. Well, it can also affect brain development in an immunocompromised individual. Looks like Alzheimer's. But getting into the IgG-IgM discussion, so a toxo scar can show up in the eye, very characteristic. Doesn't always, so it's not truly diagnostic for Toxoplasma gondii infection in the eye, but it is a signature. So you run the labs, IgG positive, IgM negative. You can surgically extract that scar and put it in the culture, and guess what? It grows.
Toxoplasmosis?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So, I think
Sneaky.
I think what I run this health ministry, and I always start off every session with, where did you learn that? And so some things become urban legend or just become part of our culture, and we're not questioning and titrating back. So in this paper that I really need to publish, but I haven't figured out how, because it's like 25,000 words. And the reason why it's 25,000 words, usually they only accept the 5,000, 10,000 max, maybe even 4,000, is because I need to explain IgG, IgM before I can go into this. So I have reference after reference after reference explaining that an IgG titer is real. Okay, and Dr. Tremp in 2000 said, I don't run IgM anymore. It's a waste of my patients' money, because a lot of times I can't justify insurance for these tests in glaucoma or macular disease. So that's where I stand on it.
A whole new way of thinking about it. Or maybe, I guess, I like to think that the well-meaning instructors that I had, who are pointing to this interpretation, that there's probably some places where they're right, where there are times when IgG represents what we've been trained and IgM represents a current infection. But certainly this alternative explanation for it opens up a window where people who aren't getting the help they need can be treated, right? And it's using readily available, relatively inexpensive tools to test. And I think that's one of the themes of your talk here, is that there are readily available, relatively inexpensive tools. And if we interpret them in a way that's helpful, and we use that to make decisions and to start treatment, then we can get really amazing outcomes.
You can, and I have videos posted that I kind of hold close to the vest, because a lot of people do not want their Alzheimer's videos. But we had an 84-year-old gentleman that was nothing short of a vegetable that we reversed. So, these are not common things, but once again, a lot of people don't have the staying power, particularly older folks. But let me give you one other food for thought in terms of this whole IgG, IgM thing. When you die, you are no longer exposed to the environment, so you no longer have exposure, yet you start decomposing from within. And what Ewald says very clearly in his book is they're already there. He was making a different reference. He's talking about plagues, and we've been exposed to everything. So that's why he says this. He didn't really say this, but you can infer from what he said that this SARS-CoV-2 is novel, very novel, because we've been exposed to everything. But the world is global. But his point's well taken. They're already within. And so the difference between you decomposing when you die and you not now is that when you die, your immune system is zero. So everything lying in wait now has nothing holding them back. It's no different than the gut. When you start losing stomach acid, all the pathogenic organisms start proliferating, and the beneficial organisms, are flagging because they've adapted to strong acid.
Right. Acid is certainly a line of defense.
Right.
Very necessary one. Dr. Lewis, it has been so insightful, so wonderful to have you. I know you have so much more to share, but I do have to wrap up. And I want to make sure that everyone who is listening and watching knows how to find out more from you, because you just have a wealth of information to share. And again, these alternative kind of interpretations that they may have not seen elsewhere, that I think are something that will prevent suffering for many people. So I'm really excited to get this information out, and want to make sure that I stop babbling in time for you to tell everyone where they can learn more.
Well, so we run two websites, but I really want people just to come to one. We run two so people don't get confused. It's like, oh, I have Alzheimer's, why am I going to a chronic disease site? But our real site is Health Revival Partners with an S, Health Revival Partners. And that's where, you want to work with us. And what I'd suggest is if you've been through treatment with Alzheimer's and you haven't got the result you want, I think we can add some intel into that. And the other thing is, most importantly, I want people to get pre-treated before they have symptoms. And that's where eye testing might be just the right thing to convince them that there's a neurodegenerative process going on. So once again, this all happens on healthrevivalpartners.com.
Thank you so much. Super important, especially not even maybe pre-symptomatic, but early symptoms, right? Instead of
the earlier the better.
Yeah, the earlier the better. So if there is a family history, if there's any reason to think that you might be predisposed towards dementia, get this information sooner rather than later so we can start acting now. It is so much easier to prevent than to treat, and certainly so much easier to treat when it's early than when it is late stage. So get the help that you need, your loved one needs. Visit Dr. Lewis's website and look at the show notes. It's also, you'll be linked there. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Heather.
What an incredible interview that was with Dr. Lewis. We've learned that the eyes are the window to our brain health, how important cod liver oil is, and some of the most important early warning signs of dementia. So there you have it. That wraps up day one of the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. You've heard from visionary Daniel Schmachtenberger, the brilliant Dr. Dale Bredesen, inspirational Dr. Greg Eckel, and the intriguing science of Dr. Lewis, and of course, from my co-host, Dr. Patrick Porter. Make sure that you tune in tomorrow because we have another set of just as amazing speakers ready to share their expert insights and breakthroughs with you on preventing and healing Alzheimer's. If for any reason you feel you might miss any of these inspirational and potentially life-saving interviews during the summit, I do encourage you to secure the lifetime access to the summit by purchasing the VIP All Access Pass today. That way you won't miss anything and you can watch and listen to these interviews again and again at your own pace. I know I had to take out notes during some of these interviews so that I could digest and really have this information sink in. You can order your VIP All Access Pass by clicking the button below this video. Before we wrap up, don't forget to leave me your comments in the section below and let me know what's inspired you the most about today's interviews. Your feedback is so important to making this a successful event and also so that each year we can get you the best information that's available and exactly what you want to hear. Thank you once again for joining us in the Reverse Alzheimer's Summit. Please share this with your friends and family so we can all work together to end this pandemic once and for all. We're all in this together. Let's learn and grow and get better and better information out to those people who deserve it and need it so that they don't have to suffer unnecessarily with dementia.